Hey everybody, welcome back to Pack Talk Podcast. Sitting here today with Chris, Kevin, Doc, Anthony. This is his second time being on the podcast, our first second-time guest. We have a very important, very heavy subject to discuss today. We thought it was very important that we talk about this together. Today we're going to be talking about mass shootings, school shootings. We're going to be talking about some case studies, what happened, what should you be doing, what are some things you can think about in these scenarios, tactical considerations. With that being said, each person sitting here with me today has tactical experience. So Doc, if we can start off with you, give us a quick bio on your tactical experience up to this point.
Sure. So most of my training's been done at the Sig Sauer Academy in Epping, New Hampshire. Over 160 hours of firearm training with them. I'm a firearms instructor for the South Carolina Concealed Weapons Permit. I teach a defensive pistol class, a basic pistol class, NRA certified, a 6-year white belt in judo, and a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Just sheepdog in general. I'm not who I am today on my own. There was a lot of mentors and facilitators along the way, from SIG to Tim Kennedy's sheepdog, to my current coach, to MMA fighting or gyms rather, things like that. So tactical experience is always growing, and so hopefully I'm not the same person I will be the next time I come on your show.
Exactly. And you spend a lot of your time training others, teaching others.
I do.
How to defend themselves and other people, right?
In South Carolina alone, I've taught over 400 students thus far for a concealed weapons permit. Doesn't include the basic stuff back up in New Hampshire, and training some of the police up there. Springfield, Vermont, had a police department up that way, and I knew some of the guys on the team, and we did some pistol stuff.
Yeah, and you've also in the MMA gyms and jiu-jitsu gyms you're involved with, you spend a lot of time rolling with others and practicing with others.
With inert firearms, with inert knives, things like that. Stuff that the Tim Kennedy clan, their group at Sheepdog kind of facilitated that and gets us to continue to chase after and grow from there, because it's a constant growth,
right?
Realizing that no one is coming to save you.
Right.
And that's, I think, the biggest premise of today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's a lot of take-home key points, but you are 100% responsible for your life when it comes to your finances, your health, your love life, and definitely your survival.
Right.
And no one is coming to save you. And so we need more responsible citizens, not just police and military that are trained to protect and serve. Mm-hmm. If they're going to protect and serve, they need to protect and serve. Right. Otherwise, they just need to serve and be waiters and waitresses, and that's all good. But no one's coming to save us. So train it up, stay healthy, live a healthy life, and when evil comes around, rock it out. But you got to be ready. Like Tim Kennedy says, he says, get trained, get equipped, and get prepared. And we have to do each one of those things in each facet of our lives, I think. Yeah. And not just defense, but your health, your faith.
It's all intertwined.
All intertwined. It leads us up to all these bad things we're about to talk about.
Right. And these case studies we talk about, a lot of these bad guys, the evil, they picked out locations that had a lengthier police response time. So they're picking out softer targets. They're casing out their targets, which we'll talk about in detail. So that's why, as you keep saying, no one's coming to save you. You have to learn to defend yourself, defend your loved ones, defend those around you. Mm-hmm. Right? So good to go. Chris, what is your quick bio on your tactical experience up to this point?
So my background's law enforcement. So I worked for Somerville Police Department, so just a local level law enforcement agency. Did about 9 years. 5 of those years was on a tactical team, SWAT team. We called it Emergency Services Unit, ESU. And I was blessed to work for an agency that did a lot of good training, so a lot of force-on-force style training, both interagency and outside of the agency. So a lot of things like what we are going to talk about, active shooter response, with the difference between active shooter, barricaded suspect, and how you should treat those kinds of things. That's along the lines of the stuff that I've been trained for.
All right, Kevin?
I did 5 years with the Department of Corrections. 3 of those I was on the riot team. Not really like there was shooting involved on the team, but it was more like moving as a unit, trying to, get that chaos under control. Different things that we use, but we did use like shotguns, pistols, things of that nature. We had tons of different training from building entry, room clear, securing, all that good stuff. And then I did some extra stuff here and there just with people that I've known. Probably need a little refresher. I need to come out on one of them Sundays, but a little rusty. But that's about it right there. So
All right. And then me personally, I was in the Navy, and one of the job titles and jobs that I did in the Navy was the Navy's Visit Board Search and Seizure Team. And so I went through a very extensive training program where we learned, first of all, weapon fundamentals, and we spent weeks dry firing, primary weapon, secondary weapon, primary weapon, all those types of things to build up your muscle memory. And then we did room clearance, building clearing, apprehending people, figuring out, is this a bad guy? Is this not a bad guy? Right? And then we took that application and then we did a variety of scenarios where they had the, I forgot exactly what they call them, but basically shoot house, where they can move the walls around. So it's a different scenario every time with the simunition. Mm-hmm. And then we did it on actual platforms. And the difficult part about, as far as maritime goes, things are moving. So you're on a ship or you're on a small boat and it's moving while you're moving. So that just makes the whole scenario even more complicated, right? And so after I completed that school, of course, you have to do sustainment training, maintenance training. But then I did a 7-month deployment where we basically just did that the entire time, apprehending small vessels. We even did large container ships and clearing them, apprehending the bad guys. This is primarily for counter narcotics, was our primary mission. But so I had a lot of experience with that, and then still try to keep that up to date as far as those skill sets, that muscle memory, right? And then I spent some time when I was doing that training jujitsu as well. And then my deployment after that, I was with a MU, and I trained a lot of jujitsu with them. So that's my background. So we have a wealth of background and knowledge here, right? But we want to share that with the listener today so that hopefully some of our experience can help other people, right? But also, like Doc Anthony's already said once, you need to get out there, get prepared, and train. We're going to be talking about things that you probably haven't heard about before that's happened in the history of our country. Some bad things have happened, and we spent a lot of time trying to get as much information on them as possible to have this discussion. And as we go through it, we're going to share some of our insight and our considerations in these scenarios, right? But before we get into it, let's talk about some definitions. If you know me, you know I like definitions.
Yeah, he does.
So the first one's going to be active shooter. What is the definition of an active shooter? And the FBI defines an active shooter as one or more individuals actively engaged in killing or attempting to kill people in a populated area. So Chris probably has a lot of experience with this from his law enforcement, right? Would you say that's accurate, the definition there?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, pretty much all agencies go off of, like, FBI is the standard for a lot of these things. Like, they're going to determine the definitions and the response to all of these things, and most local agencies are going to go off of what they're setting forward.
So when someone says active shooter, that means you got a bad guy with a gun.
Shots are being fired.
Right.
People are dying.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or being severely injured.
Right. All right. Next definition, we got mass shooting, also known as mass murder. The FBI defines a mass murder as 3 or more killings in a single incident. So if an active shooter shoots 3 or more people at one time, it automatically becomes a mass shooting. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next definition, serial killer. Definition, a serial killer is typically a person who murders 3 or more people, usually in service of abnormal psychological gratification, with the murders taking place over more than a month and including a significant period of time between them. Would we say that's accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. So hopefully everyone has... So a serial killer, let's just kind of break it down, is going to be generally someone that targets probably one person.
Or one type of
person.
They're going to have a specific, what we would call an MO, right? Or a modus operandi, I think is what it's called. Like, that's their thing. I'm going after women, blondes, that are this physique or whatever, you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And they usually are fulfilling some type of, whether it be a sexual gratification or something. There's some psychological issues, obviously, but they're fulfilling some need.
Yeah. So mass shooting is just an active shooter shooting a large amount of people. Serial killer is picking out a particular type of person, and then they're just going to repeat that over and over and over until they're stopped,
Yeah.
if they're stopped.
Typically gaps between them.
Yeah.
I think the Zodiac was the only one that was like just random people.
Yeah. All right. Good to go. Any feedback? Any other feedback on those definitions? Any other comments on those definitions? No. All right. Now we're going to go into the principles of defense.
Sure.
Okay. So Doc, go ahead.
Yes, when we train our students, and even in my gym where I work out, I have a lot of mantras and mottos and sayings. You know, George Washington said it: "In times of peace, prepare for war." That still carries today.
Oh yeah.
So, realizing number one that no one is coming to save you. So until you can really come to terms with that, then you can't really take the next steps to go forward. Whether it comes with your first aid, your tactical advantage, your health, your pliability, your flexibility, your strength, your athleticism. And you don't have to be all those things, but gosh, it definitely helps because no one's coming for you.
Right.
Right? The next thing I always tell our students is that being aware buys you time, and time buys you options. Seeing something bad, you just go the other way. If you have to engage, then you should be trained to be able to do that or become a good witness. But when you get so sucked up into these devices, you're losing all your upper hand. When we take away any of our senses, even your ear pods, right, or headphones, you're taking away your sense of hearing. And if you're looking at something and not looking at your world, you're taking that other sense. So you're just decreasing your tactical advantage and increasing your vulnerability. So being aware buys you time, and time will give you other options. So that's a big thing. We live in a beautiful world. Like, there's a lot of awesome stuff.
Yeah.
And you don't really understand those awesome things until you kind of see the other side of it as well. You can't have this peace and clarity without the pain and the discomfort and the suffering. So I can even go off on another tangent and how our childhood, we have to have failures growing up. And a lot of these problems we're going to talk about today really stem from a child being a child and growing and not having helicopter parents and also being aware of our children and what they're getting into and doing. So there's like a micro problem and there's a macro problem.
Yeah.
And I think we'll address those as we go along. But again, being aware of your surroundings, it's a beautiful, beautiful world. That gives you an upper advantage.
Right.
Then if you do have to engage these things, we always say, save the people that need to be saved. Kill the people who need to be killed. Always be working. Always be doing something. Not be just sitting around and breaking out of that sympathetic freeze moment. And lastly, everything is your responsibility. Everything is your responsibility. No one's coming to save you. Kind of go full circle.
Right. Right.
So those are what we would call the tactical premise or the tactical rules, or just a mantra to kind of get you through your decision making. When it comes to this, not everybody's ready for that.
Right.
That's fine. You're not going to start off again. I'm not the same person I was last month.
Yeah.
Trying to grow from there. I'm definitely not the same person I was 5 years ago. So I don't expect our students that come through our class to do the things I do, but they need to understand where their liabilities are and where their assets are. Where do I need to grow? Where do I need to become better? If I even want to do that. I have people take my class and go through the CWP stuff and realize, I'm really glad I took this class, but I'm not ready to carry. I'm not going to carry. Fine, great. You realize that. But just realize that no one's coming to save you. It's okay to be a sheep. There's nothing wrong with that. We don't judge those people. But we're men of action. And we need to keep learning and growing with that action because we need to kill evil.
Right.
When evil knocks.
Yep.
I don't care what form it is. We're going to stop it.
Yeah.
So you want to talk about active shooter versus a non-active shooter where people are dying physically right now and then, or is it like a hostage situation? That's a little different when you send in the negotiators and all the specialized people that do that as a profession.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't care if you're in a mall or in a church. We like give each other a high five, like Tim Kennedy would say, and we're going in. I'm not waiting for anybody.
Yeah.
We're there.
Yeah.
You're going. I'm going to do everything I can to put you in the ground.
Yep.
Everything on me and everything in me and everything about me is going at it. And granted, I mean, like, I'm a nice guy though. I have that piece of, I love the sound of kids playing in the playground. I love the smell of freshly cut grass. I love the way the street smells after it rains. Like, those are beautiful things. The babies crying, things like that. But yeah, evil lurks, man, and train them up. And there's some really sad stories. And evil has always existed and it always will. But there's a micro thing, a macro thing, and then there's that tactical thing in between that we need to discuss. So that's a good premise to start. No one's coming to save you. Being aware buys you time. Time buys you options. Save everybody who needs to be saved. Kill who needs to be killed. Everything is your responsibility. Always be working. And, I can't take credit for all those things, but I've been taught by a lot of awesome companies, awesome people, and I've just kind of compiled it all together so I can share it with the people I love and the people that I think really need to know about that.
Yeah.
I want to scream it from the rooftops because it's so important, especially nowadays where it's so prevalent.
Yeah. So the listener, I challenge you to keep those principles in your head, write them down, because we're going to talk through some case studies here in a second, and you're going to want to refer back to that. We will refer back to them ourselves. All right. So let's keep pushing on here. Most mass shootings and mass murders, most of them occur in gun-free zones, as the majority of our case studies that we're going to look at, schools, churches, shopping malls, these type of scenarios, right? Let's talk about some of the locations that have the most strict gun laws, and we're not here to debate about gun laws. We're just here to put out some statistics, right, and go through these case studies. But let's talk about some locations that have the most strict gun laws. So city-wise, we've got New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Chicago, Las Vegas, and San Francisco. Those are at the top of the list of the most strict gun laws. The most strict gun law states are California, New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, and Hawaii. And then the least strict gun law states are Mississippi, Wyoming, Idaho, Missouri, and Kentucky. So if you want to break out a percentage of where mass shootings occur, 94% of mass shootings occur in places where civilians are banned from having guns. Why do you think that is? It's because the bad guys, evil, is looking for that soft target. They have evil intent, and they're looking for people to kill. And that's what they will straight up say, and we'll go through examples in these case studies. All right? So we're going to start going through the case studies. Does anybody have anything else they want to mention before we dive into them?
So I would just add, well, yes, we're not going to debate gun laws. I would definitely encourage you guys to look into the gun laws and be aware of the gun laws. I think this is the reason that's why they make these gun-free zones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why do we even have people putting signs up saying, this is a gun-free zone? Why? Because there is a big push that guns equal violence, right? So if we just keep the guns out, there will be no violence, and that's just not true. So we don't have to go down the rabbit hole of gun laws and things like that, but definitely this is things you need to be aware of. Why are we having all these gun-free zones all over the place, and why are they not effective? So it's something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, evil is never going to announce its attack until the last second.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not going to know that evil's attacking until the very last second. They have months, sometimes years to prepare.
Mm-hmm.
Hours in bathrooms and with rifles and duffel bags of ammo. And we could just be sitting having lunch with our family. So, and the reason why they attack these areas is because they're cowards.
Mm-hmm.
They're cowards.
Yeah.
They're all cowards.
Yeah.
And a lot of these things, as soon as an active shooter gets engaged with something else, either they kill themselves or they run away.
Yep.
They're cowards.
Exactly.
But evil is not going to wait for you to get ready and get trained and get equipped and do this and go to your car and go in your backpack. It's just going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it's not with a weapon, even if it's with just an assault or battery.
Vehicle.
Right? Vehicle.
I was
It's the
about to
last second.
Christmas
So
word.
again, bringing us back to our premise. We're going to keep bringing it back. Being
Yeah.
aware buys you time. Time
Yeah.
buys you options. You do not have to live a paranoid life.
Yeah.
And this is not what we're advocating. We're advocating that actually when you have all this training, actually life is a lot more peaceful.
Right.
It's really weird. And take it from me because I've come from both ends of the spectrum. And, I even played saxophone.
There you go.
Like, there's got to be some light
Yeah.
in all of this. And there is. It's a beautiful life. And there's lots of wonderful people out there to serve and things like that. So, yeah, it's a shame that we're going to dig deep. It's a dark thing we're going to talk about, but
Mhm.
it has to be addressed truthfully, like it is in this forum right here, and
Exactly.
for all the listeners.
Well, like you just said, some of these case studies, these guys didn't even use guns. They used a vehicle to crush people.
Mhm.
They used knives.
Explosives.
So
And
the
then
evil is always
possible.
going to find a way, even if there's no gun. Let's say there was no guns. They're still going to find a way to do their evil intent to harm others. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see how Europe's going.
Yeah.
Banning knives now.
All
We're going
right.
to ban spoons because it makes everybody fat.
All right, so the first case study we're going to look at is the 1927 Bath School Massacre in Michigan. A result of this massacre was 45 dead, 58 injured. Andrew Kehoe was the bad guy. And you guys correct me, Kevin, correct me if my pronunciation's incorrect.
I don't know. I don't think I heard about that guy until this.
So we looked into
Yeah.
it. All right, so a little background on Andrew here. He was born into a family of 13 children.
Oof.
The mother died, and Kehoe did not get along well with his stepmother. So the important part about talking about the background of some of these bad guys is understanding where all this started. What possibly could have started their degradation going downhill, going into the depths of evil.
How
right?
they became what
Right.
they became.
So his mother died at a very young age, and he didn't get along with his stepmother. So already there's some dissentment among the family, right? There's reports that he is said to have been quick to help others, but he was easily angered throughout his life. So he had anger issues. It was also reported that he committed animal cruelty many times, including beating a horse to death.
Jeez.
Now, again, this happened in 1927. I pulled as much information on this as possible. These are the reports that were pulled, right? He married his wife, Ellen, and they had lots of debt. He blamed the Bath Consolidated School for all of his problems. I believe he was on the board there, and so that was his place to put the blame on. I'm having this life problem. It's because of this place, right? May 18th, 1927. Kehoe killed his wife by hitting her on the head with a heavy object. Then he set their barn on fire. He then moved to the Bath Consolidated School and detonated several explosives around the school that he had planted there. So ahead of time he had planted these explosives. He had planned this whole thing out. And I don't believe he used he did use a rifle here. Okay, but the first thing he did was explosives, homemade explosives, right? So again, if evil wants to find a way, this guy planned this out. He planted these things, right? After he blew up the explosives remotely, he loaded up his truck with more explosives and shrapnel. Then he took a rifle and shot the explosives, blowing up the truck, which killed himself and several bystanders. So basically, the school had the explosions happening. He pulled the truck up to the crowd at the school, got out of the truck, walked a short distance away, turned around, shot the truck with the explosives in it, which detonated the truck. Shrapnel everywhere. He died, and many bystanders died as well. In total, there was 38 elementary students and 6 adults that were killed in the whole thing. So again, just want to reiterate that bad guys are going to use whatever means are necessary to inflict harm. He didn't use his rifle to shoot anybody. He used it to shoot his homemade explosives.
Which, if you think this is
To cause
1927,
Right.
like nowadays,
Sounds like
you can trigger that stuff. Like there's
Yeah.
other ways to
Right.
set this off. So like I would count this as a mass killing that was not involved with firearms. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Sounds like a game, a
Yeah.
video game.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's always
I
been
wonder if
going
he
on.
meant to kill himself a little bigger than he
Maybe.
anticipated.
maybe
Yeah,
not.
maybe.
So background on this guy, if we just look at it, looks like his childhood was a little bit rough. Had some anger issues, doing animal cruelty, Then he killed his wife. Then he went on this killing spree, right? So it probably stems from anger issues, which probably stems from his childhood. If we're looking at it from a overall big view, how did this escalate to this point, right? Anybody got any other feedback on that one?
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is going to be a common. I mean, this is definitely stemming from anger issues. This is going to be a common theme with a lot of these incidents that we talk about. But I think we have an issue with, especially with kids, not being able to, like, anger is not necessarily a bad thing, but how do they need to learn how to express that. Things like aggression, violence, stuff like these are natural traits that come with testosterone for boys, and they don't have proper outlets for it. And so I think that's how we get to this point when they're not allowed to do things like jiu-jitsu, sports, different things like that. You know what I mean?
So as a parent, you're saying it's important to let your kid teach them how to work through those types of emotions.
For sure.
Acknowledge the emotion, teach them how to work through
Absolutely.
For sure.
And this is the term that they use, mental health,
Yeah.
or mental illness.
it. Right.
It all stems from childhood. In childhood is when we grow and develop those emotions built on the experiences. We don't necessarily change our emotions when we're adults.
Yeah.
We're created. The human brain isn't fully developed by till age 25.
Yeah.
And the short period of our lives with our parents, that is so essential to human growth and development. Huge. Not just what we're being in our environment, because your environment dictates who you become, right?
Right.
We are our parents to a degree.
Yeah.
And if your house is broken or it's divorced, or you don't get along with your stepfather or stepmother, that starts to create this character inside of you, and then you grow into this thing that outlasts, that goes out to society and demonizes it.
Yeah.
So that's the macro issue. There's
Yeah.
micro things, but the macro thing is it comes down to the home, which you're going to probably find in all these things.
Yeah.
From drug use to abuse itself, physical abuse, to violence. I'm watching your father or your mother, how they treat each other, and you become that and think that's your norm. That is your paradigm. That's how I grew up. Or you grow up as an orphan, or whatnot. So it's good to fail. We're made to fail. Like, our memory is actually created so we don't live that again. It's a survival mechanism.
Yeah.
Our memories are made to remember bad things. Like, you're driving down the road and you see this beautiful sunset. Like, wow, that's just like gorgeous. Look at that setting over there in the west. Wow, that must be really good on the west coast, whatever. And then all of a sudden you see this crazy car accident happen on the right-hand side of the highway. And you're like, oh my goodness. And everybody slows down, looks at it. A week from now, if I ask you about the sunset, you're not going to tell me about the sunset. You're going to tell me about the accident that you saw.
Yeah.
And that's a survival mechanism, because our bodies are designed sympathetically, and especially men, we're wired to fight and do other things. And now we live in this world that's like safer, or we can just do a video game or whatever. We're not actually like, guys now use a sledgehammer and have to hit a tire at the gym to mimic like chopping wood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and I get it, and that's great if that's the outlet now, but like, we need to utilize our physical bodies, because those guys that are out in the farms all those years and then come inside, they're exhausted. They don't want to fight with their wives. Like, whatever, whatever. And or road rage. You and somebody gets murdered over a parking spot.
Yeah.
These guys aren't doing jiu-jitsu, or these guys aren't playing badminton, even whatever, in the backyard, or hitting a bag, or hitting a soccer ball, or drywalling all day. These guys are exhausted.
Yeah.
So for me, I really think that is a huge factor. So getting our children involved in physical activities, and for me, for my kids, is swimming and obviously learning a martial art without a weapon is very, very important for our children. But then everything else is extracurricular. You want to do soccer, you want to do this, that's fine, that's great, that's awesome. But also, you're going to get spanked. There's going to be consequences. There's going to be rewards. There's not just a reward because you're here.
Right.
And again, I grew up in a different type of family.
Yeah.
7 kids. My mother was an immigrant from Poland.
Yeah.
Came from poverty. We never had a microwave, never had cable TV. I feared her a little bit more than my father at times.
Yeah.
Just because she grew up in that World War II generation that it was horrible.
Yeah.
And then what do? Of course, I portray that to my kids. And I'm like, this is how it's going to be. Why? Because I think it worked.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, there's a huge factor in faith. We talk about our childhood. Where'd you go to church? And I think there's statistics on when the father goes to a church, and most religions, we talked about this earlier, most religions are peaceful. I don't really care what kind of religion right now we're in, just find something that resonates, right, or whatever. But most families who have a father that goes to church, those children become very successful later in life when you're talking about their health, their mental health, and things like that.
Yeah.
But I don't have that statistic with me, but I've read it somewhere.
Right.
But anyway, that's really important. Childhood is huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
And we'll probably keep circling back on that throughout the course of the discussion here. Going to the next case study, it's a real short one, not a lot of information on it, but basically 1949, Camden, New Jersey. 13 dead, 3 injured. There was a gunman that was reported to be a World War II veteran who shot 13 people in his hometown. Now, you might think, World War II veteran struggling with PTSD, something like that. You know what I'm saying? That could be what's going on here. Could be something that happened earlier in his life, or he's kind of retaliating at some point. Who knows, right? But just something to bring up. World War II veteran. World War II was rough. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure that this guy was struggling with some things and didn't have an outlet, didn't know how to, kind of channel those thoughts and seek help, right? Next case study, 1984, San Ysidro, California, McDonald's. 21 dead, 19 injured. There was a 41-year-old gunman, his name was James Huberty, with a semi-automatic pistol, semi-automatic rifle, and a shotgun. Casualties included an 8-month-old boy, 9-year-old girl, and a wounded 4-month-old girl. Huberty had told his wife prior to the shooting that he was going to hunt for humans. Huberty was killed by a San Diego SWAT team sniper, and the shooting prompted changes to the police department and response to mass shootings across the country. So let's kind of deep dive into this one. When he was 3 years old, Huberty contracted polio, leaving him with a permanent walking disability. So that will affect a lot of people, if they have some kind of disability. That can affect them mentally as well. His mother left him and his father when he was around 10 years old, and he was reported to blame God for his mother leaving. I believe they were like a church-going family. The mother left, so then Huberty decided to blame God for his mother leaving, so we're seeing another broken home scenario.
And some anger coming in to the picture, you know what I mean?
Right. Huberty, so as he developed, as he got older, Huberty was a funeral home attendant and then a welder in Ohio after he married his wife and had 2 daughters. Huberty and his wife had a history of domestic violence, and they both also displayed violent behavior. Right, so both him and his wife. He had issues holding down jobs, and at one point he threatened to kill random people if he was fired from a job. So he was constantly having issues keeping a job, and now he's getting threats of like, hey, if you don't do this, you're going to get fired, right? And he's like, I'm going to shoot so-and-so, I'm going to kill so-and-so, right, if you fire me. He attempted to commit suicide at one point, but was talked down by his wife. So we're seeing reoccurring issues of mental stress, right? He received a major injury from a motorcycle accident, which resulted in him to resign from being a welder, which was his job at the time. He then moved to Tijuana for a short time, which is in Mexico. Then he moved to San Ysidro, where he worked as a security guard. He was fired from the security guard position a few weeks before the massacre. So one of the things I'm thinking is, like, if you're a security guard company, and this is back in 1984, there's got to be some kind of background check where you're keeping track of all this kind of stuff going on.
Back
right?
then, maybe not.
Maybe not, right?
Yeah.
Assuming
Today,
that there's
assume.
like records of this stuff, you know
Right.
what I'm saying? Like we don't, like, let's say the domestic violence, for example, this can be things that are coming up after interviewing people, not necessarily, there may be like no police reports.
Right.
Nobody ever called the police. So this is things that could be going on, especially we're talking in the 80s.
Yeah.
Like there
Different
may
states,
not
too.
be any documentation
Yeah.
along the way. You know what I'm saying?
So this is what happened the day of the massacre. The day of the massacre, he tried to call a mental health hospital, but his last name was misspelled, and he never received a call back due to a statement
Oh my God.
that it wasn't an emergency. So this guy did try to reach out for help. The last name was misspelled by whoever was on the phone with him, so he never got a call back. And they asked him, is this an emergency? And he said, no, it's not an emergency. But of course, I'm like, if you're calling a mental health hospital or a hotline, it's like there's something going on.
There,
right?
Right.
But they don't know that he's like thinking about going to shoot up a place.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So from that perspective, if you're on a mental health hotline, you got to be on your game. You got to make sure that you get all information correct, and I'm sure there's a lot of protocols. This is back in 1984 again. Right. But this kind of thing will come up again later as we keep discussing case studies. There's mishandling of information by a mental health hotline. The day of the shooting, so that was the day of the shooting. He tried to call the mental health hospital, never got a call back. That same day, he had taken his family to the San Diego Zoo. Then they went to lunch at a McDonald's different than the one that he decided to shoot. Okay, so he went to the zoo, took the family to McDonald's. They went back home. His wife questioned where he's going as he's walking out the house, and he told her that he's going to hunt humans. And then he told his daughters that he would never be coming back. Apparently, after he left the house, he began searching for the best spot to conduct the massacre. He thought about shooting up the Big Bear recreational area, which is in California, and a local supermarket. Then he decided to choose McDonald's. As he was walking down the street towards McDonald's, he had his guns in plain sight. A witness reported him to the police, but gave them the wrong address. So we got an eyewitness that saw him walking down the street, called the police, gave him the wrong address.
Very common thing, though.
Right. If you're in stress, if you're in a stressful situation, which going back to Doc Anthony's principle, be aware. Be aware of your surroundings, right? If you're in a stressful situation, you can't think clearly, right?
Sure.
It becomes very difficult to process information. And then he entered the restaurant. He first ordered everyone to lay down, and as they began to lay down, he started shooting them where they laid at. Okay? So what's the feedback on that one? What you guys? What's going through your heads on that one?
So, I mean, the first thing I would be like on a family level, we go back to being aware, right? Yeah. So, like, I don't know this, but I would imagine on that day his behavior was a little bit different. You know what I mean? And these are things that I don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know all the details on this. Did the wife, like when he says, "Hey, I'm going to hunt humans," what's the wife doing?
Yeah.
Like, okay, see you later. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
here's a sandwich.
He had to have had indicators in his behavior that something was off, right? So like now on a family level, right, on a tribal level with our tribe, we know something's off with somebody that we know. What are we doing about it? What can you do? I don't know. Like, I mean, maybe she should have called earlier. Maybe she did. I don't know. I don't know the details.
Maybe she didn't. Maybe she thought he was bluffing or something.
I mean, with the prior incidents too, you know, you got to think it may not have even been erratic behavior. She's like, "Oh, that's him."
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, we know she's talked him down from committing suicide, right?
Yeah.
So like, there's some level like somebody like that says, "Hey, I'm going to hunt humans," on top of probably some behavioral indicators that he was given that day. Again, goes back to being aware. Like, hey, something's not right here. I don't know what. And so I think probably even back in this thing, because even to this day, people are like, "Oh, I don't know if this is something I should call about or should notify something about or something like that." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that would be on one level that I'd be looking at, like at the family level, where there should have been more involvement. Somebody stepping up. Other consideration that I think of is like in the actual shooting. It doesn't give us a lot of details, but basically he orders everybody on the ground. I don't know how many people are in this thing, but you would figure, I mean, a McDonald's, you got at least 5 people, right?
It's pretty packed out because 21 people died.
Right. So at least 21 people are there, right? So people, like the way this is describing, and I'm envisioning he orders everybody on the ground, everybody lays down, he's just walking by and capping dudes. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, we've instilled this thing, run, hide, fight. You know what I mean? I think in that situation, fight is going to be a quick option. I think if 21 dudes got up and swarmed this guy, like there's still going to be some deaths. But these are some tactical considerations. Just us, I think us in this room, take guns out of the picture. We're laying down on the ground from a gunman. Just us 4 or us 5 rush this guy. We're gonna stop the threat. You know. So these are just tactical considerations that I'm thinking. Like, I'm gonna probably go to fight quicker than the hide option, especially in something like this.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's popping people, you're dead anyway.
Yeah.
You may as well try.
Yeah.
You know.
But a lot of people don't think like that, right? The general society doesn't think violence, so surprise, speed, and violence of action. They just don't. And they think that they have to have a tool on them to win a fight when you don't. It's in between your ears is how strong you are, not physically.
Yeah.
But I think generally bitterness equals rage. and that bitterness over the years evolves. I'm not saying that we all have not been bitter, but when it starts to boil over, and there's nowhere to go, it just pops open, and that's when people snap.
Yeah.
And obviously your tight circle, like Chris was saying, that's huge.
Yeah.
Whether it's your family, your church family, your neighbors, your coworkers, something's not right.
Right.
But the other side of that coin is that you don't want everybody ratting everybody out. They say, see something, say something.
Right.
When we all have our own ups and downs to a degree, but when it evolves into this rage, then you're going to get stuff like this.
Yeah.
And he's going to prey on people that are weak because they're cowards. He's not going to go to, he's not going to go to the gun store or the police department to go do this. He's going to go pick an area that has clowns and has a playground and has Happy Meals with toys and people that aren't going to fight back generally.
Right.
At a McDonald's.
Right.
No
one at McDonald's would suspect the dude walking.
Not necessarily. I mean,
well, and to go back to the awareness thing, this guy's walking around in plain sight with a gun.
Yeah.
Right. So what are we doing? Like, obviously, I don't know. I mean, they're probably not on their cell phones, but like, let's say transfer that to today. Everybody's in line on their cell phone. They don't even see this guy walking up.
See him walking.
What if you got your head on a swivel? You see this guy. Now you do have time to run or get your family out or whatever.
Sure.
You have, like you said, you got options, right?
Options. Always have options.
Yeah.
Let's say, Doc, you're in the. Let's say this is today, McDonald's. It's busy. You're in there. You're in the line up to the counter to get food for your family. Your
Doc
families.
Anthony and McDonald's boys.
Your family. Let's just say.
Give us the caveat that
Let's
you
just
wouldn't
say
see
he's
him.
there.
So just a note, I have a 15-and-a-half-year-old daughter and a 13-year-old boy. They have never been to McDonald's or Burger King in their life.
Well, let's just say you're there.
I'd say it's a Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. Let's say you're there. You're at the line, at the counter. Your family is at a table, so they're probably 10+ feet away from you. And then a door across the store is where this guy walks in. What would the first things that are going through your head that you're wanting to do?
Tim Kennedy says, "When's the right time to go? Now.
Yep.
Now." I'd shoot him right in the face.
So
Just
what if you don't have a pistol on you? What if you don't
I'd
have?
close the distance.
So you're
He's
gonna
got a
go
rifle?
right at
He's
him.
got a rifle?
Yeah.
Closing the distance.
Yeah.
Sword? Closing the distance.
Yeah.
Bat? Closing the distance.
So you're
I will eat him alive. Now, 5 years ago, I would say I would run or grab a knife from the counter or grab a salt shaker and throw at him. No, I'm going at him so hard like a crazy psycho that at least it gives options for my family to go the other way. Or he's got to get through me first.
Yeah.
But I don't plan. Yeah, I always say this, like, I don't know how I'm going to win, but I know I'm not going to lose.
Yeah.
I know I'm not going to. That's called mindset. And that word gets thrown out there a lot. And people don't understand what it is. Just because you're a good guy does not mean you can't strike first.
Right.
Okay? And that's mindset. And that comes with proper training and repetitive actions, repetitive thought process. And you don't want to dwell necessarily in that, but you have to touch it. You have to touch it. And then you move on. And then, like I said, life is grand.
Yeah.
But anyway, I would be going at him like a psycho.
So if you got no concealed carry on, you're running. Maybe tackle them. Just do whatever you got to do.
And people got eyes, man.
Yep.
You got thumbs. I bite. You know,
Yep.
when you're gonna fight, it's not like I'm punching you. And we're gonna play it safe, like I'm messing around with my son and whatever. It is. I'm gonna just crush you. I'm gonna put you in the ground.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say I can't. Like, I think there's a switch sometimes that gets turned. I know my first jiu-jitsu fight, it was like all day I was waiting for this fight. And I was eating like strawberries and blueberries, listening to classical music, relaxing, stretching. I was like really relaxed and everything. When they called me to the mat and I took my flip-flops off to go on the mat and bowed in, like, I was just overcome with anxiety, stress, fear, sweating, tunnel vision, heart rate. I was like, oh my God, I couldn't even control it. I was so nervous and scared that when they said fight and the bell went off, I ended up choking him out, standing up in 14 seconds. You know why? Because I wanted it to be over. I wanted to get off of the mat.
Yeah.
I was so scared, man.
Yeah.
I was like shaking, and it took me a while. The next fight I won, it was like 60 seconds, and I don't even think you're supposed to choke rear naked choke standing up. but I choked him
Just did it.
standing up.
Yeah.
I just because I wanted to get out, and then
Yeah.
after that, I started calming down, and then it was more of like a sport,
Yeah.
and I had to be able to control that. And there was like 2-minute rounds, 3-minute rounds, and now it's like relaxed. It's because people don't drown in a lake from not knowing how to swim. They drown because they panic.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't put yourself in those situations, and listen, I'm not saying I'm like an expert
Right.
at any of this stuff, but for a chiropractor, I think it's a little weird. But I try to tap in because I've had some great mentors. And you guys, we hang together, we train together, and we're just growing together faithfully. You know, with Chris at church, and just all those things have to come together.
Yeah.
So when the time happens, it's now.
Yeah.
And I don't care what you do. It's the mindset that I don't know how we're going to win, but I know I'm not going to lose.
So one of the things you can do if you're the listener is just put yourself in a scenario in your head. And I talk about this with the dog training all the time,
Yeah.
right? But it applies the same way to this type of stuff. If you're going to Chick-fil-A with your family, not McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, that's right. But if you're going to Chick-fil-A with your family, just spend 10 seconds, 30 seconds thinking, if someone walks into that door right now with a rifle, with a shotgun, with evil intent, what am I going to do? Right? That way you're prepping your brain, your nervous system, you know, to think about that, and you're already kind of pre-planning a response. And if you just practice that, you know, routinely, your nervous system is going to be prepped and ready for the time that it does, the one time that it does happen. Your nervous system will already be ready.
Chris
Right.
said it the other day the best. None of us plan to fail, but a lot of us fail to plan
Right.
with lots of things.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you don't have to dwell on it, but you definitely need a plan.
Right.
And if you don't have one, while you're sitting in the comfort of your home right now, listening to this, or your car, or wherever, your bathroom, in your bathtub, or whatever it is, now's the time. You're not listening to this by chance. This moment in your life did not happen by chance. It happened because it was planned.
Right.
And you're supposed to get something out of this today that is going to help you somewhere or along the line with someone else
Yeah.
in the future. That's my position on all this.
Yeah.
There's nothing happens by random chance.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man.
I call it pre-planned response.
Yeah.
And in the dog training in our business, we write these things out for every dog scenario we can. I'm sure you do the same thing in your chiropractic business.
That's right.
Right? You write out these pre-planned responses, and then you just constantly think about it. You drill it in your head over and over and over. And there's multiple ways to solve a problem.
Mm-hmm.
If
what
you
I'm
know the
saying?
norms, you know what's abnormal,
Yeah.
Right.
Bingo.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. But to add on to the planning factor, bring your family in on the plan. You know
Oh,
what
yeah.
I'm saying?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
in this scenario, what we're just talking about, hey, we're at a McDonald's or Chick-fil-A or whatever. I'm in line, family's in the corner. Do they know what to do? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times we may say, hey, my family is the priority. You know what I'm saying? There's so many factors. What if I've got my 2-year-old in my arms? You know what I'm saying? Does that change factors? Yeah, probably. And so these are conversations you're not only having in your head, but out loud with your wife, with your kids. You know, when they're the proper age to understand these kind of things. Hey, if dad does this, you do this or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or if I say this, you're doing this. You're out
That's
of there.
right.
You find a safe place to go or something like that. You know what I mean?
And that complicates the problem, too, if you got the 2-year-old in your arms.
Yeah.
Or if you're carrying bags of groceries into your house, you're in a neighborhood. Right. And then some crazy guy's coming down the street. You got groceries in your hand. What do you do with it? You drop them. You do whatever.
You slam them in the
You know?
face with
Slam
the
'em in the
groceries.
face with
maybe.
the gallon of milk.
Whatever
you know?
it takes to win.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And Sig taught us, and our family, we have cadences and we have words that we use. We'll get out of the car and I'll ask the kids, what we're going to do? And they're like, we know, Dad.
Yeah.
Go or stay. And they know whether I'm going to, if something happens,
Yeah.
I'm going to yell out, go or stay.
Yeah.
If I say go, they know exactly what to do. If I say stay, they know exactly what to do. And we've
Yeah.
trained real live fire with that, which is like unheard of because if they weren't in private school, they'd probably call me.
Yeah.
Now, what are you teaching your kid? I saw this video. Tell
Well,
my daughter, don't post anything.
But people freak out about that stuff, right?
They
Like,
do.
oh my gosh, you teach your kids this stuff. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be crazy. Like,
No.
you're not paranoid, like you said, but like you
right.
can even make it a game for
That's
the
right.
kids. You're just getting repetitions for the kids so that when things happen, they're acting because they've been playing this game that
That's
we've
right.
made. You know what I'm saying?
When they were young, we were driving in the car, and I always say to them, hey, find me a yellow truck.
Yeah.
We find a red car. And what are they doing? They're engaging the world around them, looking.
Boom. Situational
And then
awareness. You're training
Situational
them.
awareness. So, we get, life is safer now. We have all these commodities and these computers, and it can park my car with my watch. Not me, but of all these things, and that might be nice and whatnot. But you're losing sight of what is it? Hard times create strong men.
Mm-hmm.
Strong men create fun times. Fun times create weak men, and weak men create hard times.
Right.
Boom. Yeah.
The cycle.
And you know where we are now?
Oh, yeah.
I know where we're at.
that pendulum. We are very hard times.
Yeah.
Because of that sequence of events.
Yeah.
I would argue we're at the weak men phase going into hard times. I think it can get much harder.
Sure,
You know
yeah.
what I'm
But that's
saying?
where we are in that phase. The pendulum is gone. It's definitely not
Yeah,
that side.
no,
It
for
is
sure.
definitely past the median.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It will swing back, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cycle. All right, going on to the next case study. We got 1984, Brooklyn, New York. A cocaine-addicted armed man walked into an apartment in East New York, Brooklyn, 1984, killed 10 people, including a pregnant woman. The incident became notoriously known as the Palm Sunday Massacre. The gunman was later arrested and convicted of manslaughter. He was released in 2018, a move that was slammed by officials who worked on the investigation, according to the New York Post. Someone said he doesn't deserve to be on the street. He killed poor, innocent children. Christopher Thomas, that was the gunman, he was apparently looking for his cocaine dealer in the apartment who was not there. So he killed the 2 women and 8 children that were in the home, leaving a single 11-month-old child alive and screaming in her dead mother's lap. New York has some of the most strict gun laws currently. The armed man, Christopher Thomas, was sentenced to the max sentence for manslaughter for 10 counts of manslaughter, or a total of 250 years in prison. Under New York state law, the amount of time that anyone can stay in prison for manslaughter caps at 50 years. So he was quietly released in early 2018, and he remains on parole. So that's kind of like a legal issue there, right? The judge, when they originally sentenced him, sentenced to 250 years. There's a law, and it's still in existence today in New York, that it caps at 50 years. 50 years, they got to release him.
There's a lot of states that have that.
So now this guy's back out on the streets.
Yeah.
Right.
How do you get manslaughter from that, though, is what I'm thinking. That's murder.
Yeah,
That's not manslaughter.
exactly. Yeah. So anyway,
He must have gave up some good people.
this can happen too in today's world. You got a drug addicted person who's all doped up or whatever on drugs, and then they mistake your apartment for the apartment that they're going to, and they just shoot everybody there, right? And that's the thing about apartment complexes. I got a lot of friends. I've lived in them myself, and people just think, they get confused. They don't know where they're at. They stumble into your place.
Yeah.
Well, especially you add alcohol or drugs in the fact that
Right.
your mind is altered, right?
Right.
Easy to walk in the wrong apartment. All the doors look the same. I mean,
Yeah. First thing to do is always keep your door locked.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand.
Make
people.
yourself a hard
police
target.
officer, the police officer, that young lady, I forget what state it was, working like overtime shifts, went to the wrong level of the apartment. Door was open. She sees a figure. She draws her gun, shoots the guy eating a bowl of ice cream.
Yeah.
She went to the wrong level.
She
of the
messed up.
apartment.
She was
Dang.
sexting. She was
She messed
sexting
up.
her partner, is why she was distracted. Yeah.
Well, either way, she's distracted.
Yeah.
Right.
But I mean, that was pretty
She's
bad.
not being
Well,
aware.
also, if
Yeah.
you're
But he also didn't have the door locked, so lock your doors.
right. Also, if you're let's say you're the police officer walking in there, and you're like, "There's an armed man. There's an active shooter," right? Your stress level, like you described in jiu-jitsu, is just elevated, right? Your stress level is that you can't see things clearly. Like when I was in the shoot houses in the Navy, doing my visit board search and seizure training, that shit gets crazy.
it's chaos.
It's very chaotic, and that's just training.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But the more you do it, the
Yeah.
better.
The more
become
you
at it.
train, the better you become. You can work through it.
But that's
You
the
know what
first
I'm
thing a
saying?
lot of people said about that case. Just like, you walked in, he was eating ice cream. You thought he was a threat, but in that moment, you're not thinking that. You're
Right.
just reacting.
You're
Right.
thinking guy in my house.
Right.
And that's the thing. Like when I was in the Navy, we did plenty of training. Police departments, they're not doing that much training.
Time and money.
Unfortunately.
Time and money. I think the average 21 weeks to go from a civilian to a police officer. I think
It's like 12 here. isn't it?
12, I think. I did 12
average
weeks at the police
overall.
academy, and I was on the street.
And then after that, out of that, is like 110 hours is pistol and grappling. 110, I think.
Like 2 weeks.
I don't think I did that. I don't think we even did that here in South Carolina.
And you probably
I think
don't even
that's
have
an
maintenance.
Yeah, do y'all have
Maintenance of your,
recalls and all that?
So they do, well, like, we did a yearly qualification. You shot 45 rounds. You could be a police officer for 25 years and shoot once a year 45 rounds as long as you hit the target in a stationary plane, right? No stress added. You're qualified to carry that firearm. You know,
Time and money. I mean, like, if you're going to protect and serve, protect and serve.
You got to train.
There's a lot of
Constantly.
If
Right.
you are putting on that badge and you're putting your life on the line. Like, I was a janitor at the YMCA in Spartanburg when I was in chiropractic school.
Yeah.
I was the best janitor ever.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I took some pride in that. I'm not saying it was the greatest job ever, but I painted Wendy's restaurants. I worked at a mortuary.
Yeah.
I was a karaoke DJ at a redneck bar.
What?
Nice.
Yeah, when they had CDs,
Nice.
and they had to came up and they write their name on the thing. They put it.
Nice.
And like,
I'm picturing
I was
this
the
right
best. I have pictures. I was the best DJ I could possibly be.
Yeah.
When I cut my grass, when I do that, try to do, like, if you're gonna do it, do it.
The grass
well,
does
that
look
and
good.
that also
100%.
might mean, let's say, on a law enforcement perspective, you're a police officer. Your agency says, "Hey, you get 45 bullets." Well, guess what? You got to take your money, and you
That's
got to
right.
buy more ammo. You got to train.
Time
You
and
got
time
to
and
pay
money.
for training courses. You have to do it yourself.
Yeah.
If your agency's not going to do it, and it is what it is. Like,
I mean,
Yeah.
but there's other ways to train other than
sure,
shooting
for sure,
rounds.
for
sure.
And I think
Of course.
you should be a minimum of a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to be a police officer.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that should definitely, if they had Navy SEAL guys become a Somerville PD, you'd have no problems.
yeah,
No problem.
Why? They know how to talk to people.
Mhm.
They can go hands-on. They can use their instruments on their belt if they had to.
They're capable.
But it's time and money.
yeah.
Time and when they want to defund them,
Yeah.
it's like the
Yeah.
worst thing. If
Yeah.
anything, you need to give them more money
Yeah.
and make the requirements a little bit more strict.
Yeah.
Well, the issue is, I think one of the issues, and not to get off on a tangent here about, training for police, but one of the things that they need to do, well, it's a struggle from my perspective. I've never been a police officer, but they need people on the streets patrolling and stuff. And so these guys are just on these, I don't know what the work schedules are, but they're constantly on patrol. And then, they hardly get any off time. They're also overworked. So where's the time to train? If we take you off the street to train, now we don't have someone on the street.
Mhm.
That's what I feel like is a big issue.
Again, you make, like, I mean, I did that. I did
Yeah.
12-hour shifts. I was working, and it's like, I get off at 12 hours. I'm going go to the gun range, or
Yeah,
you can go
yeah.
do jujitsu, or you have to make the
make
time.
time.
You
You
have
do
to
it.
have the
Make time.
discipline to do it.
If you're going to protect and serve,
Yeah.
you have to protect and serve.
Yeah.
And do everything you can to meet those goals.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
like I said, just serve.
Right.
Be serve ice cream or something like
Janitor.
Not only that, like,
But-
you can even take a selfish perspective. It's like, I've heard so many people say, "Well, this is what the agency gives me, so this is what I'm going to do."
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, you're going to die. You're less equipped. You're going to die. You're going to rid your family of
No,
you.
no.
So take a selfish
Thanks.
perspective if you need to. Like, you're putting yourself in danger. You know what I'm saying? Every single day. So why would you not want to be the best
Yeah.
Don't
protector and
yeah.
server?
That's right.
It's
Don't
a
take
reality
the, Don't
check.
take the oath.
A lot of
For
times
sure.
they don't think about it until something happens.
Exactly.
That's like when corrections is when I really started getting into the gym, started working out, because those guys were working out every day, so I wanted to work out every day. You know, because
True.
the guy I'm fighting, I didn't want to be better than me.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of COs in there that were sloppy. We're talking 350 pounds, just sloshing around.
dude.
What are you in an emergency? You're a liability.
There needs to be some kind of physical standard, just like there is in the military.
but it's very, very slack.
Yeah.
So, like, in law enforcement, corrections probably about the same. You have to take a PT test to get in,
Yep.
right? So you do it in the academy. Once
What
you
about
pass
an
that,
annual?
once you pass that, you're in.
We
You
had
got,
an
you got
annual.
25 years, no recall for PT
You had
test.
an annual?
We had an annual defensive tactics.
Oh.
And
Not-
it wasn't
not us.
it wasn't PT. It was like rolling around.
Yeah.
And you should have seen him, man. You should.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
Beach
your buddy's the one. All right, check.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
So that's the other issue too.
There's a center guy, but yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
you're, we're talking like captains that have been there like 20 years, they're just grossly overweight.
Yeah.
Of course they're not gonna kick
Yeah.
him out or anything.
That
Even
whole
the PT was a
that
joke,
whole
too.
culture overall has got to change if there wants to be significant difference there.
Well, I mean, it's like different. If you go to, I was state level. If
Yeah.
you go to a federal one, it's a little better.
Yeah.
As
Why?
far as
More money.
more money.
More money.
More time,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Time and money.
All right,
Higher
back
standards.
to the case studies here. 1986, Edmond, Oklahoma, Edmond Post Office, 14 dead, 6 injured. There's a part-time mail carrier that fatally shot 14 postal workers and then shot himself in the head. The attack was part of a string of homicides by postal workers between 1986 and 1999 and inspired the expression "going postal." The postal office shootings were said to have been motivated by James Huberty, which remember was the guy that shot up the McDonald's. And August 20th, 1986, postal worker Patrick Sherrill used a .45 semi-auto pistol to kill 14 employees and wound 6 others in Edmond, Oklahoma. October 10th, 1991, Ridgewood, New Jersey. Postal worker Joseph Harris killed 2 employees after killing his former supervisor and her boyfriend at the supervisor's home.
Yeah.
So it sounds like there's some workplace conflict going on. We don't know how to work through our conflict. Again, we're going back to working through our emotions, working through conflict. November 14th, 1991, Royal Oak, Michigan. Postal worker Thomas, I don't know how to say the last name, McVlane, killed 4 employees with a .22 before killing himself. So those are the major ones with the going postal expression.
If you're if you're gonna kill yourself, just leave other people out of it.
Yeah.
I'll never understand that. Yeah.
Well, one of the things that's interesting is specifically in the research, the shootings were said to have been motivated by James Huberty. So what's happening is there's shootings reported on mass media. People are seeing the attention. Oh, that's what that guy did. He was angry at work. You know what? I'm angry at work too. This is an option.
Generates a culture.
Right.
Gavin de Becker says that in his book. I believe it's Gavin de Becker. Anyway, they try to outdo each other. You see one, and then the next one tries to outdo it, and it becomes a game.
Yeah.
Just like a serial killer.
A lot of his notoriety too. I mean, like you said, these guys are cowards. They're nobodies.
Yeah.
You know.
But they're bitter deep down inside, man.
Yeah.
Bitter. Even if their childhood, growing up with 7 kids, we'd negotiate. Please don't tell ma. Don't tell ma. Don't tell dad. And you have to no, don't go there. And it was always those things became characteristics of negotiation, of talking, and this and that, and failing, and getting in trouble, and have consequences. So childhood is huge, man.
Yeah. One thing this makes me think of too: workplace conflict. We need to be able to have conversations with each other. We need to be able to pay attention to our teammates, our coworkers, and say, "Hey, you look off today. What's going on? Can we talk?" Right? So I know Chris and Kevin and Ben. I see them every day at work. Right? Something's off. Hey, what's going on? Let's talk about it. Right?
We've also been engaging with each other our entire lives. You know what I'm saying? We have a relationship, so we know. And it's like now the culture is number one. Don't go out. Don't step outside the box. Don't get too close to people. Just be work friends. You know what I'm saying? Don't ask too many personal questions. That kind of stuff. It's like you can have your tribe, your community. You need to get to. It's your duty to get to know your tribe, and it's the responsibility of the tribe to self-regulate the tribe. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like if I'm off, I know if you're off. You know what I mean? If you're deciding, hey, I'm gonna go on a mass shooting, I'm gonna know something's because something's not right with Chad, and it's my duty, it's my responsibility to do something to talk to him. It starts with me. It's not necessarily like, oh, I need to call the police or I need to call a hot mental health hotline. Like it starts with me. I'm gonna get involved with you. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people don't have that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, that's something we need to do culturally as well as a society. Look out for your fellow team member. Look out for your fellow coworker. Right. Yeah. That's something we talk about at our team. I'm sure you do with your team all the time. Say something to other people, right? Have that personal and professional relationship with them, right? You don't have to be best friends,
right?
But you at least can get along with each other and talk and be able to work through things.
Everybody's so weird, man. Nobody knows how to talk to anybody anymore.
That's because we're all on our
technology.
Technology. All right, next case study, 1991, Killeen, Texas, Luby's Cafeteria. 23 dead, 27 injured. October 16th, 1991, gunman George Hennard drove his vehicle through the front glass window of Luby's Cafe, then began a shooting rampage with 2 semi-auto pistols on patrons and staff inside, killing 23. The gunman was fatally shot. Hennard said that his motivation for the attack was watching a documentary on Huberty, which again is the San Ysidro McDonald's shooter. So a quick background here. Hennard grew up traveling around the country as his father worked for the U.S. Army in orthopedics. Apparently his parents did not show much attention to him, and he was quiet and antisocial throughout high school. After high school, Hennard joined the Navy, where he often got into trouble. Among the trouble, he was arrested for possessing marijuana and also suspended for getting into a racial argument with a shipmate. After the Navy, he went into a substance abuse program, drifted between jobs before watching the Huberty documentary. He allegedly had a prejudice against females. October 16th, 1991, he crashed his car into the cafeteria. People in the restaurant thought it was an accident, came to the car to help. When they did so, he immediately opened fire and yelled, "This is what Bell County has done to me."
Anger.
Bitterness, yeah.
Hennard exchanged gunfire with police and then shot himself after being fatally wounded. What do you guys think about that one? Any other thoughts other than what we keep talking about?
I was thinking about one before where he said he in that post office where he killed like 13, he used a 45. What are these people doing while he's reloading?
Yeah.
You know?
They don't know. It's
They
panic.
don't.
They've
It's
never
the same thing as the McDonald's. They're like just laying there and getting popped. It's like, how, man?
Yeah.
I can't fathom it. I don't know.
going back to being aware and training.
Yeah.
Like you got to mentally think about these things. Like if you're the kind of person that thinks like nothing's gonna happen to you, this is, you don't even register that there's evil.
Yeah.
And something like this just pops off right in front of
Shocking.
you, dude. You're
Yeah.
shocked. You don't know what to do.
Oblivious. They're oblivious to the fact that you have to reload a gun,
I
or
can't do it.
it's called a mag, or
Yeah.
anything like that, because that's not part of their life. It doesn't necessarily have to be part of your life.
Right.
You're living in a world that's changing now because our culture's changing.
Right.
We're shunning God. We're glorifying evil. Our parents are our friends.
Mhm.
Like these are like, what? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you absolutely kidding me?
And it's also like a natural thing, right? You either got it or you don't. And unfortunately, you don't know until you're in that situation for the most part. You can train, but if your default's, to run or whatever, just submit. I mean, that may be what takes over. The muscle memory may not kick in.
And if that is your default,
Right.
you have to train your default to be a different default if
Right.
you want to be able to stop these
Right.
kinds of things. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like I think everybody is trainable. I think yes, there are people that have more natural, I don't know, warrior instinct or something that are
Sure.
they're going to go to that fight more than flight. But I think even people that their instinct is flight, you can train that, because I feel like I had a lot of that, before I started getting into the training stuff. And I feel like I did shift the perspective a little bit for myself. But yeah.
Well, thinking about going back to the actual scenario here. So the dude drove his car in. People in the restaurant are like, oh no, someone's in trouble. They got off the road. They drove their car. Let's go help them.
Just trying to be good people.
Right? Exactly. So if you're in the restaurant and a car comes blasting through there, maybe you don't just walk over, oh, everything okay? Maybe you assess for a second what actually is going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What do you think, Doc? What was your assessment be?
Qualify before you disqualify. Everything. What is it? In Left of Bang, they talk about number one, and you don't necessarily have to live like that. And there's more for soldiers and police officers. But when you see somebody, number one, do I have to kill them? Number two, do I just observe? Contact. Do I contact them, or do I just observe?
Mhm.
So do you have to go immediately into action to neutralize the threat, or do you have to go hands-on, or talk with them,
Mhm.
or do you just watch? If you do the watch first, when you should be doing the killing or the saving, then you're already like 2 behind.
Mm.
So, everybody's a threat. The bad guys don't walk around with the shirt that says I'm a bad guy.
Right.
So unfortunately, and again, you don't have to live like that, but you have to plant that seed.
Right.
And whether you can train it or not, or it's innate intelligence or whatnot, we're men of action. We are designed to act.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, there's not enough men that act.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's women, too, that are awesome
Oh yeah.
at all
Yeah.
this stuff, too.
Oh, yeah.
We are designed to do these things. And if your reflex is to run, then be really good at running.
Mm-hmm.
But
Well, that
be-
goes back to the health thing too. If you haven't exercised your cardiovascular system in a while, and this thing happens, and then all of a sudden people are shooting, you're not gonna be able to run very far. You know what I'm saying?
You may just have an immediate heart attack.
You're gonna
You know
stress
what I'm
out
saying?
your
You're
body.
right. You're
you know
absolutely
what
A
I'm
300-pound captain ain't going to get far.
saying? Yeah.
I mean, so this process that we're describing, vehicle crashes in, us processing. I don't remember the colonel that came up with the term, but it's called an OODA loop, OODA, right? Observe, orient, decide, act. This is the process that all of us as humans go through when something boom happens, and you have to observe it, orient yourself, decide what you're going to do, and then act. And training can shorten that time, right? So like a lot of times you're like observing that the process takes a long time, and thus that's what the freeze is. Like you're still trying to process everything. You're just in shock because you've never experienced it. The more you train these things, the faster to that OODA loop process. Maybe the action is running, right? Maybe the action is going towards the threat. Maybe the action is, hey, I'm observing all of this. I'm gonna hold fast, see what I got first before I go in here, right? So like you have to put yourself through these situations to shorten that OODA loop. You know what I mean?
And the last thing is spiritual fitness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you tell the people you love them before you leave, before you go to sleep, when you leave the house. Your parents, your neighbor, saying hello, your loved ones, your spouse, your kids. Kiss them before you go to sleep. Kiss them when you leave the house. But have this spiritual fitness to say, if for heaven forbid you are shot up and bleeding out, not saying, I wish I would have told my loved ones that I love them. Mm-hmm. Having that last piece, that spiritual fitness encompasses this whole circle.
Yeah.
And it brings it right back around.
Yeah. Good point.
So that is, no one likes to talk about that necessarily. We talk about the training aspect and how our bodies work and what we would do to kill the bad guy. But there's a chance where, listen, I'm serving and I'm protecting. And even though I don't have a badge, we are all given certain responsibilities and skill sets, and we're at a certain place and time for that reason.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not the same person I was even last time we all talked.
Right.
So I'm still growing just with this conversation,
Right.
And hopefully people who are listening and watching can do the same and start that journey. Why wait?
Yeah.
Why wait for something bad? We don't want to be reactive in our lives.
Yeah.
We want to be proactive. That's why we brush our teeth.
Exactly.
Right?
Well,
and we're
most
already,
of us
some
do.
of us.
Some of us do
My
not.
dentist said in the
Fine
morning. My dentist said in the morning you brush your teeth he said at night you brush your teeth to save your teeth. You brush in the morning to save your friends.
There you go.
Anyway, write that one.
Good one.
Write that down.
Put it on a plaque.
All right. Next case study is a heavy one. It's a heavy one.
Yeah.
1991, Littleton, Colorado, Columbine High School. 13 dead, 24 injured. On April 20th, 1999, two armed students, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, entered Columbine High School. After the attack, they killed themselves. The incident changed schools around the country and how officials and law enforcement respond to mass shootings. So we're going to go deep into this one, guys. Stop me as I go through it if we need to talk about something. So Harris, one of the shooters, Harris's father was in the Air Force. The family moved around the country. During freshman year, Harris went to homecoming with a girl who would not go on a second date with him. So my initial thought on that is he doesn't know how to deal with that type of emotional
Rejection.
conflict. Rejection.
Also, what's coming in? Anger. Bitterness.
Yeah.
Starts entering, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also, if the father's in the Air Force, right, he may be deployed often, he may be training often, so he may not be that present, right? Who knows? Harris worked at a pizza shop with Klebold where they met, and they worked with Mark Maines, who would sell them pistols. Klebold, the other shooter, grew up in Colorado, so Harris traveled around the country, ended up in Colorado. Klebold grew up in Colorado. His father was a realtor. His mother was an employment counselor. His father was very religious. He was involved in sports as a child and found transitioning to middle school to be very difficult. So going from elementary to middle school was a challenge for him. Harris and Klebold met in middle school and were said to be unpopular students and often bullied. They later began to bully other students. So we got bullying getting brought into the picture here, and bullying does play a big factor in the psyche of young people and older people as well, right? Harris was said to be the ringleader of the two and played video games Doom and Quake. He posted online his thoughts about his parents, his family, his friends, his school. He also posted instructions on how to make homemade bombs and posted about his hatred for people he knew, in particular school athletes who had bullied him in Klebold for 4 years and some faculty at Columbine. So this dude's posting it all online.
Mm-hmm.
Harris and Klebold were arrested in January 1998 for breaking into a van and stealing equipment from it. They were sentenced to psychiatric treatment, counseling, and community service. Harris also received anger management training or treatment. Due to his good status, Harris was able to end the treatment early. However, in his private journal, he continued to express anger. So what I take away from that right there, these guys broke into a van, they got in trouble, they were sentenced to psychiatric treatment, counseling, community service, and anger management treatment. These guys played the system.
Mm-hmm.
They're acting like, oh yeah, it's working, whatever. And all meanwhile, they're plotting, they're retaining these feelings.
They're sociopaths.
Right.
Which my thoughts on that whole thing is like, I mean, I don't know, like I'm not very well versed in the mental health side of things. So I look at more like what can be done along this path, but it's like my experience having dealt with people that have mental issues, we may send them to the hospital or they get evaluation or whatever. That it's not really a solution. You know what I'm saying? So it's not really going to solve these issues. Very rarely does it, you know, especially on this level. Like they're psychotic. They're playing the system, like you said. They know what they need to say. They know what they need to do. So this is ineffective. It's going to be more effective to focus on what we've been talking about. Their tribe. This is a responsibility of the tribe, the community, not the government and mental health organizations and all this kind of stuff. Not that they shouldn't be involved, but
Right.
you know,
So who knows the involvement of their tribe after all this started happening?
for sure.
But it still just continues to degrade. You know what I'm saying? So the tribe may not have been involved. Harris began posting his gun collection online. He was purchasing guns from people on the street. He posted about his bomb making and even posted a hit list. So this dude's posting all this stuff online.
Yeah. But it's not like, online wasn't as widespread as it is now, obviously, because this is, 98, 99?
It's kind of the beginning.
This is
of the
also
internet.
unprecedented, right? So like, school shootings weren't really a thing at this point.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like, maybe somebody's like, oh, well, that's weird, but it's like, what's he gonna go shoot up a school? Like that's probably, I would imagine that's probably the mentality of people that are seeing these posts.
If anybody's even seeing it, you know.
Right,
Yeah.
for sure.
You're under a screen name back. I mean, the internet was not regulated at all back then, you know.
Yeah. At one point, Harris tried to enlist in the Marine Corps, but was denied due to taking antidepressants. So he's also on medication, altering his mental state.
Mm-hmm.
A local sheriff once drafted an affidavit for search warrant for Harris's home, but it was never filed. Why would that happen? Just because they mishandled the documents?
I mean, there's not enough detail to know. Like, why are they wanting a search warrant?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's like, oh, this doesn't pan out, so he just doesn't file it, or a judge says there's not enough, so they don't sign the warrant. I mean, there's a lot of things I don't think there's enough detail there to know what exactly happened there.
Violence was prominent in their schoolwork, so in their schoolwork they're probably describing violent things. You know, their English papers or whatever.
I believe I've actually listened to like people like some readings of their journals, but I believe there is descriptions in their schoolwork of doing a school shooting, like just telling stories of coming to school, killing all of the jocks and like the people that bullied them, hate them, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But don't quote me on that.
And again, this is probably one of the first major school shootings that kind of turned history in relation to this kind of stuff. But again, I'm thinking if I'm a English teacher and I'm reading this, I'm getting a lot of red flags. I'm calling the parents. I'm talking to school staff, right?
Yeah,
I don't know
definitely.
if there's. Yeah, I don't know what you do in this situation.
I mean, there's a lot of responsibility to be taken around everybody, but it does again rest on the tribe. You know what I mean? So like, even if that happens again, what do the parents do? What are they gonna? Oh, yeah, that's just how he is. You know, he's just you know.
Yeah.
I wasn't born in the 80s. I grew up in the 80s. We had Rambo.
Yeah.
You know, we had Doom was out. I think on the computer.
Yeah.
There was we had bottle rockets and BB guns and shooting squirrels and catching fish and open them up and look at them.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But I also had parents that would kick my ass, and we also went to church on Sunday.
Yeah.
So there's a huge aspect of it, but then there's also, no matter what you try to do along the way, there's always going to be evil.
Yeah.
No matter how we try to fill the dam or the dike with a finger here and a toe here and this, you sometimes you can't. There's all these signs too, but if you're not doing the fundamental things during childhood, this is how evil But this is evil.
Yeah.
If you're not aware, even of your own kids,
Yeah.
evil will enter. You know what I'm saying?
It has to. I mean, it will always be. People don't realize that. It always has and always will be. And we can try to do our best to minimize it, but the best thing is to embrace the fact that it's there. And again, no one's coming for you.
Right.
And this school thing is like, yeah, this is when it hit. I mean, the marijuana, drug, like scientifically, medicine cannot ever make you healthier. And most allopathic doctors are not going to tell you to eat salads, drink water, exercise, and go to church.
Yeah.
Because if they did, and they were really firm with it, we'd have a country full of kind, healthier people.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of money in being sick. You don't look at opioids back in the late 80s and 90s, OxyContin, that was developed for terminally ill cancer patients. There was a big pharmaceutical push back then to do that. I had a patient of mine way back when who came in as a new patient with an ankle bracelet. And I was like, oh, hey, so what's going on? Yeah, I'm on probation. I have felony, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and we started talking. He was telling me when he was 12 years old, he sprained his ankle. And he went to the doctor. And the doctor gave him OxyContin for a 12-year-old sprained ankle. And that was that back then. That was a norm. And then that created this addiction. And then it snowballed and snowballed. Now, could have that been stopped along the way with parents and mentors and teachers? Perhaps. But he ended up, paying for it. And his whole life changed because of that moment there. Yeah. And then everything else kind of followed. So
one thing you don't really hear doctors talking about even today is nutrition and diet, like you already said.
Think well, eat well, move well. There's a lot of money in people being sick.
Yeah.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
They got to keep that client list long.
Yeah.
And there's obviously emergency care, which it's not what I'm talking about. Emergency care is beautiful. And I'm so glad to be in the United States where we have the best ERs and ORs, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
But if I have a little sniffle or I'm sad, I don't want drugs.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, I mean, that's my philosophy,
Yeah.
which not everybody's ready for that, but it runs parallel with what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That no one's coming to save you even for your health.
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, we talk about this time and time again with the dogs. We get dogs that come to us with insecurity, with anxiety, and just vets are pumping them with meds. And it's the same thing for us. Medication's not addressing the root cause of whatever the issue is. You know what I'm
with
saying?
the dogs, it's altering their mind in a bad way.
Yeah.
The dog can't even...
And with us, same
loud.
thing.
Yeah, same thing. All right, back into the case study here. At 11:10 a.m., April 20th, 1999, Harris and Klebold arrived at Columbine High School in separate cars and armed 2 20-pound homemade propane bombs inside the cafeteria. Before Harris left his car, he ran into Brooks Brown. Prior to the shooting, Harris and Klebold had placed a propane bomb half a mile from the school, presumably as a diversion. The bomb only partially detonated and caused a small fire that was put out by the fire department. The pair's plan was to detonate the propane bombs inside the school, causing everyone to flee through the main exits, and then as they were exiting, open fire on them from vantage points as they came running out. When ambulances, police, and fire department and the press arrived on the scene, time bombs set up inside their cars would detonate to strike them as well. Klebold's car bomb detonated when the police tried to defuse it, but no one was hurt. As for the cafeteria bombs, they malfunctioned and failed to detonate in a fortunate circumstance. After waiting for a while, Harris and Klebold armed themselves and went inside through the west entrance instead. So that was their plan. Set off these bombs, one to create a diversion, one to push people out of the school so they could open fire. Those bombs malfunctioned, so instead they decided to go into the school. First thing they did, they threw a pipe bomb, which detonated but didn't do any damage. Harris and Klebold continued their rampage inside the school. At 11:26 a.m., which is 16 minutes after the start, they entered the library, which contained a total of 56 hiding students and staff. Harris injured a school athlete and Klebold killed a special education student before they both reloaded their guns. When Harris said, "Let's go kill some cops," they both proceeded to have another shootout with Denver police, but no casualties were taken on either side. Then Harris and Klebold killed 9 more students and injured 11 in the deadliest part of their massacre. All the while, they taunted students, even using racial slurs, and screamed their rage. They left the library at 11:36 a.m., after 7 minutes of killing students. Their movements through the school then seemed directionless, shooting into empty rooms. They once threatened students hiding in a restroom but didn't go in. They even made eye contact with students through the door windows but did not enter any classrooms. They then entered the cafeteria in an attempt to detonate their bombs. Harris first made his first suicide bit by firing his carbine at one of the bombs, but it failed to detonate. They walked around taking sips from cups left by students. A Molotov cocktail thrown by Klebold managed to only partially detonate one of the bombs, causing a fire. They walked through the school, re-entered the cafeteria and the kitchen, made their way back to the library. After having a third brief shootout with the police and lighting a Molotov cocktail on a table, Harris and Klebold turned their guns on themselves and committed suicide by shooting themselves in the head, ending the 49-minute-long rampage. So that's a long time, 49 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what the police were doing, but it's like, why weren't we pushing it?
So
it's because they were taking fire. Probably they had no idea how many gunmen there were.
Yeah.
You know.
well, also this incident changed the response.
Mhm.
So prior to this incident, the FBI recommended response to these kinds of things was to surround and contain, kind of like you would in a hostage or barricaded subject. So they would just surround the school to ensure suspects can't escape. Maybe their thought process is to try to get in contact with the shooters, start negotiations, and then bring them all down. Or wait, the whole time that's going on, they're waiting on a SWAT team, right? To assemble a SWAT team, send the SWAT team in, which can take. Like I've been on a SWAT team. It takes a long time to get a SWAT team on scene from the moment, because SWAT teams in most agencies are scattered, right? So like you don't have a SWAT team just standing by unless you're like LAPD, NYPD, right? So you got to call all these people. Everybody got to meet, load up, get your gear, and then boom, you're going. So it can take an hour to get a team easily on site. So that's where we started changing the protocols to when there's an active shooter, respond. Doesn't matter if you're one officer. If you're the school resource officer, if you're two dudes that just showed up, you're off duty, you hear it on the radio, you respond, you eliminate the threat. You know what I mean? So this one set the precedent for doing that. That's why it took so long, because they were just following what the protocols were set forward for this kind of thing. And then they were like, we need to tweak it, because you start to see a theme in these incidents. This is suicide. These guys are committing suicide, right?
Yeah.
Just taking other people down with them. You know what I'm saying? And so what they're finding is, if we push it. Right, we're pushing the suicide. Either I'm going to come and kill you, or you're going to kill, or I'm going to push you to kill yourself, and we're minimizing casualties. Right, so that's the thought process between changing the response to go in
Cowards.
shoot. So like exactly. So even like the thought is, even one officer that knows what they're doing can push this incident to where these two cowards are going to turn the gun on themselves quicker.
Yeah.
So
Just like in our medical society, in our cars, unfortunately, like people have to die in order for us to grow.
yeah.
Our planes are so safe, cars are so safe. A lot of emergency surgeries and procedures are safe now because somewhere along the line things failed. And so really the people that perished are the real heroes, other than those two cowards, because those Columbine kids, I think, have saved a lot of lives down the road that a lot of us don't hear about on the media.
Right.
It's unfortunate, because I have children of my own, and it goes through your head, man.
Yeah.
But that sometimes can drive you to be a better person.
Yeah.
And a better sheepdog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you ever want a good book about this too, I've read it a couple times. It's called She Said Yes. It's
Yep.
written by a mother of one of the victims, because it's one of the ones that they were taunting. Asked her if she believed in God. She said yes, and then they blew her brains out. You know.
She was in the library.
Yep. Yeah, that's where the racial slur was too. There was a black kid in there, and they were just taunting him over and over until they finally killed him. It's just terrible.
All right, so possible motives. And you guys correct me if this information is incorrect. The root motive was never expressed by Harris and Klebold or written in their journals. I don't know if that's accurate based on
I
books that we read.
know that Harris was the guy. Klebold was
Ringleader.
just following him.
Yeah,
you know. But I know that bullying comes up a lot in this.
Yeah.
But a lot of it has, and who knows, because they're dead and you can't really ask them. But
Yeah.
a lot of it's come out that they weren't actually like mercilessly bullied like they tried to portray that they were. You know. So it's just another thing.
The most popular theory of their motive was the years of bullying they experienced. Psychiatrists have diagnosed Harris as a psychopath and Klebold as a manic depressive, respectively, and believe that these two mental conditions influenced the two. Harris was influenced by sadism, Klebold revenge against those he was jealous of. For Harris, a list of hallmarks of psychopath and juveniles was created by Dr. Robert Hare. It consisted of gratuitous lying, inability to feel remorse or guilt, indifference to the pain of others, defiance of authority figures, unresponsiveness to reprimands or threatened punishment, petty theft, persistent aggression, cutting classes and breaking curfews, cruelty to animals, early sexual promiscuity, vandalism, and setting fires. Harris showed all these except for animal cruelty. He wrote in one of his journals that he cried when his dog died. So these are just kind of categories they created after this, based on like, hey, these are like red flags.
I mean, one of the biggest things too, and this will also be a recurring theme. These guys that do this, they're on SSRIs, they're on antidepressants, they're on things that are just jacking them up.
Right.
And just the way Big Pharma is, of course, yes, there's people out there that need medicine. But you don't have to throw medicine just because a kid's feeling a little sad.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to give them these things that are going to chemically imbalance them. And those kind of things, they gave me 5 prescriptions when I left the pen for PTSD. Those kind of things, dude, they change you. They change the way you
Literally
think. You
change
miss
your
a
brain.
dose, you'll snap. You'll fall apart.
So does marijuana. And they don't mention that, but every single school shooting since then, these kids have been under marijuana. Even this recent one, they tried to hide because it didn't fit their narrative. And people are like, oh, marijuana, man, just smoke a little weed and have some Twinkies, just chill out. Unfortunately, though, that's why they call it dope.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it does
Altering
not
the
make you. It
neurons.
does not make you more of a warrior or an athlete.
Yeah.
I mean, chronic use of anything is going to have
Absolutely.
effects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are benefits to low dosing marijuana and psychobilin and all these things now that they're kind of experimenting with to help alleviate. Those 5 medications I had, low dose marijuana or low dose psychobilin could have, helped me along the way instead of taking all that chemical. You know what I mean?
But these guys are in their basement,
Right,
doing
chronic,
it with
just
in the
over and
dark
over
with
and over.
all their
Right.
computers and journals and
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff.
They're just
Totally-
reinforcing their insanity, especially when you
Yeah.
got two like this.
Right.
Because
You
the whole
add all
time
that in
Klebold's
there.
just feeding
Yeah.
into, you're absolutely right,
Yeah,
man.
they're not at Woodstock dancing in the
Yeah.
mud with a bunch of friends.
And his
so-
journal's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah,
It's
I know,
it's
man.
off the
a different
charts.
world. Different world.
One other thing that I think that's worth talking about for this incident, it changed the protocols on bullying as well that schools do. Like the approach, this is where we start having these zero tolerance policies come out towards bullying, which I don't necessarily think is a good thing. I think we're focused too much on the bullies and not enough on the bullied, right? So instead of bullies are going to bully.
That's right.
You can put policies in place, bullies are going to bully. Evil's going to be
He's right.
in
Yeah.
existence, right?
Yeah.
So why not spend more time focused on the bullied and teach
Bully-proof.
them how to defend themselves, whether it's you can get verbally bullied. Well, we can teach people. Maybe it's as simple as teaching them how to talk shit. You know what I'm saying? Be able to shut a bully down just like that. Maybe it's more physical, jiu-jitsu, doing something like that. I mean, a good left hook to a bully, drop them right there. That's going to end it right there, right? We need to focus more on the kids that are getting bullied, empowering, teaching them how to empower themselves versus coming down as a school board or as the teachers or as the, no, Timmy, don't bully now, right? Like Timmy's going to still bully. As soon as recess comes out, he's going to grab a stick and he's going to start beating people, right?
Yeah.
So we need to shift that focus from the zero tolerance bullying to empowering the bullied.
Well, it's like Doc was saying, though. It starts with the parents, too.
Yeah.
If your kid's getting relentlessly bullied, you should know.
Yeah.
How do you not know?
Well, a lot of them become Karens and yell at the parents.
Right.
How
Yeah,
could you trade it?
for sure.
So are you kidding me? That's like
Yeah.
a vicious. You're
It's not
chasing
like
your
back in
tail.
the day where your dad would go and fight their dad.
Right.
And don't mistake what I'm not saying it's the responsibility of the school to empower those bullied kids. It's the responsibility of the home. But I see this a lot where parents do teach their kids to stand up. Kid stands up to the bully. Who gets in trouble?
Now
The kid
that's
threw the
okay.
punch.
Yeah.
I mean, this bully's been terrorizing the school.
They're looking at
This
the
kid puts him in
That's
his
okay,
place.
but
This
that's
kid gets
policy
suspended,
stuff.
right?
I tell my kids all the time, I'd be
I know.
more than happy to come to school pick
Right.
you up if you
Yeah.
lay somebody out or you get
Exactly.
them in a
Back your
hold,
kids up.
Yeah.
and you have to wait for. I mean, you're not a bully.
Yep.
You can contain them without throwing strikes.
For sure.
And wait for help.
Yeah.
Communication
great-
is another thing because I know schools fail a lot in doing that. Because things will happen I mean, you can see it on the local Berkeley County pages. Things will happen. Oh, my son got severely assaulted. people on there, oh yeah, he gets picked on, and the parents had no idea.
Mm.
The teachers know what's going on. They know what the students are doing. So even if you have an inkling, I think the parents should be notified instead of that falling. So that's the communication errors again too.
Yeah. Trying to foster open communication with your kids from day one, right?
Huge.
And then also building up the confidence of your kids.
Yeah.
Huge.
You know, I was bullied in, I believe it was elementary or middle school.
Yeah.
You know, I remember some of those situations, and I remember at a certain point, my mindset changed. I don't remember exactly how it changed, but you know, it changed to where I literally did not give a shit what people would say to me.
I was the
They
same
could
way.
they
We
could
were
say
all
the
bullied.
craziest thing to
Yeah.
me. I'd be like, don't care.
There's a
Yeah.
healthy amount of bullying. That's
That's
going
right.
to be against the majority there, but a little bit can be
Yeah.
healthy.
We were all bullied.
Well-
I think everybody in this room somewhere
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
along the
absolutely.
line.
So I mean,
we
I'll
were.
tell like when I went from private school to public school, it was like a game changer for me. And immediately right after the rip, this kid's bullying me. What you would say, but like he would walk up, punch me in the arm as hard as he could. It hurt, right? He's not like I didn't consider it at the time like major bullying. What do? Right? I tell my mom. What is mom gonna do? Oh, calls the school. Hey, this is going on. And what's happened? They take old Timmy off to the side. They talk to him. He's coming at me harder, right? And so like
You're
the
a rat.
thing that stopped it, like for whatever reason, he was like, "Hey, go ahead, one shot," you know. And I remember like something. I was like something was clicking in my child mind. I'm like, this is a turning point. Right, like I felt the moment, and I just hit him as hard as I
Boom.
could, right in the arm. You know, he let me do it. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So I hit him as hard as I could. It stopped, and like we went all the way through college together. We're not best friends or nothing, but like there was a level of respect. So I think there is a benefit to teaching kids how to come through the bullying, you know, even from the bully side. It's like that kid's he's not an evil person. That kid is not bullying me because he is evil. It's just like that's what kids do to an extent. You know what I'm saying? And
They also don't know how to handle their own emotions.
exact,
Their
for
own,
sure. But
thoughts.
like we kind of just handled that and figured it out. I think a lot of kids are not figuring it out and not handling because the helicopter parenting or whatever.
Parents
You know what
are
I'm
stepping
saying?
in for the kids when
Yeah.
the kids can
Yeah,
resolve
for sure.
What
conflicts
does
on
this
their own.
helicopter
Yeah.
parent mean?
You know, like
Helicopter
you're hovering over your kid, not letting them get hurt or
Not
you know.
Anytime there's a
World
problem,
toucher.
you just kind of pick
Yeah.
them up and then move
Oh,
them
Yeah.
I gotcha.
over there,
I don't
away
have
from
kids.
the danger.
I'm not going to have kids, but it's good enough.
One of 7 kids that like my parent, they were so busy doing other things a lot of times where we kind of like had our own little tribe.
Yeah.
And I got the shit kicked out of me when I was like in 4th grade, by a 6th grader. I had braces,
Oh, no.
and the kid like kicked me in the mouth when I was on the ground, and I came home, and it looked worse than it was just because the braces I
Right.
cut. When I came out, my father was irate.
Mm.
What the hell? And this is back in the 80s, and my brother is a black belt in Kempo karate. And back in the 80s, karate, you knew karate, you're kicking ass.
Yeah.
Mr.
There
Miyagi,
wasn't
baby.
like, there wasn't like MMA or jiu-jitsu.
Right.
And he put on an army jacket like you see in like Rambo 1, the green Vietnam.
Yeah. Oh,
he
yeah.
put that on. And he went down to that kid's house and kicked his ass.
Nice.
And I was like, shit, man, I need to do some of this karate stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
And I dibbled it a little bit. So after that, like my brother's my hero.
Yeah.
And I was like, shit, and this other kid was bigger.
Yeah.
And then from that little tiny school, I went to a bigger public school. And I remember the first day at the bus stop, they asked me if I wanted drugs. They were smoking weed. And Nancy Reagan, during that era, her whole thing was just say no.
Mm.
And I was like, no. No. And that was it. Then and then that whole week, it was I never told my parents, but it was I had anxiety going to school for that. For everybody's getting beat up. I saw my first fight, blood everywhere. I was like, this is public school. And they would hit their buddy into you, and then it would just cause this mayhem.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, if I don't do something, I'm not going to last. It's like a prison mentality. Like, the school shouldn't really be like that, but it was. So I joined the football team, and I made 3rd string special teams. So I didn't even play.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
barely. We became state champs in New Hampshire, the Elm Street Eagles.
Nice.
But I got to wear my jersey every Friday and sit with the biggest, meanest guys. And school was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was that little bit of mentality. I kind of felt bad for a lot of other people.
Yeah.
But that mentality kind of carried over. And then I went to a private school later on for high school. And most of those kids were fed with a silver spoon the whole life. So I was I wasn't the bully, but it was like it was like vacation when it came to the socioeconomics of the school, not the academics. But
Yeah.
but you had to learn that. Like, so I failed and grew from there because my parents kind of had a leash anyway. It may have been a little longer at times, but I grew from there, and it kind of created a little bit of my character,
Yeah.
and who I was and who I am, and also who my kids need to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Instilling confidence in your kids.
Absolutely,
Teach 'em how to work through things.
because you're not always going to be there.
Right. All right, next case study. We got 2007 Blacksburg, Virginia Tech shooting, 32 dead, 23 injured. This is not a deep dive, but basically the gunman was a senior at the high school, killed a number of students and instructions 2 separate times, hours apart before committing suicide. So I guess he left instructions. I don't know all the details on this one.
That one was it was like low key for some reason. I
Yeah.
don't know why, but I think he was God, I can't remember. Is that the one that used Tech 9s?
I don't recall.
Don't remember.
Mm.
All right, next one is 2009, Fort Hood, Texas, Fort Hood Army Base
Man, that
shooting.
was 09. It seems like it wasn't that long
2009.
ago.
13 dead, 32 injured. Army major and psychiatrist Nigel Hansen was the gunman. Police sergeant, a police sergeant shot and killed him. He was didn't kill him. He was sentenced to death in 2013 and remains in prison. In 2014, Fort Hood was the site of another shooting spree, resulting in 3 dead and 14 wounded. So background on Hansen. Hansen was raised in the Muslim faith growing up. While he was a medical intern and resident at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, Hansen's colleagues and superiors were concerned about his job performance and his comments. He was often agitated and argued with the soldiers that he was treating. Hansen is described as being socially isolated, stressed by his work with soldiers, and upset by their accounts of warfare. Hansen had expressed views described by colleagues as anti-American, once noting about the American presence in Iraq and Afghanistan that the Muslims should stand up and fight against the aggressor, referring to American soldiers as the aggressor.
Why are you in the military? You know,
Well, if we're having all these red flags come up, why is he still...
especially in the military, because they're, you know,
Right.
pretty on point with that stuff.
The FBI conducted an investigation and found emails between Hansen and Anwar al-Awlaki. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Sounds good.
I don't know if anybody can say it right now.
Al-Awlaki was a Yemen American who was later killed in 2011 by a U.S. drone strike. The FBI concluded that these emails were related to authorized professional research and were not a threat. Hansen dreaded war and was reported to be mortified by the idea of deploying after speaking with soldiers daily and the thought of having to battle and possibly kill fellow Muslims. Hansen is reported to have hired an attorney to help him discharge from the army. 2 days prior to the shooting, 1 month before he was set to deploy, Hansen gave all of his belongings to a neighbor, saying he was about to deploy. Now, that's a red flag to people that are about to commit suicide
Right.
or cause harm, giving everything away. But in this case, the deployment was
Right.
an easy cover-up for that. November 5th, 2009, Hansen reportedly shouted, "Allahu Akbar," which means Allah is great, and opened fire on military personnel. 2 Army police officers exchanged fire with him and cuffed him. He was given the death penalty and currently remains at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, awaiting execution. The lead prosecutor, Colonel Mulligan, said that Hansen can never be a martyr because he has nothing to give. Do not be misled. Do not be confused. Do not be fooled. He is not giving his life. We are taking his life. This is not his gift to God. It's his debt to society. He will not now and will never be a martyr.
Colonel Mulligan sounds like a badass.
Yeah.
I like that guy.
After the shooting, Al-Awlaki, the guy that he was exchanging emails with, and Al-Qaeda praised his actions. They praised Hansen's actions. This man was a mental health professional and was working with other mental health professionals every day, and they failed to notice how deeply disturbed someone right in their midst was. And that was from some of the hearings that took place. That was a quote from one of the hearings. But again, I mean, it brings up a good point. This dude's a mental health professional. He's working around other mental health professionals, which reported, right? His colleagues reported things that he was saying as anti-American, right? And concerning. And he's still just continuing to operate. It's like they're scared to step in and take action. And you know, being an employer, working with a lot of people, you know, employees, you have employees too. I mean, this is a scenario where he had a supervisor who failed to take action, and that can be tough. You know, do you think that I like having those tough conversations when I have to let somebody go from employment or discuss, you know, their performance? You know, I don't like those conversations, but guess what? You have to have those conversations if you're going to be in a leadership scenario. Same thing when I was in the Navy. Had to have those types of conversations. We've all had to have. I mean, it could not just be an employer-employee or a leader-subordinate relationship. It could be something with your family, right? You have to have a difficult conversation with someone in your family. It could be a difficult conversation with your wife or someone else. But, you know, if you can't have those conversations, maybe you shouldn't be in a leadership position or a position of authority. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably where this just kept escalating, is the leadership just didn't take responsibility. They didn't take ownership of what was going on. I mean, what do you guys think?
Communication, conversation is huge.
Yeah.
There's a lot. Even when I try to hire a new employee, a lot of them don't know how to have a conversation.
Right.
So who's going to be the leaders down the road?
Right.
This generation.
Yeah.
And if they are not able to communicate verbally with someone because of media, or they just don't have to, or they're at home on in their Zoom room and don't have to communicate with your workplace, this is going to transpire into something later. So it's a vicious cycle.
Yeah.
Communication's huge.
Well, nowadays everyone's trying to go to, if you call someone, they'll text you.
Yeah.
I know.
You know
Someday
what I'm
those phones will be used to talk.
Yeah.
That pendulum will go the other way,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah.
They'll text you with an issue, and you call them, like, hey, what's going on? Yeah. You know, everything's good. And you're like,
A lot of times I do that because I have sausage fingers, and like I can't text fast, or I'll just dictate it, or I'll say, you know, call so and so.
Yeah.
Why are you calling me?
Yeah.
Because and even FaceTime is great because you guys see the person.
Yeah.
But not a lot of people are doing that. Yeah, and it's one thing to groom and create an employee. That's fine if they're willing. But there's a lot of people that can't have a conversation.
Right.
oh, yeah.
Or shake somebody's hand and look them in the eye.
Right.
Like that's an art that needs to like kind of come back.
Yeah.
And those hard times are going to do that. It's a shame because it's the next. Who's our military?
Yeah.
Our young people.
Yeah.
18-year-olds, 20-year-olds max.
Yeah.
These guys are flying like $1 million planes and using equipment, that multi-million-dollar equipment, and they're 18 years old.
It's crazy.
You know, those guys.
They
got to make.
They got to make crazy decisions too.
They can communicate.
You're standing guard at a post
Yeah.
in Afghanistan or Iraq or wherever you're stationed at, and there's a car coming at you. You know, is it a IED? Is it a threat? Is it a family? Like, you got to take action. You know what I'm saying? You might have to shoot these people.
Yeah.
You know, what if you made the wrong call? You know what I'm saying? What if you made the right call? You know what I'm saying? It's and you're 18 years old.
That's
And you're in that
heavy
position.
at any age, but especially 18.
Yeah, same thing with our law enforcement. You know, Chris just said 12 weeks in training, and then he's on the street.
Yeah.
Training
what-
is important.
what-
To get elongated.
What if you're 18? What if you're 18 years old? You know, and then I don't know if you can be I don't know,
21.
21.
You
What
gotta
if you're
have to be
21?
good.
You're still not mentally stable.
No,
What if you're
you're not.
21?
Your brain's fully not developed, right?
Right.
25.
25.
21 years old. You go through the police academy. You're at a traffic stop. Dude gets out of his truck. Hey, get back in the car. Get back in the car. And you're hesitating, and this dude pulls out a gun and shoots you.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? And then he shoots someone else that's next to you. You know what I'm saying?
There's something
Tough
to say with
decisions.
being credentialed,
Yeah.
and there's something to say about experience. The two have to really kind of mesh, but obviously the one has to come with time.
Mm-hmm.
So it comes down to time and money, which is training is
Yeah.
so important,
Yeah.
whatever aspect you're in,
Yeah.
especially with what we're talking about.
Well, this guy specifically, Hansen, he was a psychiatrist. He was an Army major, first of all,
Yeah,
which
that's-
means he's an 04.
Yeah. That's
You
up
know, so people are already like, "Oh, he's an 04. I can't say certain
Yeah.
things." And then he's a psychiatrist, so he's
He
got
knows how to
people
play
that
the
he's
game.
treating. He's treating people, and he's putting things into their brain that are probably not good for. That's getting put into their brain, prescribing medicine, all this kind of stuff.
Was this ever? I don't know the details of all of this incident specifically. Was this ever labeled a terrorist attack?
I'm not sure.
Like, I mean, it seems like, I mean, this guy that he's in
Not sure.
communications with
Not
that's
sure.
killed in a drone strike.
Yeah.
Like, that's telling me that person was a terrorist.
They probably would have
Confirmed?
if the FBI labeled it as the emails, and they're probably covering their ass because this is a high-ranking
I mean, it just
military
seems like
official.
a terrorist
The
cell.
guy that
almost,
he
you
was
know what I'm
talking
saying?
to via email was a terrorist.
Yeah.
Right. So like it's
But they
the
said
way
it was
this
for work purposes.
At least it's going down. It looks like a terrorist cell.
Yes.
Like he's planted
Right.
there, goes through
Domestic
the
or
whole
not.
thing.
Yeah.
But
That's the federal government for you, though.
Honestly, I think I detailed this out some more. I didn't put it in the handout here, but I'm pretty sure that this guy, he grew up a Muslim. At some point, he went to the same mosque as this Anwar al-Awlaki.
Became radicalized.
so very possible
Right.
an extremist
Radicalized.
mosque.
He was in a mosque, and then the al-Awlaki guy went to Yemen, and this dude stayed in America.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm not saying that all Muslims are bad, because I've been friends with a ton
100%.
of Muslims.
Radical.
Right.
There's,
Exactly.
there's radical
I will
and there's
say
not,
that is
because
a,
the Muslim religion is.
Right.
Yeah.
That is a very tight-knit community, though.
Yeah.
I mean, even like when I worked in the pen,
Yeah.
Muslims in there, it was tight.
Uh-huh.
You go to Juma and you're shaking down a guy, you look around, all of a sudden there's like 14 dudes standing around you, and you're like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
You know?
Tribe is tight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I bring up the terrorist side of things because it does still go back to we've been talking about like fathers and stuff not being in the picture, and this is a common theme. Which when we get later in this conversation, I'll
They're
bring
good
up
about
some.
raising up their young.
Yeah.
Well, not only that,
be
but
extremists.
if you look at like ISIS, like there was several studies on ISIS that a lot of these people joining ISIS were fatherless kids, just like a gang recruits
Right.
young fatherless kids. You know what I'm
Looking for
saying?
that group.
Well, I know of
The sense of
scenarios where
belonging.
ISIS would go pillage a town, kill the men, take the kids.
Because there's value in ridding them of their fathers.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they would kill the fathers, and then they would take the
Yeah.
kids, train
Raising
them up.
them up.
Yeah.
Right. All right, moving on. 2012. We got Aurora, Colorado, Century 16 movie theater shooting. 12 dead, 70 injured. We detailed this one out, and this one I thought was super important because kind of like the McDonald's, you might be in a movie theater. You know
Well,
what I'm
I
saying?
won't
With your
ever,
family.
but yeah, I see what you're saying. Most people do go.
People
to
could be in a movie theater, and then boom, this happens.
Yeah.
Right. So let's talk about it. An armed man opened fire during a midnight showing of The Dark Knight Rises at a movie theater in Aurora, Colorado, 2012. The gunman detonated smoke bombs and opened fire on the crowd, according to ABC News, resulting in the death of 12 people. The shooter was arrested near the scene and sentenced to life without parole 3 years later, the outlet reported. All right, so James Holmes was the gunman. He was born in San Diego. His father was a mathematician and a scientist. His mother was a nurse. His family attended the Lutheran church. They were heavy into the Lutheran denomination. It was reported that when he reached 11 years old, he began to decline socially and attempted suicide at 11 years old.
Damn.
Holmes reported that, and this is the kid himself. He reported this after the fact. He reported that during his childhood at night, he was afraid of nail ghosts that would hammer on his walls at night. So apparently he was
Schizo,
seeing
probably.
or
Yeah.
hearing things nailing on
Right.
his walls at night. It scared him. Nail ghosts is what he called them. As he developed, this is when he was in the college age, he routinely hired sex workers, and then he would make online reviews of them. And that's just a sign of depression, just lots of sexual activity. I did a podcast with a psychologist a while back, and she said all this sexual activity is a sign of depression. Multiple reports that Holmes had constantly spoken of a desire to kill people. He did end up getting a girlfriend who broke up with him in February of 2012, so the same year of the shooting, but earlier that year. And Holmes stated that this breakup resulted in him going into major depression. Holmes purchased a pistol, a shotgun, sport rifle, and ammo, all legally, prior to the shooting. The day of the shooting, immediately prior to the shooting, he called a mental health crisis hotline. So here we go again, second time we've talked about it. He called a mental health crisis hotline in hopes that someone would talk to him and convince him to not conduct a massacre. However, the call was disconnected after 9 seconds.
Jeez.
And we don't know if that was their end or his end
We
or
don't know.
what.
But my thought is, like, if you call a mental health hotline, boom, that number should be locked and recorded. And if we disconnect, I'm calling that number
Yeah,
right back.
100%.
If I'm the
That
operator.
should. I don't know if that is at the time. That is the protocols. You know what I'm saying? Like that is what is supposed to be happening.
Because I'm thinking I'm on the phone with, like, a doctor office, for example. The call drops. I'm like, and and then I have to call again and go through the whole. I never get to talk to that person I was talking to. You know, they should have your number, and then like if it gets disconnected, call you right back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if this guy's like schizo too, you know,
Yeah.
9 seconds disconnects, he's like, well, that's a sign, you know.
Yeah.
So he might just went with it. They might have called him, he might not answer.
Yeah.
But again, like in the grand scheme of things, I just don't know how much that solves still. You know what I'm saying? Even if they call back, they make contact, they track his number, they get police to respond. He
It
goes
might
to mental
prevent-
health.
It might
Maybe.
prevent that day, but then it could happen
Right.
again.
He plays
in
the
future.
system just like Columbine guys. Boom. Now I'm going to be even smarter. I'm definitely not calling mental health again
I don't
because
know,
they
man.
just
If
effed me over. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't mean. Again, we've at the point that we're at this point, we've failed, or this tribe, whatever tribe he's part of, has failed. That this kid.
I don't know if he's talking about nail ghosts. I don't know if he'll try to play the system.
Maybe not. I don't know.
All right, going into the shooting itself. The shooting occurred in Theater 9 at the Century 16 Multiplex, which is operated by Cinemark Theater, so there's a multiple theater complex there. Located in the town center at Aurora Shopping Mall. Police said that Holmes bought a ticket, entered the theater, sat in the front row. About 20 minutes into the film, he left Theater 9 through an emergency door beside the movie screen with direct access to the lightly used parking area at the back of the complex. He propped the door open slightly with a plastic tablecloth holder. There was about 400 people inside Theater 9. Holmes went to his car, which he had parked near the exit door, changed into protective clothing, and retrieved his guns. About 30 minutes into the movie, police say around 12:30 a.m., he re-entered the theater through the exit door. He was dressed in black and wore a gas mask, a load-bearing vest, not a bulletproof vest, just a load-bearing vest, a ballistic helmet, bullet-resistant leggings, a bullet-resistant throat protector, a groin protector, and tactical gloves. He was listening to techno music through a set of earphones so that he could not hear anything from the people in the theater. Initially, a few people in the audience considered him to be a threat. So we'll stop right there real quick. That's talking about being aware, like we've talked about multiple times. Let's say Doc Anthony's sitting in there. He sees this dude walk out, walk back in, because he's going to pick up on that, right? Dude walks in, you're like, that's weird, that's a threat, right? Like
Or
you
at
said-
least worth paying attention to, right?
So we talked earlier, do you make contact? Do you observe? Do you need to increase distance, right? If you're thinking about a movie theater, how do you exit the theater? You have to go down the whole thing to the sides. This dude's down in the front, right? So you can't, I mean, if you go towards him, you're at risk of being the first person shot. If you're like, this dude's a threat, something could happen. You know, maybe I tuck down behind the seat so he can't see me, right? I don't know. What are some thoughts, Doc, at this point?
Always look at the eyes, the hands, and the waist. The eyes are the intent of the soul. The waist is where they keep their weapons, and their hands is where they keep their weapons, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to happen fast. So it comes down to response time and accuracy. When to go? Now.
Yeah.
When do I shoot him in the face? Now.
Yeah.
Now.
If he walks
Now.
in, he's carrying a rifle.
Eyes, hands, and waist.
Yeah.
You don't have to stare at somebody in a monkey fight.
Yeah.
But when you look at somebody, you should look at eyes, hands, and waist.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then you'll know. Then you can go through your series. But if you're so in tune to the movie, and I get it, but like you need to be aware.
I mean, I've been in movies when
Like,
people walk
especially
out
if-
the exit door. I see that.
So there's
you know?
nothing wrong with going there and pulling the door and making sure it's shut.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with you getting up and going over there and shutting that door and sitting back down or sitting there. Or you're not going to wait for that 16-year-old to come through and do this little check and pull doors. They don't do that. They just walk in there for liability purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're in the audience, you see this guy walk back in, you check him, eyes, hands, waist. You're like, this dude's armed,
He's dead.
taking the shot.
He's dead.
Yeah. All right. So initially, a few people in the audience considered Holmes to be a threat. Some witnesses thought he was wearing a costume, like other audience members. So
That's what I was thinking.
this is the first release of
Right.
The Dark Knight, so everyone's dressing up. You know how people do that, or they used to do that. I don't know if they do it anymore.
So yeah, but if someone has a gun, whether it's fake or not, you're not going to wait for them to shoot the gun.
Right.
It comes with intent, means, opportunity, and preclusion. Does the person intend to do you harm, you're going to have to be able to talk to a jury and tell them this is why. Means, do they have an actual instrument to do the harm? You're going to have to show that you had no other viable option and that your reactions were justified under the law. And opportunity was obviously that person there.
Yeah.
And so if you shoot somebody who was dressed up as a soldier with a gun in a movie theater, that's like police shoot people all the time with fake guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't show up to a movie theater of Batman wearing bulletproof stuff and a gun.
Context, too. He walks out, then walks back in wearing it.
I mean, you're going to end up going to court, but intent means opportunity and preclusion. You're going to have to justify those things very quickly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this does also go back to where we're, like, as a society, losing communication skills. You said something like, if you don't know what's normal, you can't recognize abnormal, right? So, like, it's not just about the like, okay, this is weird, but again, just like what we were talking about with the McDonald's thing, there's probably some other indicators. He's probably super shifty. He's probably like kind of just super stressed. Like he's in his head, his adrenaline is pumping because of what he's about to do. These are things you can learn to detect in human behavior and be able to pick up. So it's like, okay, this is weird. This guy's got a costume. Okay, he's got a gun. This is all processing in that OODA loop, right? He's also acting very sketchy. Right now, I'm moving, right? And so like these are things you have to, or okay, that's a lightsaber and we're at the Star Wars premiere and this guy's got a Jedi cloak. He's got a thing of popcorn. He's weird, but he's just looking for his family. You know, like these are all things that you're processing as somebody walks in. Like, is this a threat or no? You know,
maybe you're like, tell your wife, hey, call 911 right now. And you're already engaging.
Ultimately, you should already have the tools on you,
right?
To finish the job.
Right.
So my first thing is to identify the threat and then neutralize it. And if he does start shooting, I'm obviously going to be shooting back. He might not be shooting at me right away.
Right.
But I'm going to try to annihilate the coward as fast as I possibly can, getting away from my family and using cover and concealment. But that's just me. The normal person is not going to do the things I do.
Right.
If you had 50 people in there with tennis balls that all threw tennis balls the exact same time, even that would buy you time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, so you don't need to have an artillery of things. But if you understand that the evil exists and you go into the world, you should have the tools on you and inside of you to win the fight. But not everybody's going to do that.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
But then you also pick your movie theaters. You get to pick your seats. You get to pick matinees versus 12 o'clock at night. I don't know. There's a lot of variables.
We'll talk about picking things here in a minute because this guy, he did some picking. He did some picking himself. So let's keep going here.
Continue.
All right. So some thought he was wearing a costume, like other audience members who had dressed up for the screening. Some believed he was playing a prank, while others thought he was part of a special effects setup for the film's premiere, or a publicity stunt by the studio or theater management. So there's a lot of confusion going on. So Holmes reportedly threw one canister towards the left side of the theater, emitting a gas or smoke that partially obscured the audience members' vision, made their throats and skin itch, and caused eye irritation. He fired a 12-gauge shotgun first at the ceiling, then at the audience.
Perfect.
You got
even more time.
Yeah.
Well, so again,
Boom.
so like maybe the normal person does not pick up on these indicators. At a certain point, there's a progression here where it's like, and people will do this. They will justify things, right? Like, oh, this must be an act for the thing, or this must be. They're trying to justify things
denial.
that they're
Sure.
in something inside is tingling, right? Their senses are going off, saying this is not normal behavior. This is danger. Your body is your survival mechanisms are kicking in. You're trying to justify it. Maybe this is that. Maybe this is that. At a certain point, you're like, it's go time. This guy just threw smoke bombs in here. Boom, round off in the ceiling. This is not an act. Like, hey, this is if ever this is the time, go time. You
This
know
is
what
why
I'm
if you concealed carry, you train drawing from that holster, getting on target,
Making hits.
and firing.
Low light.
Right?
Making hits in low light. Response time and accuracy.
Now, one thing, like since we're talking about that, things that you have to consider. What did they say? 400 people. That shotgun blast goes off. Mass chaos, scattering.
Yeah. They're running. They're
That's
jumping. They're
So
up.
again, you've got to factor that in. Where's the best place to sit in the
probably
movie
shock
theater?
at
Where's it?
first.
You know what I'm saying?
What?
When that
Oh, yeah,
round
they
goes
might
off,
be
they're
shocked.
probably in shock. Like,
Yeah. What was that?
what has
Yeah.
happened? And then when he points and starts this thing.
Yeah.
Now I'm in a mass shooting.
Yeah.
I used, like, when I was early on in law enforcement, I used to like to sit at the back of things so I could see everything, right? And so, like, I think once this happened, I remember, because I was like a year into my career when this incident happened, and so, like, I think of that, if I'm sitting at the back of that theater, 400 people start scattering. Can I make that shot? Can I make that shot? That guy's all the way down at the bottom. Can I make that shot with a pistol or whatever?
With all the
You know
people
what I'm saying?
moving around, he's probably not going to see you.
But do you even have a line of sight amidst
That's
400 people moving around?
Right.
So, like, you're going to have to do some maneuvering through that crowd possibly. I don't know. Like,
And
there's a
even
lot
then
of
it's gonna be
factors.
crazy,
So
And
church
then once you draw your gun, now people might be looking at you. Are you involved in this?
For sure.
Are you a good guy? Or are you a bad guy?
That's right. So even church safety team that we're on,
Yeah.
we get the itinerary before the service starts, so we know if someone goes up on stage from the audience
what's supposed
or
to happen,
what's happening.
movements.
So this is not. Is this an act? Is this part of the act?
There's no question.
Using red dot RMRs to thread the needle from a far distance, using FN57 that goes through ballistics. That you can use a red dot to thread the needle with all that chaos, but moving to a position to neutralize the threat. Do you train that way? Have you thought about those things? People pushing you and announcing that you're a good guy. Call 911. All that stuff gets taught to you with these really good courses that are out there.
I'm going to say, we'll pause real quick. Doc Anthony's defensive pistol tactic course. You move through. You have to push through a crowd or simulate that.
We try to put your body in every position. So, and I think I talked this deep before, but like Sherlock Holmes, Sir Conan Doyle, who's the author of the Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock and Watson were doing something one time, and Sherlock told Dr. Watson, there's only so many crimes that can be committed. There's just different ways to do them. So in our defensive class, we try to get your body in those different types of positions that you would normally go through in your everyday activity, from sitting in a car, from sitting in a restaurant, from maybe you fall on your back, maybe you have to peek around something. And then just gives you a taste of it. So now you can grow with that. And you could also make it a family affair. You can make it a relationship with your buddies, your friends, and create that sheepdog mentality, because we're men of action. Regardless, it was low light, a movie theater, people running and screaming. And popcorn flying and blood on the floor, or Pepsi or whatever it is, you're slipping. Have you trained, or are you statically shooting downrange down a little corridor or a tunnel by yourself? Like, I get it. Accuracy is important, but your body's going to have to go through some movements. And again, this is, if people are questioning, like, wow, these guys, that's kind of crazy. It is crazy. It really, really crazy. And most people are liabilities and not assets because of that. And I'm definitely no expert. I'm not a Navy SEAL or a Green Beret or anything like that, but I've been taught by a lot of those people, and my life is very objective. So I try to pick up and grow on that, and then try to help other people along the way, because can this happen in a movie theater? Can it happen at a marathon? Can it happen at a church? Happen at a school? Holy crap. Back when we were kids, it was a serial killer or the van, the unmarked van. What did my son calls it, the snatch and grab van. That was our biggest threat. And then obviously 9/11 happened, and then everything changed. And now we have to deal with freaking shit like this.
So the guys, going back to the case study here, the guy's got a shotgun, fires a first shot at the ceiling, then he shoots at the audience. Then he also is firing his semi-automatic rifle. He's got a 100-round drum magazine on it, but that rifle malfunctioned, and then he pulls out his .40 caliber handgun, and he's shot first to the back of the room, then toward the people in the aisles. So back to the front. A bullet passes through the wall and hit 3 people in the adjacent theater number 8, which was screening the same film. Witnesses say the multiplex's fire alarm system began sounding soon after the attack began, and staff told people in theater 8 to evacuate. So just imagine the chaos, and now fire alarms, sprinklers going off, foam going off, so even more chaos, right? And he's got the gas going too. Holmes fired 76 shots in the theater, 6 from the shotgun, 65 from the rifle, 5 from the handgun. After that, Holmes snuck out of an exit door, propped it open, and returned with weapons and other gear, setting off more gas and smoke canisters and then opening fire on the theater audience, killing 12 and wounding 70. On July 20th, 2012, police arrested Holmes without resistance while he was standing next to his car behind the theater moments after the shooting. So it was over. Police got there after it was over. He's just standing there ready to go. Holmes was initially calm and detached during the arrest, but became interested in watching the aftermath of the shooting after being placed in the back of a police car. The responding officers recovered several guns from inside the car and the theater. Once apprehended, Holmes told the police that he had booby-trapped his apartment with explosive devices before heading into the theater, which police later confirmed the presence of explosives in the apartment. All right, so aftermath. After the shooting and his arrest, Holmes reported seeking out multiple theaters to shoot in. He selected the Century 16 Theater because he was able to lock the doors from the inside, which increased the number of people he would be able to shoot, and it was located in an area where the police response would take longer. So this dude sought out, searched different places, and found a place that would be the most advantageous to him, where police could not respond to. Also, most theaters say no guns allowed, if I'm not mistaken. So, less likelihood of anyone having a gun, a good guy with the gun being on the inside, right? Longer police response time, and he can lock the doors from the inside. So he's got all this set up.
Mm-hmm.
He knows where the parking lot is with the exit door, right? What theater that he wants to be in, all this stuff, right? He also selected his shooting to occur at midnight with the belief that fewer children would be present, as he did not want to shoot kids, which is interesting.
Good guy.
He's got some
Yeah.
morals.
Right.
Good guy.
That's very interesting.
Still a piece of shit.
Yeah. It is reported that among his target locations were an airport. However, he chose not to shoot in the airport because there would be more security present, and the attack may be confused as a terrorist attack, to which he commented, "Terrorism is not the message. The message is that there is no message." So, dude,
Sounds like he
wants to
smoked some
kill
dope.
people. Holmes also considered using explosives, chemical, or biological agents, but declined to use them because he thought he might blow himself up. He also considered serial killing as an option, but later reasoned it was too personal, too much evidence, easily caught, and too few kills.
Too hard.
So this dude basically just wanted to kill people, going through all the options.
The easiest, most
selected mass
effective way.
shootings.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Cowardly way.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the thing with these mass shooters. These aren't like tactical guys. You know,
Yeah.
his firearm malfunction, he probably didn't even know how to clear it.
Right.
You know what I mean? They just go to where they could spray and cause the most damage.
Right. Yeah. I mean, a lot of these mass shootings, the firearms do malfunction. They just dump it. They
Right.
got multiple ones.
Yeah.
If they run out of ammo, dump that one, grab the next one.
Just like the games they play.
Yeah.
They kind of know what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I thought that was a good one to go through because that could be something someone finds himself in a movie theater, right? So be aware of your surroundings.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Think about different options if you're in the theater, you know? Talking about where to sit in the theater, some of my thoughts are, if you're in the very back, well, that's like traditionally a good place to keep an eye on everything, right? If the chaos goes off, now you might have more obstacles in your way or more things to work through, right? If you're in the front, what if that dude walks in the shotgun, the front row, boom, shoots you first?
What if he's already in the back?
What if he's
There's
already
a lot
in
of
the back,
factors.
you know?
It's hard. A movie theater is tough because there's a lot of options. There's
Just
a
wait
lot
till it
of
comes out on
things.
Prime.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it may not be a movie theater.
stream
It could
Sure.
be like a music festival. Like we'll talk about one here in a
Yeah.
little bit.
Yeah.
But it could be anything where it's like that theater type seating arrangement.
Yeah.
You know, amphitheater seating arrangement. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, no matter what, I know I haven't been to a movie theater in I don't know how long.
Yeah.
But I always sat on the end.
Yeah.
Because I can get up quick, I can get out quick, do whatever I need to do. If you're sitting in the middle trying to squeeze past other people when there's chaos going on, dude, you're
Yeah, you're
screwed.
Well, I think there's no but there's no like let's just take
No
the
right
movie
answer.
theater. There's no perfect answer,
Right.
but I think if you're doing what we're talking about, asking yourself these questions, because I used to be like probably to an unhealthy extent. I go to a restaurant, I want that seat right there, and I'm telling they're like, oh look, no, I'm going to like, and it was like a little bit too much. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to tone it down. My wife's like, okay, you're being a little crazy. So it's like you don't have to be that crazy. You can still take a okay, well this might not be the best tactical advantage, but I'm asking myself questions. Okay, I'm still aware. Well, if this is my weak spot, so this is why I'm going to keep a little extra eye over here, or like if this happens, what do I do? Right? You're still, as long as you're asking yourselves these questions, you're preparing yourself, and you're not going to be caught too long in that OODA loop. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think it's like too crazy, honestly, for certain things, especially when you work in professions where you're exposed to the evil every day. People don't sit there and think about it, but you're in there. Man, we had people who did heinous things inside of Lieber, and they look like normal people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So nothing wrong with being ready. I have that problem. Like when I meet new people, the first thing I think is, what have you done in your life? You know, because it's just like ingrained in me.
But you can get so, like, I think early on in my career, I felt like I was so rigid in that side that there was no other option. So it's like I didn't even expand my mind. It was just like I have to sit in that corner because nobody can sneak up behind me. Like maybe the corner's not always the best. Like sometimes you get trapped in a corner. You know what I mean? So like you got to still open your mind up. You just don't want to get so rigid that you're actually like paranoid. You know what I'm saying?
A little paranoid is healthy.
A little bit of fear keeps you on your toes. You know what I'm saying? But just like I said, as long as you're asking yourself these questions, you're going to be good.
Also being aware to the other people around you, you can kind of pick up on their normal, at least in that scenario. Then if you notice that they're acting a little bit abnormal, you're like, all right, what's going on? What's making this person act a little bit weird? Why are they staring over in this direction? Let me look over there. Or also just being cordial and having conversation to the people around you. You know what I'm saying? I was at Eggs Up Grill, in Cane Bay the other day, and right after I saw Doc Anthony, right? Got my back adjusted, went over to Eggs Up Grill. There's a family on my right side and a couple on my left side, and hey, good morning, how's it going? As I get to my seat, and then had conversation. So we're already having conversation, building some community, right? Versus being that person that comes in there, makes no conversation with anybody, not being able to communicate to other people. What if one of those people was having a bad day and they were thinking that I need to hurt somebody, but then you make contact with them in a friendly,
be courteous and kind to everybody you meet, but also have a plan to kill them if you must.
Bingo.
Exactly.
If you must.
Yeah. Be aware. Be ready.
But I don't even think these things are like crazy. Like I know people, your average normal citizen thinks they're crazy, but they're not.
Right.
I was out with a friend. She brought her daughter, and again, it's just the way I think. Her daughter went to go use the restroom. This is like a 6-7-year-old kid. So she went by herself. As soon as she walked into the hallway to access the restroom, a man walked behind her. So I got up and I went right into the male restroom, and thankfully for him, he was in the male restroom.
Yeah.
So in that female restroom, we'd had a problem. I walked in, washed my hands, played it off, but I thought it was weird.
Yeah, it's also good to go to these places with your friends.
Yeah.
So let's all go see a movie together.
Oh yeah.
A guy wouldn't have a chance.
There.
Well, so good.
say?
That's a good talking point. So like maybe not even your friends, but you can kind of identify like-minded individuals.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
like
right.
that dude served in the military. That dude was a cop or whatever. Oh, I can see that guy's carrying people that are, you know what I mean? Like maybe I'm gonna tactically put
That's
myself
right.
close to some people that I can identify as warriors. Set myself up.
Your pack, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Or you see them and you're waiting in line for popcorn and you're like, hey man, how's it going?
Yeah.
You bring up conversation with them.
yeah.
Now something goes
Be
down. You
courteous and
guys are storming the castle together. Bada bing, bada boom.
We should go to the movies. We should go to the movies tonight.
What's the plan?
See, I'm all about nowadays ordering that thing at
Prime
home,
or
Oh,
stream.
yeah.
Prime.
It's nice.
Hell yeah.
Comfortable.
I got
don't have to go
popcorn.
anywhere.
I got
I
popcorn
got a
in the
movie theater at
microwave.
my house. I got a projector.
That's right.
That's all you need.
For sure.
Especially
All
where
right.
y'all live. Where y'all go and drive out of your way to go to the movies.
Hell no.
25, 30 minutes.
We went camping one time with the Royal Rangers, man, and
Don't tell them.
They
don't tell
call
them.
it
We don't watch movies when we're
glamping
camping.
nowadays.
Oh, no,
Don't
well,
put that all
yeah.
on the
That's
network.
right.
Glamping
We'll edit that
nowadays
stuff out, Ben.
It's not camping anymore.
Well, he used a lot of ingenuity, man. We got like a car battery and a laptop, and we screen out in the woods.
Already red flags.
To be
about
fair,
the movie.
we watched the Patriot.
We watched the Patriot. To be fair.
and ate
Chris
steak
didn't tell
on
us
the
that
fire.
detail about the camp
Thanks.
out.
Thanks, Doc.
Sorry, bro.
I also heard that Chris is camping more in RVs nowadays
Yeah.
than tents.
Oh, I didn't hear
Camping
that.
Might
has
not be.
changed.
That might not be
Glamping a little
fake news.
bit.
That might not be.
All right, next case study is going to be 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary, Newton, Connecticut. 27 dead, 2 injured. The students that died were between 6 to 7 years old. Before he went to the school, the gunman shot his mother in his home. He committed suicide as first responders arrived at the school. Adam Lanza is the gunman. He grew up with his mother. His mother was described as a gun enthusiast. She had dozens of firearms. She took her sons to the local shooting range where they learned to shoot. Lanza did attend Sandy Hook Elementary for 4.5 years. He's said to have been highly anxious in elementary and middle school due to classroom changes, noises, and movement. So he didn't know how to deal with his anxieties, right? His father and mother were divorced.
Mm-hmm.
He was described as a high schooler who was intelligent but nervous and fidgety. At the age of 16, he started going to school only occasionally due to his extreme anxiety, so his mother took him out of school and homeschooled him. Throughout his entire life, Lanza struggled with mental health issues, sensory integration disorder, Asperger's syndrome, obsessive-compulsive disorder, suspected and undiagnosed schizophrenia, autism, anorexia nervosa. And he was constantly being treated until 2006, at which point he appears to have had no contact with health providers. He lived in almost total isolation in his room, spending most of his time playing video games online. His mother was considering moving him to another town. So at a certain point in his life, he completely isolated himself from his entire family, including his mother, and he would only communicate with her via email while living in the same house.
You got a sandwich?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's insane.
I mean, he's got a lot going on in that brain of his.
Yeah.
You know.
And a lot of time to fester what's going on in that brain.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the shooting itself took place December 14th, 2012. Lanza shot his mother with a .22 pistol in her bed. Then he drove her car to the school. He arrived at the school and entered it at approximately 9:35 a.m., armed with one of his mother's rifles and 300 rounds of ammo. He shot his way through glass panels near the locked front doors of the school, so that's how he entered. He walked throughout the school shooting adults and children. At 9:40 a.m., 5 minutes later, final shots were heard as police arrived, and Lanza shot himself in the head with a pistol. So 5 minutes he was wandering throughout the school. 27 dead. Aftermath. Authorities determined that Lanza reloaded frequently before completely using magazines. So maybe he was anxious, maybe he was nervous, maybe he didn't know. Right? I don't really know what that kind of details other than that. He shot the majority of his victims multiple times. Most of the shooting took place towards the front of the school where he had entered at. 911 was called at approximately 9:35 a.m. Police arrived 3.5 minutes later. Police entered the school at 9:45 a.m., 10 minutes after the shooting started, but did not fire any rounds. Investigators found that he was obsessed with mass shootings. This was only discovered after the incident because Lanza never allowed access to his room. He had cut off all contact to his father and brother, and even though he lived in the same house as his mother, he would communicate with her via email. So this is 2012, you know? So someone obsessed with mass shootings, I don't know if he was ever reported to. I guess not.
No, they never knew.
Yeah.
And when you have this, like some of those disorders that you listed out, you tend to grab one thing and become so enthralled with it, you know, and just obsessive over it.
Mm-hmm.
And just that was his.
Well, it's kind of like his mother allowed him to isolate himself to his room.
Well, just the verbiage used here. Lanza never allowed access to his room.
He's running.
It's not your room.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
This is a fatherless home, though. You
Yeah.
know? So that's a huge aspect.
Yeah.
This one is for me is different than all of these other ones.
Yeah.
Like you think the Colorado shooting, all of these are sad. All of these are you know, it's like this evil is allowed to take these innocent lives is sad. But I start thinking like 6 and 7 year olds, kids. This isn't just innocent lives. These are like helpless innocent lives. These what chance do these little kids stand against that? You know what I'm saying? So like this is super sad, and I know we're going to talk about like strategies and things like that. But there's some other things that happened at this incident that are worth noting. Like I believe it was the vice principal. When he came in, he went into the office first. I believe it was the vice principal or principal. It was somebody, one of the faculty members, that he made contact with that person and the school nurse. That person immediately went into warrior mode and charged this guy and got blasted, died. It just didn't get to them in time, right? But this is telling us this mentality is already present in our schools with the people that are already there, like not law enforcement or even SRO. We're talking faculty members. This is a vice principal is a female lady that charged this dude that immediately recognized this is a problem. I'm the solution, right? It didn't work out, but the mentality is there, right? I am pretty sure this was also the one that there was a faculty member, whether it was a janitor or somebody that was on the phone with 911 at some point, saying, hey, there's a school shooting. They said, hey, get out, go out the nearest exit or take cover or whatever. He told them no, and he's going down the hall locking all of these doors. You know what I'm saying? So, like, this guy's a hero. You know what I'm saying? He saved a lot of people, because a lot of these school shooters, they are going door to door, checking it. Okay, locked, move it to the next one. You know what I'm saying?
Effective.
Which I do believe was a case here as well. I think that was reported that several teachers had their kids in the corners and were hearing the doorknob jiggle. Guy keeps walking. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that janitor saved how many lives? You know what I'm saying? So this mentality is present already with people that are in our schools. You know, so we talk about this response. This is a really good response time, 3.5 minute response time.
Yeah.
This is a very good response time from law enforcement. But again, no one's coming. The responsibility is yours. When we're talking about 6 to 7 year olds, like, people will make the argument, well, teachers aren't cops. Teachers don't have the responsibility to fight this kind of stuff. And I say bullshit. Like, we're talking about 5-year-old. We're talking about our future. We all have a responsibility to protect these kids, to protect our future. So I say whoever's got them, whether it's that teacher in the room with them, whether it's the janitor that he's mopping the floor and the kid's right there, like, it is our responsibility to protect these kids. And I feel like arming teachers, right, or giving them tools to fight back, to fight this stuff is going to be one of those solutions, you know, because, like, we can see from this incident, heroes are already there. You know, that warrior mentality, that warrior spirit is already in people. I don't know how many teachers does the average school employ? I don't know. I mean, I don't know, like 100 at least, maybe more. I don't know. You know, like, there's adults there that could kick some ass. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll talk more about it later, but after all the case studies. But one of my thoughts about the teacher thing is, like, you know, meet with all the teachers. See who's interested in learning.
It doesn't have to be forced.
Yeah. Right, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't force them. If some people are like, hey, I just want to teach the kids, cool. That's what we need you for.
Well,
and then there's a handful that's like, I want to learn how to defend. Yep. I want to learn how to protect as well as teach. All right, let's do it.
Or if they already know,
children,
let them practice.
Right.
Just let them do their thing.
Right.
Children are our most important natural resource.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When my children were at the elementary school in Cane Bay when we first moved here, there was an active shooter threat.
I remember that.
And it I don't want to say it got neutralized. It never it created itself. It kind of stopped at a certain point. And my son came home and he told me that they had locked their doors and they all went to a closet. It was the music room. They all went into the closet with the teacher. Some kids were crying. And he grabbed, I think it was like a flute.
Your son or the teacher?
My son grabbed a flute, and the other kid, he said, grab something, and he grabbed like whether it was a drumstick or something, and he said, my son had to be like 7 or 8, and said, if someone comes through that door, we're swinging. And some kids were crying, and it like broke my heart.
Yeah.
Because I was 500 yards away in my office, and I could do nothing. So after that, I gave free concealed weapons classes to any teacher for 3 months.
Yeah.
And they came in, and now they can't carry, but it's not just about carrying the weapon.
Right.
It's you are the weapon, the mentality.
Yeah, right.
So they all got their concealed weapons permits for free.
Yeah.
But they still couldn't carry, but they wanted something because they're not getting it.
Yeah.
And heaven forbid the government gives them a free class like that and gave them books and materials to start. So listen, you guys need to dive into this. You're not going to be able to carry at school, at public school.
Right.
So you need to come up with a plan.
Yeah.
And you need to be the weapon.
Yeah.
And for some of it, it's stuck. Some of it, like they got it, and they just kind of carry on. And some people just take their chances. But it broke my heart that my kid was in a closet.
Yeah.
And it struck home that I was helpless.
Yeah.
I have all this knowledge, skill set, and the drive to do it, but I was helpless.
Yeah.
And that just like turned a switch for me. And from that moment, I grew even further. And I've talked to schools before, but again, some of them are run politically, not just public. So I've talked to private schools as well, and they just kind of go through the motions of it. But
let me say, to give a little bit of pushback on something. So there's a difference between being allowed to carry and being able to carry, right? Mm-hmm. Take that for what you will. Do with that information what you will. I'm not condoning breaking the law necessarily. I'm also not, like, it's one of those things. Do you, like, I may take an unlawful possession of a firearm charge, but I save this from happening? I don't know. I mean, again, you got to make your own decisions on that. But I can tell you that I could be armed in most situations, and nobody will ever know. Right. You know what I'm saying?
That's the whole point of concealed carry. No one should know.
Weapons are designed to be felt, not seen. Right. I get that. And if you're going to be a teacher, nowadays you have to realize, instead of a fire drill, we're having active shooter drills. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't know the stats, but I don't know of any children that have died from a fire since like 1950. Mm-hmm. But how many children have died from active shooters? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So if you're going to be a teacher, some of that training should be in active shooter scenarios, whether you're throwing tennis balls or you're locking down stuff and making it very, very hard for this to happen. You have to have a hard target.
Right.
And those, again, those are micro problems. Right. There's a macro thing and a micro thing.
Yep.
Well, I think there needs to be big time culture change.
That's
we need to be okay with teachers carrying concealed weapons, you know?
But no one wants to talk about those things. We talk about, there needs to be discussions, and people are afraid of the truth. They're afraid to demonize our culture that glorifies evil, and we shun God in our schools, and some of us won't even pledge. Some of us take a knee. And that's great, cause, I mean, and to a degree, because we live in the greatest country in the world, because we have those freedoms. Mm-hmm. But it's the culture. It's a culture problem. Mm-hmm. And no one wants to discuss that and blame it on the parents or the house that these children are being brought up in.
Yeah.
And that's huge. Yeah. And but people are afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say it.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to this, I give zero fucks.
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm thinking about, my kids too. My kids are entering school age. That's something that's on my head. And I'm like, how can we make it? That's one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about this today with you guys.
Right.
Yeah. So what does somebody like Tim Kennedy do? He builds his own school.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So like no one's coming to save you. So what are you doing? You're saving yourself. And like the whole paradigm is that. And that's extreme. That's amazing.
Yeah.
But that's what it almost comes down to. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to send your kids to somewhere where you want them to be safe and learn a great education and have that traditional learning. Mm-hmm. The government is not going to do it.
Yeah.
Pave my roads and protect my borders. Otherwise,
well, I mean, leave
me the hell alone. Leave me the hell alone.
Well, but that's one thing people don't talk about enough either, right? You're in a public school. That's government funded, government ran.
Yeah.
There should be things that they're doing in place. I mean, how much money do you think the Department of Education has federally? It's a lot.
Well, they'll send you a bill every year that tells you how much you're paying for.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Don't let them sit there and be like, oh, budget this, budget that. No, this is like children that we're talking about.
Right.
It's your duty to protect our children while they're under your care and in your building.
Right.
So something's got to give.
Yeah. All right, more on that later. We'll keep moving here through some case studies. All right, 2013, Washington, D.C., Washington Navy Yard, 12 dead, 8 injured. A dozen people were left dead after a gunman shot multiple people at the headquarters of Naval Sea Systems Command at the Washington Naval Yard, 2013. The gunman, identified as a 34-year-old male who was an ex-U.S. sailor and Navy civilian contractor, was reportedly killed by police. Okay, I didn't pull the details on that one, but we got an basic understanding of what happened there. 2015, San Bernardino, California Inland Regional Center, 14 dead, 2 injured. A married couple opened fire where Farouk, who was one of the married couples, worked as a health inspector. The couple also planted 3 homemade pipe bombs that failed to detonate. The couple fled the scene and were killed by police hours later. The FBI found the couple was inspired by foreign terrorist groups. All right. 2016, Orlando, Florida shooting. 49 dead, 50-plus injured. This is when a gunman opens fire on a gay nightclub, Pulse. The gunman called police and committed allegiance to ISIS. So we are going to detail this one out. Omar Mateen was the gunman. He was raised as a Muslim. very similar to Hansen. All right, 2006 to 2007, he was a correctional officer, and he received an admin termination for saying jokes about bringing a gun to school.
Maybe to work.
Maybe to work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe to a school, something like that. He attempted to become a law enforcement officer but failed to gain admission to a department or to the academy. 2007, he became a security guard for a contracting company. No red flags were raised during the hiring process, which is weird. I guess security guards, they can, I went to the police academy, failed out. Or I tried to go to the police academy, didn't make it. Now I'll just be a security guard.
Yeah.
2009, Mateen married his first wife. They divorced shortly after. After the shooting, the first wife said he was mentally unstable, mentally ill, abusive, and regularly used steroids. He lived in Fort Pierce, Florida during the time of the shooting, which was 117 miles away from the nightclub. What that means is that he traveled. He had to travel to get to the location of the shooting. At the time of the shooting, he was married to his second wife, and they had had a son. All right, the shooting itself. It was reported that Mateen was trying to decide between 3 different targets before he selected the nightclub Pulse. On June 11th, 2016, Pulse, which was a gay nightclub in Orlando, Florida, was hosting Latin Night, a weekly Saturday night evening event drawing a primarily Latino crowd. About 320 people were inside the nightclub, which was serving last call drinks at 2 a.m. And so now it's June 12th. This is the actual day. At around the same time, Omar Mateen arrived at the club via a rental van, parked it in the parking lot of a neighboring car shop. He got out and walked toward the building, armed with a semi-automatic rifle and semi-automatic pistol. At 2:02 a.m., Mateen bypassed Officer Adam Gruler, a uniformed off-duty Orlando Police Department officer working extra duty as a security guard. He entered the building through its southern entrance and began shooting patrons. So I don't know if the officer was not paying attention or whatever. This dude just walks in with a rifle, right? So probably not paying attention. Dozens were killed or severely injured inside the crowded nightclub, either directly or by ricochet. Gruler, who was the officer, took cover and called in a signal for assistance. He told a post-incident assessment team that he had immediately recognized that his handgun would be severely disadvantaged against the rifle Mateen was using. What do we think about that statement?
I think it's a true statement, but
Yeah.
I say, again, like, what'd you sign up for?
Yeah.
It's like
I
those
mean,
are.
doesn't matter. This dude walks in. I mean, he can't be, we're thinking about a nightclub. I mean, they can be pretty big.
This one's kind of big.
Yeah.
It's kind of big,
I mean,
but still, you can close distance.
I mean,
know?
like other things that I think we kind of went back and talked about this. Like maybe it's a funding thing. I don't know. But they just give it my department only gave me a pistol, so I can't. I got no match for that. Like
I mean, what are you gonna do? Run back to your car and grab your rifle and run in?
Possibly.
To
That
me,
could
that's
be
too much time.
That could be a solution. Like I don't know. Like I mean, when I worked extra duty gigs, I was pretty close to my car. I bought my own rifle that I would keep, and I had also additional tools that were designed for active shooter. You know what I'm saying? So like maybe it's worth a couple extra seconds to go to your vehicle. Maybe he didn't even have that option. I don't know. But bottom line, it's time to go.
Yeah. Cops should be able to outmaneuver them anyway. Again, these guys that are doing these shootings, they're not Navy SEALs.
Right.
You know, they're not
Cops
tactically trained.
don't have a lot of training.
Right,
either.
but they have probably more than
Yeah.
this guy that did a year as corrections officer, then became a security
Look
guard.
for cover.
Yeah.
And then move.
Or
up,
I mean, even with a 15-round mag, like I can keep somebody's head down while I'm closing the distance. I can reload pretty. I have a sub-second reload because why? I've trained it. You know what I'm saying? And then I'm back ready to go live. Now I've closed the distance. I'm right on you. Now equalized. You know what I'm saying? Now pistol, rifle doesn't really matter. I'm right on you.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not gonna I don't like to.
I mean, you weren't there. I know
exactly.
what you're saying.
I don't like to, what is it called? Armchair quarterback, whatever.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to cast anything on this guy or whatever. We weren't there. We didn't have all the information or whatever. But that I don't feel like the fact that that's even said kind of shows a little bit of the mentality. I think I would hate to say. You know what I'm saying?
Covering his ass.
Like, hey, I didn't go in because I got a pistol. That guy's got a rifle. It's like, I mean, sometimes as a patrol officer, you show up and you are at a disadvantage. Guess what? That's the job. You still got to execute.
You practice shots at longer range with your pistol, but also close the distance.
Yeah.
That's my first thought. All right, so back to the case study here. when he witnessed Mateen shooting 2 patrons attempting to escape through an emergency exit, Gruler fired shots at him. In response, Mateen withdrew back into the nightclub and continued shooting victims as he traversed through the building, sometimes firing into bodies without checking whether they are already dead. When additional officers arrived at the nightclub beginning at 2:04 a.m., Gruler shouted, "The gunman's in the patio," and resumed firing at Mateen a minute later. So it's been about 2 to 4 minutes since the shooting started. More officers are arriving.
So real quick, just to pause right there, like this guy starts getting into it with him, starts firing from his pistol.
Mm-hmm.
It's causing this guy to move.
Mm-hmm.
So like this guy's concerned about the rounds coming at him even
Right.
from the pistol, right? So
Right.
like this is telling you how you like that shouldn't even be a thought in your mind of, well, I just have a pistol. Like this is the tool and it's working.
Right.
I think you could use that to your advantage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
2 officers joined Gruler in engaging Mateen, who then retreated further into the nightclub and began a hostage situation in one of the bathrooms. In less than 5 minutes, Mateen had fired approximately 200 rounds, pausing only to reload. During the shooting, some of the people trapped inside the club sought help by calling or sending text messages to friends and relatives. Initially, some of them thought the gunshots were firecrackers or part of the music. Imran Yusuf, a recently discharged Marine veteran working as a nightclub bouncer, immediately recognized the sounds of gunfire, which he described as high caliber, and jumped over a locked door behind which dozens of people were hidden, and they were paralyzed by fear, and he opened the latch door behind them, allowing approximately 70 people to escape. So this Marine veteran took action. There's people paralyzed by fear. He opens another door, getting them out. Many described a scene of panic and confusion caused by the loud music and darkness. So we'll pause right there real quick, thinking about this Marine.
Yeah.
He's assessing the situation. What do I do? Maybe he doesn't see the gunman, but he sees these trapped people. They're frozen. He's like, we got to get these people out of here. So he takes action. He runs over. He opens the door. Y'all get out. Right?
Yeah.
We don't really know what he does after that, but he took action. Your action may not be chasing and tackling the gunman. Your action may be helping people that are frozen or confused or don't know what to do.
Well, like the doc mentioned earlier, like some people will flat out say, "Hey, I'm not ready to carry a firearm. I'm not ready. Like I'm not a fighter. I'm not going to do this." Right?
Right.
This is a good role for it. Like there's still a reason to train here right now. Still a reason to be able to function under high stress. Maybe I can just think rationally for a second. Oh, look, let's just open this door. Boom! He just saved almost 100 people.
Or legally, you won't be able to carry.
Yeah.
But
Right.
action, you're men of action, you're women of action.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, act.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're not going to act, then you're going to like just be spiritual fit
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're a police officer, you're going to fucking serve and protect.
Yeah.
You took an oath.
Yeah.
Serve and protect. I don't care what you have on you.
Mm-hmm.
A pen and whatever. Then don't be a cop.
Right.
Serve and protect.
Yeah.
And do both of those to the highest degree possible.
Right.
That's like, it's that simple.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And you can come up with the what if scenarios, but the bottom line is that
Yeah.
we never know what we're going to have on you, but whatever you have on you and in you is your weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to be in an area that has lots of young men and high intoxicants and large sums of cash, and that's what you want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not a place that people should hang out, but
Mhm.
whatever. People go to clubs and I partied when I was younger and
Oh,
all
yeah.
that kind of stuff. But action.
Yeah.
Action is it, man.
Yeah. One thing I also thought about thinking about this: when you walk into somewhere like this or anywhere, be aware. You're looking around. Where are the doors at? Where are the windows at? What's a potential exit point if you need it? You know, what's a potential entry point for a bad guy? You know?
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Yeah.
And just like the administrator in the school, like whether you're trying to get out or you're trying to go to the bad guy, so that bad guy has to step over your dead body.
Mm-hmm.
That may have given time for other people to get out and
Mhm.
whatever. That's heroic.
Yeah.
That is hugely heroic.
Yeah.
And that Marine opened the door. That's hugely heroic. But what's the difference between a Marine and a layperson? Training, mentality, mindset.
Marines get a lot of training. Yep. A lot of training.
You know.
All right, back to the case study. So this guy let 70 people out through a door. Many described a scene of panic and confusion caused by the loud music and darkness. So again, we're talking about a dark environment, right? We're talking about panic, confusion, just like the movie theater. One thing we didn't talk about the movie theater, the movie is going on.
Yeah.
So you got flashing scenes, loud noises from the movie.
Lights are off.
Lights are off, in addition to everything else going on. All right,
Good point.
back to this scenario. One person shielded herself by hiding inside a bathroom and covering herself with bodies. So, this is another tactic. If you're in the middle of a shooting like this and you're surrounded by dead people, right?
Maybe there's nowhere to go.
There's nowhere to go.
Run, hide, fight.
Right. This person covered themselves with dead bodies to blend in.
Whatever you gotta do.
Take some blood, put it on your face or something, A bartender said she took cover beneath the glass bar. At least one patron tried to help those who were hit. CPR, first aid, stop the bleeding, right? So that's someone's response. According to a man trapped inside a bathroom with 15 other patrons, Mateen fired 16 times into the bathroom through the closed door, killing at least 2 and wounding several others. According to one of the hostages, Mateen entered a bathroom in the nightclub's northwest side and opened fire on the people hiding there, wounding several. The hostage, who had taken cover inside a stall with others, was injured by 2 bullets and struck with flying pieces of a wall, hit by stray bullets. Shortly after entering the women's restroom, Mateen's rifle jammed. He then discarded the rifle and switched to his pistol. Like we've seen in other case studies, they ditched the weapon, right? Maybe you're in that area, you see them ditch it, you know how to clear it. You know what I'm saying? 2 survivors quoted Mateen as, so that's another reason to train, right? What if you're a teacher at a school shooting is going on, they jam their rifle, they drop it, you see that happen, you know how to clear it, you run up, you take possession of that weapon, you clear it, you bring it back up into operation, now you use it against that person.
Have
Just
you
something to
seen
think
Run,
about.
Hide, Fight, the movie yet on the Daily Wire? I mean, that's dude. This chick, she's just taking these active shooters out one by one by taking their weapons,
Yeah.
making it operable. Getting
Weapons
after it.
craft. Students of weapons craft, knowing how to utilize those tools.
Yeah.
I know in Sagan's Munitions, we'd have to go through the village and engage, and we'd run out of ammo or gun malfunction. I would just take it off of the guy playing dead.
Yeah.
And or use his mags.
Yeah.
But
Good to go.
yeah, man, good to go.
2 survivors quoted Mateen as saying, "I don't have a problem with black people," and that he wouldn't stop his assault until America stopped bombing his country. So remember, this guy is raised in Muslim. He may be
Bitter.
Radicalized.
Yeah, bitter, extremist,
angry.
radical. Other survivors heard Mateen claim he had explosives as well as snipers stationed around the club. So he's telling people, "I got snipers outside. Don't try to run out." He might be saying stuff like that. Patrons trapped inside called or texted 911 to warn of the possible presence of explosives. In the next 45 minutes, about 100 officers from the Orlando Police Department and the Orange County Sheriff's Office were dispatched to the scene. At 2:09 a.m., several minutes after the gunfire began, the club posted on its Facebook page, "Everybody get out of Pulse and keep running." At 2:22 a.m., Mateen, so this is 22 minutes after it started, Mateen placed a 911 call, during which he mentioned the Boston Marathon bombers as his homeboys and made a reference to Moner Mohammed Abu Salah, an American citizen who died in a suicide bombing in Syria in 2014. Mateen said he was inspired by Abu Salah's death, and then he swore allegiance to ISIS. The FBI said that Mateen and Abu Salah had attended the same mosque and knew each other casually. So there we go, another scenario where a terrorist, right, runs into and probably radicalizes someone else, which is what they do, right? Mateen made 2 other 911 calls during the shooting. Numerous 911 calls were made by other patrons inside about the same time. After the initial rounds of gunfire began, Mateen and Gruler, 6 officers, shot out a large glass window and followed the sound of shooting to the bathroom area. So after Mateen and this off-duty officer, that security, are getting into a gunfight, 6 officers shoot out a large glass window. They enter. They follow the sound of shooting to the bathroom area. When Mateen stuck his head out from one of the bathrooms, at least 2 officers shot at him. After the gunfire stopped, they were ordered to hold position instead of storming the bathroom, according to one of the officers. They were ordered to hold position. Maybe they thought there were hostages in there or something.
Mm-hmm. I think there were.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there were. After about 15 to 20 minutes, SWAT arrived and had the officers withdraw, as the officers were not really in tactical gear. SWAT then took over the operation. When asked why the officers didn't proceed to the bathroom and engage Mateen, Orlando police chief said it was because Mateen went from an active shooter to a barricaded gunman and that he had hostages. Mm-hmm. He also noted that if he had continued shooting, our officers would have went in there.
So real quick to pause right there. So protocol-wise, right, active shooter protocols are you move to the threat, you eliminate the threat, right? Barricaded subject / hostage situation, you contain, try to negotiate. Now, the argument comes like, when does an active shooter become a barricaded suspect, right? Mm-hmm. And that's like the big debate. I like somebody that has been an active shooter has already shown us their intent to kill, and thus the need to eliminate them, I feel, still is present. So that's just my thought about it. But I understand what's going on here, why they switched from active shooter to barricade, because there are active hostages in the bathroom. We're now concerned with saving their lives. He's not actively shooting people.
Right, that would be my concern too. Right, on the scene.
So like, definitely valid.
But also, if I'm one of the hostages in that bathroom, if I'm in there with him, I'm watching him. You know, and the second that I gotta, I'm going for him.
Counter ambush.
Exactly.
Yeah. Second you catch him slipping.
Right.
Good to go.
Wait your turn.
Yep. At that time, back to the case study. At that time, the last shot by Mateen was fired between 2:10 and 2:18 a.m. Rescues of people trapped inside the nightclub commenced and continued throughout the night. Because so many people were laying on the dance floor, one rescuing officer demanded, "If you're alive, raise your hand up." So apparently there were quite a few people playing
So it sounds like they've got this guy contained in the bathroom. They're inside, so now they're treating people that are not in the immediate bathroom.
Right. At 2:35 a.m., police had managed to extract nearly all of the injured from the nightclub. Those who remained included the hostages held by Mateen in the bathroom, as well as a dozen people who were hiding inside dressing rooms. At 2:45 a.m., Mateen called News 13 of Orlando and said, "I'm the shooter. It's me. I am the shooter." He then said he was carrying out the shooting on behalf of ISIS and began speaking rapidly in Arabic. Mateen also said the shooting was triggered by a U.S.-led bombing strike in Iraq that killed Abu Wahib, an ISIS military commander, on May 6th. Police hostage negotiators spoke with Mateen by telephone 3 times between 2:48 a.m. and 3:27 a.m. He claimed during one of the calls that he had bombs strapped to his body. He also claimed that he had a vehicle in the parking lot with enough explosives to take out city blocks. At 3:58 a.m., the police publicly announced the shooting and confirmed multiple injuries. 4:21 a.m., 8 of the hostages escaped after police had removed an air conditioning unit from an exterior wall. 4:29 a.m., Mateen told negotiators he had planned to strap explosive vests to 4 hostages, strategically place them in different corners of the building, and detonate them in 15 minutes. Police officers then decided to end negotiations and prepared to blow their way in. All right, so we're backtracking a little bit. 2:30 a.m., Mateen's wife, she had received a call from her mother asking where her husband was. She sent a text message to Mateen asking where he was. Mateen texted back asking her, have you seen the news? She said no. He said, "I love you." So he was doing that during the shooting. All right. The wife found out what was happening at about 4 a.m. after the police told her to come out of her house with her hands up. A survivor of the shooting recalled Mateen saying he wanted the United States to stop bombing his country. The FBI said that Mateen had told a negotiator to tell America stop bombing Syria and Iraq, and that was why he was out here. During the siege, Mateen made internet searches on the shooting, while police dispatched a tactical robot to discreetly enter the restroom and allowed them to communicate with hostages via two-way radio. So he's searching things while he's in there. The FBI reported that no shots were heard between the time Mateen stopped engaging gunfire between 2:10 and 2:18 a.m. and 5:02 a.m. So for 3 hours, no shots. When police began breaching the building's wall. Just before the breach, Mateen entered a woman's bathroom where the hostages were hiding and opened fire, killing a man who sacrificed his life to save the woman behind him and at least one other, according to witnesses. At 5:07 a.m., 14 SWAT officers, after failing to blow open a hole big enough in the bathroom's exterior wall using a bomb due to the wall's structure, they breached the building when a policeman just drove an armored vehicle through a wall in the northern bathroom. They then used 2 flashbangs to distract him and shot at him. The breach drew Mateen out into a hallway. At 5:14 a.m., he engaged officers. He was shot 8 times, killed in the resulting shootout, which involved at least 11 officers who fired about 150 bullets. He was reported down at 5:17 a.m. So that was an extremely long scenario, right? The hostages obviously complicated it, you know.
They did, but the thing, and again, like, I'm not trying to armchair quarterback, but the outcome is still the same as all these other ones, right? Like, he knows he's dying. He knows he's gonna die.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, I always just think from the perspective, how do we hurry up and get to that point? I think the quicker we can get to that point where that guy's dead, whether he puts the gun on himself or you know, law enforcement shoots him or concealed carry person shoots him, we need to speed that process up. You know what I'm saying? I get it. It's hard to make that call, especially when things slow down, shooting stops. Now we've got a hostage situation. So, like, protocols do kind of change a little bit, but the outcome still ends up being the same. So, I don't know, does pushing that scenario a little bit quicker?
Also, this guy's saying, I got explosives, so that's a factor, too. You got to take into a tactical consideration.
And so, like, with that factor as well, and I'm sure this is all stuff that they're doing, but now it's like you should have detectives as well on scene at this point that are, like, pulling up cameras, checking security system. Like, is this guy bullshitting? Or, like, does he look like he has, like, you're now going back watching surveillance video doing an investigation to see, does he legit look like he's planting explosives around? Does he have explosives? Or it's like, he definitely doesn't have, like, there's no way he's got explosives on him. Now we have more information to push the scenario. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not saying they did anything wrong, but it seems like this is going to be the outcome for most of these scenarios, and how do we get there quicker? That's my whole thought.
At the beginning of the scenario, you know, he's being pursued by police in the building. I think violence of action. I think back when I was in my training for clearing a vessel, it's all about speed. How fast can you move, right? Violence of action. If these guys are coming down the hallway, this dude ducks into I'm on top of him. You know, I'm there so fast, so brutally fast.
He's already retreating from the initial gunfire. So, like, that's already telling me his mindset. He's not ready to stand ground and duke it out. Yeah. So I'm taking advantage. Just like you said, violence of action is if any time is the time to use it, it's right then and there. He goes in the bathroom, I'm right on him because now he's got nowhere to go. Yeah. And I mean, you just do have to be careful. Like, I mean, there's hundreds of people here in this thing, so like you are talking about a lot of people in the crossfire and things like that. But
but I can see him.
Right.
That's just my envision. I'm not there. I'm not in this scenario. Right. But from the description, I'm chasing him down a hallway. Yeah. I can see him duck into. I'm so fast, right? Yeah. About getting down there and maintaining visual and getting on top of this guy, or getting a shot on him. You know what I'm saying? That's
not everybody's going to be in that. Nobody, you know, that has to be trained.
Yeah,
has to be.
Going back to the training. Yeah. Going back to the training.
Training mindset.
100%.
All right, next case study, 2016 Ohio State University attack. 1 dead, 13 injured. There was a group of students that were congregated outside due to a reported leak in the lab. The perpetrator, who was a Somali refugee, Abdul Razak Ali Artan. So this guy actually called in, there's a leak in the lab. He planned this thing out. Students congregate outside. He drove a Honda Civic into the crowd, got out with a butcher knife, yelled a war cry, began attacking students with the knife. He was shot by a police officer who arrived on scene. So, going back to, we didn't really talk about this, but borders. Got to be careful who you're allowing into the country. You know what I'm saying? Which is a very complicated subject. Yeah. You know, but even if you're a student and there's a lab leak, and there's a leak in the lab, and you go outside, or maybe there's a fire drill, you know, you go outside, you got to be aware of things. You know what I'm saying?
So, like, for a long time, that was, like, in schools, you know, you get a bomb threat. You have drills, and we go out to the parking lot. And it's like the FBI starts staying, like, this is not the best idea. Like, secondary explosions are a thing. Like, cars are going to combust. It's going to be bad. So, like, you got to think of those things as well. So, like, these are conversations that you need to be having with your kids, your family, things like that. It's like, okay, fire alarm's going off. Initial is, oh, fire, get out of the building. But, like, be aware. Be aware.
Yeah. All right, 2017. Sutherland Springs, Texas First Baptist Church. 26 dead, 22 injured. There was a gunman in tactical gear. Victims were between 16 and 72 years old. The gunman was found dead after a brief car chase. All right, so the gunman was a guy by the name of Devin Kelly. He had a lengthy disciplinary record in high school. He joined the Air Force. We're kind of stepping through his life and kind of fast-forwarding through a couple parts. While in the Air Force, he was charged with assaulting his wife and fracturing his toddler's skull. Oof. So, I mean, dude, that's a red flag. Yeah. You know?
Rage.
Obviously.
Anger.
He also made death threats to other service members. He was admitted to Peak Behavioral Health Services, where he escaped.
Oh, my God.
This is in 2017. He served 12 months in confinement, then was dismissed from the Air Force. Part of this dismissal included making it illegal for him to own, buy, or possess firearms or ammunition due to the domestic violence. Mm-hmm. He attended First Baptist Church in Kingsville, Texas, where he volunteered to help in their vacation Bible school. He described to those around him at church events that he was obsessed with mass shootings and wanted to do one himself. He also noted that he wanted to buy dogs and use them as target practice. Oh my God. Dude, if you hear someone saying this...
That's what I'm saying. Like, we hear all these facts after the fact. And
right.
It's like, where do these facts go?
Why are there no reports? Why are people just like, oh, he doesn't mean that. Oh, he's in church. He's going to be, he's here with Jesus, you know.
It's like,
and
we keep writing these
that's
things
the mentality. I feel like, that you're in the right place.
He's where he needs to be.
Right, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, but you got to be real.
But you're not watching this guy?
Yeah.
Or getting involved somehow?
He's volunteering at the Vacation Bible School. He's saying he's obsessed with mass shootings and that he wants to buy dogs to shoot them. So why is the church allowing him to volunteer at the Vacation Bible School?
Or why is a security team guy not sitting directly behind him in the pew? You know what I'm saying? Or,
right, exactly.
Well, the miscommunication between the two as well.
Right. Also, going back to the leadership perspective that we talked about earlier, it's a hard thing for a leader to make these decisions. If you're a pastor at the church, you're like, oh, I can't put a red flag on this guy.
You can put people on trespass from the church. You know what I mean? Like, you can kick people out of church.
Yeah, we have.
The thing is, if you don't do that, you could end up in this situation. All right, so back to the case study here. Kelly purchased firearms, but he falsely indicated that he did not have a disqualifying criminal history. So don't think, so you'll just stop right there. Don't think that bad guys aren't going to lie.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
Or that background checks are 100% bulletproof.
Right.
Yeah.
When people talk about we need this check, we need this gun law, that gun law, again, we're not here to debate
mental
gun
health
laws.
evaluations.
Right.
Look at Eric Harris.
Right.
Yeah. Got right through one.
Exactly.
So
bad guys are going to fake their way through everything.
All you're doing is making it harder for the good guys
Yeah.
to follow the law to obtain firearms.
Yeah. All right, the shooting itself took place after 11 a.m. Kelly arrived in a white SUV at the First Baptist Church. At 11:20, Kelly stepped out of the SUV wearing black tactical gear, ballistic vest, black face mask featuring a white skull, and wielding a semi-automatic rifle. He approached the church from the right, opening fire on and killing 2 people outside the church and continuing to open fire on the building itself. He then entered through a right side door where worshipers were attending regular Sunday service. Inside, Kelly yelled, "Everyone dies, motherfuckers," as he proceeded up and down the center aisle and shot at people in the pews. So what are people doing? They're probably just falling on the ground, right? So he's walking up and down the aisles, shooting. Police found 15 empty magazines, 30-round mags. Authorities stated that he fired approximately 700 rounds during the estimated 11-minute shooting. According to investigators, the shooting was captured on a camera set up at the back of the church to record regular service for uploading online. The footage shows Kelly methodically shooting the victims, pausing only to reload his rifle. He was then confronted by and traded fire with Stephen Williford, a local resident and former firearms instructor, who was armed with an AR-15. So I'm assuming this dude ran out to his truck or his car.
He was a neighbor.
Was he? Okay,
Yeah.
so he
He
probably
came
heard
out
it.
and
He
heard
came
it.
out. Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, he's a local resident. So this dude runs in with his rifle.
Balls of steel.
Williford had taken cover behind a truck across the street from the church and shot him twice. Once in the leg, once in the upper left torso under his tactical gear. Kelly, who had dropped his rifle during the initial firefight with Williford, fired back with a handgun, then fled in his Ford Explorer. Williford fired one more round as Kelly sped north. Williford then noticed a pickup truck pulled up to the intersection, driven by Johnny Langendorf. Williford approached and entered the truck on the passenger side. They then pursued Kelly at high speed for about 5 to 7 minutes. According to Langendorf, they drove at speeds up to 95 miles per hour.
Gee.
While chasing Kelly, the men called police dispatch to report the route and direction of the chase, assuming police were headed towards the church. During the chase, Kelly called his wife and spoke to her and his parents, informing them, "I just shot up the Sutherland Springs Church," telling his father that he was injured and thought that he would not survive. Kelly then reportedly repeated, emphasizing how sorry he was. Bleeding from his injuries, Kelly soon lost control of his vehicle, hitting a roadside before crossing a bar ditch at an intersection, and finally stopped about 30 feet into the field on the opposite side. Williford and Langendorf observed that he was motionless when they arrived, and police took over the scene when police arrived. Police found Kelly dead in his car with 3 gunshot wounds, including a self-inflicted head wound. 2 handguns were found in the vehicle, both of which he had purchased. So, probably the only thing that stopped that shooting was the local resident running in with his own AR-15 that he brought on scene and then doing a chase, right? That's probably the one thing that stopped that shooting before more people died.
Well, all it takes for evil to persist is for good men to do nothing.
Right.
Which, think back to his approach. We talked about this in the McDonald's thing. He puts a ski mask with a skull on. He's got a gun out, visible. You know what I'm saying? Like, at a minimum, churches have greeters. Like, somebody's seen this guy come up to the church, right? I mean, I don't know. And again, I'm not trying to cast judgment or anything like that, but this is just the things that I think of. And it's like, could we have locked the door while he's coming up? Was somebody already on the phone before? Like, is action being taken? We've got to take action. You know what I mean? Like, we're seeing this guy come up. Why does he even get to the point where he's inside? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, he did shoot the 2 outside, right? He
He
shot
did
2
shoot 2
outside
people
and
outside.
then went in.
Yeah.
It's confusion.
Yeah, that's the thing about a church is it's a soft target.
Yeah.
Right.
For sure.
You want to open your doors to those people, right?
Right.
But ever since biblical times, there's always been guards at churches with swords.
Yeah.
Ever since. I mean, always.
Yeah.
And that needs to happen.
Yeah.
Because it's important. When you're closing your eyes and you're worshiping, there's a lot of sinful people. I mean, we all are.
Yeah.
But you got marriage issues. You got domestic things. You got divorced parents. You just regular people. You can't lock your doors at church. You can't make it a hard target with sniper towers everywhere and protecting this congregation, because that's not warm and welcoming. You want those coffee and donuts and all those people to come through.
Yeah.
But there it is again. The only thing that stops bad guy with a gun is another person with a gun, or a gun in general, whether it's himself or not.
Yeah.
But
Right.
Most churches are also they don't allow concealed carry, correct?
well, state of South Carolina, you have to have express permission from the pastor or governing body of a church.
Right.
And express permission is either written or verbal. At our church, it's written.
Yeah.
Because you just can't have everybody popping up with guns.
Right.
Because how do you know who's a bad guy? Because if I'm at church on a security team and I'm engaging in a threat, and then some other member who I don't know carries stands up with a gun, they're getting a lead salad too. And I'll be justified under the law because the protocol wasn't followed correctly, right?
Right.
I'm sure there'll be some civil suit or whatever, but nevertheless, bad guys aren't going to say bad guys. But guy comes in with a mask and a skull mask and an AR-15 to a church. It's definitely not a pageant theater show,
Right.
or a special effects. But
Right.
again, this communication. You need to know what's happening in your church. Who's going up on stage? Who's this guy?
Yeah.
I mean, you know regulars, and you don't know other people. But again, being aware. But people aren't aware, and they don't want to take those steps. But now, after all these people die, people are starting to have safety teams and security teams and this type of reactionary team, because people have to die in order for people to do things. You have to have cavities before you realize I should probably brush my teeth.
Yeah.
You know?
Reaction instead of what do you call it?
Proactivity versus
Yeah.
Or
Be
look at
proactive.
somebody who, God forbid, they get diagnosed with cancer, right? They start eating salads. They go to church. They watch the sunrise. They watch the sunset. They listen to nice music.
Yeah.
They start exercising.
Yeah.
All that stuff you probably should be doing before.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying, I'm using that as an example because we can see that.
Right.
I mean, you could go even deeper, but
We're also thinking about it like a pastor, for example. He's not thinking about that. He's not thinking about security. He's thinking about, how do I communicate to these people? I need to help these sinners and all this and that, But maybe someone like you, for example, approaches him and say, hey, I think that there's a thought that needs to happen as far as the security protocol. And hopefully pastor would be open to that conversation, right?
Church.
Or maybe someone like, you know what? No, that's not us. That's not us. I don't want people seeing guns around,
you shouldn't see guns. But church is a
Right.
business. And if you have a business, there's certain things you have to make sure your restrooms are clean.
Right.
Make sure your windows are Windexed.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to start incorporating some type of safety.
Right.
They have fire extinguishers everywhere. And if not, you just find another church.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, good to go. All right, moving on to the next case study. We got 2017 Las Vegas, Nevada shooting, 58 dead, 850 injured. Right? So I'm going to real quick kind of go through the background of the gunman. The gunman was Stephen Paddock. He was 64 years old. He lived 80 miles away from Las Vegas, so he had to travel to get there. He was divorced twice. He had a long-term girlfriend, and he was the son of Benjamin Paddock, who was on the FBI most wanted list between 1969 and 1977 for bank robbery.
Dude, they caught him like twice, and he got away both
Yeah.
times. He also used to knock over old lady bridge games. Like, he'd go play bridge and run him out of money, and then just,
Holy cow.
This guy was a character. You listen to that podcast,
Smart.
you'll like it.
Yeah.
That's really smart.
All right.
Bingo, too.
Paddock was prescribed anxiety medication, so he was on medication. He purchased 55 firearms between October 2016 and September 2017. He was a regular gambler in Las Vegas, but he kept to himself. He was a heavy drinker. He had lost significant wealth the 2 years prior to the shooting. And according to his girlfriend, Paddock had routinely cased out Las Vegas Village from different windows in their room at Mandalay Bay a month prior to the shooting. Paddock arrived to Mandalay Bay September 25th, 2017, and checked into 2 rooms. Over the course of 5 days, he brought a number of suitcases to the rooms with the help of the hotel staff. September 30th, 2017, he put a Do Not Disturb sign on the door to the rooms. October 1st, 2017, the shooting occurred between 10:05 p.m. and 10:15 p.m., the third and final night of a music festival when Jason Aldean was giving the closing performance. So that's kind of the quick and easy leading up to the shooting itself.
Yeah.
And this happened, a few years ago, so most people, this probably is ringing a bell to them because it was a pretty big deal when it happened, right? This was chaos.
Yeah, a lot of those injuries were from trampling.
All right, so the attack itself. The mass shooting occurred between 10:05 p.m. and 10:15 p.m., October 1st, 2017, the third and final night of the music festival. When the shooting began, country music singer Jason Aldean was giving the closing performance. Shortly before 10 a.m., hotel security guard Jesus Campos was sent to the 32nd floor to investigate an open door alert. He attempted to open a door that provided immediate access to the floor, but found that it would not open. After Campos entered the floor, he discovered an L-shaped bracket screwed into the door and the door frame, which was responsible for barring the door from opening. After reporting the discovery to his dispatch center, he heard what he thought was a sound of rapid drilling coming from room 32-135. He went to investigate. At approximately 10:05 p.m., he was hit in the right thigh by about one of 35 bullets that Paddock fired through the door of his suite. After Campos was hit, he took cover in the alcove between rooms 32-122 and 32-124. He immediately informed the hotel by radio and cell phone that he had been shot, that he believed he had been shot with what was a BB or pellet gun. At the same time, maintenance worker Stephen Shook was on the same floor to fix the door that Campos had reported as barricaded. The already wounded Campos encouraged Schmook and told him to take cover. Shook contacted hotel dispatchers over his radio, informing them of the ongoing shooting and told them to call police. Neither the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department nor MGM Resorts International, the Mandalay Bay's owner, have confirmed when information about the initial shooting was relayed to police. After Paddock used a hammer to break two of the windows in both his suites, he began shooting through them at 10:05. He ultimately fired over 1,000 rounds, approximately 490 yards into the festival audience. He initially started out with a few single gun bursts before firing in bursts that usually ranged from 80 rounds to 100 rounds. Many people in the crowd initially mistook the gunfire for fireworks. During the shooting, a security fence hindered concertgoers from fleeing the 15-acre concrete lot. The gunfire continued, with some momentary pauses, over the span of 10 minutes and ended at 10:15 p.m. During these pauses, which were probably reloads, most concertgoers down below were able to flee the venue. In addition to shooting at the concertgoers, Paddock fired 8 bullets at a large jet fuel tank at an international airport 2,000 feet away. 2 of those bullets struck the exterior of the tank, with 1 bullet penetrating the tank. The fuel did not explode because jet fuel is mostly kerosene, which is unlikely to ignite when struck by a bullet. During the shooting, police officers were initially confused whether the shots were coming from the Mandalay Bay, the nearby Luxor Hotel, or the festival grounds. There was also multiple false reports of additional shooters at the other hotels on the Strip. Officers initially spotted multiple flashes of gunfire from the middle of the northern side of Mandalay Bay and responded to the hotel. At 10:12 p.m., 2 officers on the 31st floor reported the sounds of gunfire on the floor above them. When the officers arrived on the 32nd floor at 10:17 and encountered Campos a minute later, he directed them to Paddock's room and helped others evacuate. Campos was then directed to seek medical attention himself. Between 10:26 p.m. and 10:30 p.m., 8 additional officers arrived at the 32nd floor. Some of those officers manually breached through the door Paddock had screwed shut with the bracket. The gunfire had ceased, and the police moved systematically down the hallway, searching and clearing each room using a master key. At 10:55 p.m., the officers finished evacuating guests. At 11:20 p.m., police breached room 32-135 with explosives. Found Paddock dead on the floor with a self-inflicting gunshot wound to the head. Police then breached room 32-134. An officer accidentally fired a 3-round burst from his weapon, but the bullets did not hurt anyone. At 11:27 p.m., officers announced over the police radio that the suspect was down. So a lot of details there. But, this was a crazy scenario.
Yeah.
You're at a music festival. This guy has scoped this whole thing out. He's 500 yards away. So if you're at the music festival yourself, you legit, you got it. You're just trying to get out of the kill box.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you're in the hotel and you hear that gunfire, like the security guard campus, it's like, holy shit, how do you get into that room to stop the guy?
I even read that he had a camera on a tray table outside in the hallway.
Oh, that's right. He was paying attention.
Like the hallway.
That's why he shot into the hallway through the door.
Guy had it down.
I mean, he had a plan, and him doesn't really. We may have just like breezed through it, but like there were warning signs with him, like with his girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
He sent her out of the country before that happened.
Yeah, that's right.
And
That's
then
right.
sent her like $100,000, wired it to
Sold
her.
his house, I think, something like
Yeah.
that, right?
And I mean, before that, he scoped out a different concert. Was like a week
he had
prior.
scoped out multiple places.
Right, yeah.
He was trying to pick out the best place for the shooting.
But you got a guy who's on medication, right? Drinking heavily. This is a guy, like, his dad was notorious, and they did, talk to his brother, which Dan Cummins covers. His brothers were like, yeah, he was, he wanted notoriety. He wanted to be somebody. So all these factors come into play. He does what he does, and then we have chaos. I will say about the resiliency of people, the way that people operate. While that's going on, civilians are driving up in trucks, loading up injured people, driving them to hospital while bullets are raining down. There was one kid, he was like 20 years old. He's with his girlfriend. He said, go run this way, go be safe. And he went somewhere to go help people. He got shot. He texted her dad after he got shot. He's like, hey, she's safe. I got shot. I'm going to go seek medical attention. Like that's the kid that, your daughter marries.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just crazy. Dan Cummins goes into it, but all these stories of what people were doing while this was going on.
Yeah.
You also have the iconic photo while fire's raining down. This redneck dude's got a big, tall Bud Light in his hand, and he's just flipping off the hotel window.
Yeah. Dang, dude.
I mean, I think of like we talked about. What do you do if you're in that situation?
God,
You know what I mean? So like, 400-yard shot with a pistol at a hotel, not an option in my opinion. You can't. There's too much. You're not, number one, you're probably not going to make the hit, and then you're putting other people in danger, right? You don't know your target, can't positively ID. So to me now, like we've been talking about, engage the threat of violence of action. In this scenario, you're at that music festival. That's not an option. This is where being aware is coming in, right? Do you know the difference between cover and concealment? What do you have around you that's going to cover you and protect you from the raining bullets? You know what I mean? Grab your family, hide behind some kind of concrete wall. I don't know what the layout was there. You know what I mean? Versus, hey, I'm going to hide behind this plastic chair.
I mean, if you're in the concert, bro, there's nothing.
Yeah.
You got the stage. You could run towards the stage and
There's some medical trucks,
behind
things of that nature, but there's not a lot. It's wide open.
Yeah.
It's just a killing field.
Yeah.
You're a sit duck. And then people are panicking. They don't know which way to go. They don't know where the gunman's at. They're trampling over each other because chaos is ensuing.
It's crazy. It's a difficult decision. Just, I don't know. I don't put myself in that situation, to be honest. Like, I don't really go to those types of events, not necessarily because of that, but that's just something to consider.
But still, people should be able to.
Yeah.
People should be able to go enjoy these things without having to worry.
Right.
Think about it. Obviously, be ready. I don't know what I would have done. Probably just found a corner to hole up in, until it's over, till all the chaos, because I'm not going to go through the crowd.
Yeah.
I know off the rip that's a mess.
Yeah.
And then more people, prime target.
Yeah.
I've
been to concerts before. I'm trying to think if I'm there, enjoying the concert, enjoying the music, and all of a sudden it's like it's chaos. You're like, what the hell's going on? You hear gunfire. I would know what gunfire sounds like, but I'm like, what the? I'd probably be immediately looking around for muzzle flashes. Where's this coming from?
Yeah.
Right, and then that would base on what trajectory I'm going to go to, because I'm like, okay, it's from way over there. Holy shit, got to find cover.
I'm thinking like when I went to Carolina Rebellion in 2015. It's a 3-day concert, rock concert. We're talking 30,000 people.
Yeah.
And they use Charlotte Motor Speedway, so like the NASCAR, it's all open.
Yeah.
It's a huge field with 4 stages and some booths. That's it.
Yeah.
There's one way in and one way out for 30,000 people.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Kill box.
Run,
Exactly.
hide, fight. But too bad the security guard didn't have a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a thing too. It was like you would figure at Mandalay Bay, especially gambling, security's usually armed, unless he was just like regular hotel security, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. It's liability, right?
Yeah.
So if he was putting rounds inside that door, a little different scenario.
Right. Again, guy killed
But-
himself. How do we speed that process up and get to that?
speed up the process.
I mean, so it would have started. The
Cowards.
response should have been, the quickest response should have been whoever's there at that hotel. You know what I'm saying? But you're down in that concert. That's just not the ideal place to be.
Yeah.
I think of from the law enforcement perspective. I know we would do events, different festivals and things like that, and there's different contingencies that we would put in place, having ununiformed people mingling in the crowd at different points, maybe some marksmen that are with long rifles, scoped rifles that are at different locations. Yeah. Those are factors to consider as well. But again, like you can't rely on that. You can't rely on that.
This is just crazy, man, because this is like you're talking about such a big area. Like if you were like, all right, we're going to scope out the area before the concert, you're talking about tons of
Yeah.
hotels. You're not
Yeah.
going to be able to search
No.
every area.
So all these things are changing as
Right.
history is making. So are they going to pack everybody in a small area anymore? Are you going to look at that venue before you go there and be like, you know what, I might go wait till it comes this way or
Right.
whatnot? Look at the Super Bowl. I mean, they have like snipers and
Yeah.
all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So there's a reactionary thing as well as an intel type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're going to have to change that mindset
Mm-hmm.
of concerts, and if not, then you have to take those chances as us
Mm-hmm.
living as free human Americans.
Yeah.
But yeah, and if you're there, do you have some type of plan? Are you on the outskirts a little bit more? Are you thinking of those things? I mean, when that Beltway sniper hit back in in the 2000s, they were shooting from his trunk
Yeah.
with a little lock
Yeah.
hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even see that coming.
No.
And he would just pick random people.
Yeah.
There's one
So
or
there's-
two people, and then he'd move.
Evil is
Yeah.
always going to
Gas station.
exist, and you're just going to have to learn to run, hide, fight type of thing.
Yeah.
And it's sad, have that spiritual fitness, because there's no right or wrong answer, but the only way to stop a bad guy is to stop a bad guy.
Yeah.
You just can't let him run free.
Yeah.
He's got to be so fear of the other guy with a gun.
Yeah.
Well, that's just like we talk about the mentality of all the shooters. They pick the easy parts because
Yeah,
it's easy,
Mm-hmm.
right? They're scared,
sure.
Mhm.
right? They're not built like that. They start getting a little fire on them, like you said, impulse. They start retreating. So
Yeah.
that's their mentality.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go into the next case study, and then we're going to wrap up the case studies and continue the conversation. So we got 2018 Parkland, Florida, majority Stoneman Douglas High School, 17 dead, 17 injured. So there's a former 19-year-old student, Nicholas Cruz. He was the gunman. Background on him: he was adopted at birth. His adopted parents died 3 months before the shooting, leaving him orphaned. He had been living with relatives and friends since he had been orphaned. He was pursuing his GED. He worked at a local dollar store. He was a member of the JROTC, received multiple academic awards, and also a member of the varsity air rifle team. He had behavior problems since middle school and was transferred between a number of schools for these problems, including being transferred to a school for children with emotional or learning disabilities. While at Douglas High School, he was expelled for disciplinary reasons. He had made threats to other students and was banned from wearing a backpack to school.
Totally correct.
So major red flags, right? This was 2018. He had received mental health treatment. State investigators indicated that he had depression, autism, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and was at low risk of hurting himself or others. Police described Cruz's online profiles as very, very disturbing, containing pictures and posts with a variety of weapons, firearms, knives, etc. Also extremist views such as anti-black, anti-police, anti-Muslim. Former classmates described Cruz as having anger issues and often speaking about gun violence, including threats about shooting people or shooting establishments. He purchased his own firearms legally, passing all background checks. So lots of red flags going on, right? Some more warnings. There were numerous reports given to the sheriff's office regarding concerns about Cruz, his gun ownership, his violent claims, and statements that he was going to shoot up a school. In 2016, 3 people that worked at the school Cruz attended recommended he get a mental evaluation. In 2017, a person with the username Nicholas Cruz commented on YouTube that he was going to shoot up a school. This comment was reported to the FBI, who was unable to track the comment, or who made the comment. The FBI said they were unable to track who made the
If only
comment.
they had a name.
You have an IP.
Yeah.
In 2018, the FBI received a phone call on its public access line from someone who was close to Cruz and concerned about his gun ownership, his desire to kill people, his erratic behavior, and disturbing posts on social media. The FBI tip line did not follow protocol and did not forward the information. So I'll just pause right there real quick. I've worked for the Department of Defense. I know how the government operates. You know what I'm saying? Someone wasn't holding someone accountable.
No.
Someone not following protocol, and the supervisor, you need to make sure you're following protocol. You need to make, just repeat, not taking it seriously. You know what I'm saying? This person was allowed, the person that was mishandling the information, based on my interpretation of the information that we're reading right now, person was allowed to not follow protocol and, basically not complete their job. So that's a big problem.
It's probably easy for stuff to get. I mean, I wonder how many calls they get, a day.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is, though, that's a problem. But
that is the job.
Is
Right,
it?
yeah, no,
is it
absolutely.
going to change?
No,
I don't think so.
It's not going.
This
to.
is not
There's
something
a
that we
really
can-
bad culture,
Yeah.
in government type jobs where you can be slack, right? And
Oh, yeah.
nothing's
Good
gonna
enough for
happen.
government work. You heard the
Right,
saying,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No one's
Right.
coming to save you.
Right.
Bingo.
Exactly.
It comes down to that.
Even if
almost
they're
every
standing
time.
outside the door, not going in.
Even
Yeah.
a security guard.
Yeah.
All right. The shooting itself took place February 14th, 2018. According to a police report, the shooter, Nicholas Cruz, was carrying a rifle case in a backpack. He was spotted and recognized by a staff member who radioed a colleague that he was walking purposefully towards Building 12. However, he did not pursue the shooter or call a code red to lock down the school. The first staff member later claimed that his training called for only reporting threats. His colleague hid in a closet. Right, so a lot of the things we're going to talk about in this case, the people keep saying, my training only said to report the threat, not call a lockdown. I didn't know I could call a lockdown. Right? That's what a lot of people were saying.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Cruz entered Building 12, a 3-storied structure containing 30 classrooms, typically occupied by about 900 students and 30 teachers. Armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle, multiple magazines, Cruz entered a hallway, began firing indiscriminately at students and teachers. A fire alarm went off, either pulled by Cruz or activated by smoke from the gunfire, causing confusion because there had been a fire drill earlier in the day.
Oh, man.
So what is he probably thinking? He's probably thinking, I know how fire drills work. I'll pull this. People will start walking out in the hallway. Cruz first killed 3 students in the hallway, then fired through the windows of 4 closed classroom doors, killing 6 more students and wounding 13 others. The students were unable to seek shelter at hard corners, areas of the classroom that people could safely hide at if a gunman peered through the window of a door, because many of the classrooms in Building 12 lacked one, and furniture otherwise obstructed potential safe spaces. So pausing right there, hard corners. Now we're talking about school design, which in today's world, they're designing schools to
right.
prevent active
Right.
shooters.
Behind the red tape line.
As the shooting unfolded, a code red was still not called due to the confusion among school employees over who had the authority to call a code red.
My God.
Who can call it?
It doesn't matter. At
It
that
must
point.
be the principal. Where's the principal? Call the code red.
So this is just confusion at this point, you know what I mean? And this is where it takes,
Right.
like, somebody has to step up and
Yep.
make a decision, make a
Right.
call based on your gut, what you know is right.
Yeah,
You
and
know what I'm
hopefully
saying?
the schools have learned from this and have implemented a new protocol and new structure and new building and all. Yeah, because of this.
So our first case study was like early 1900s, and every school shooting case study we talked to, they've gotten a little bit better, but there's still things that it's like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
What's not happening? Training. What needs to happen is the school itself needs to do what we're doing right now. Hey, if you're someone involved with the school, send this podcast out to your colleagues. Send this podcast out to your fellow teachers, because we need to be aware of what's happened in history so we can change, right? We want to be proactive, but we also have to learn from the past.
Well, why do
You know
we
what I'm saying?
also why do we have to have like these blanket standards for, let's just take school shootings, right? I think Sandy Hook Elementary School and this high school, we can have different protocols. I think I think it's more reasonable to teach, because what are we talking about? High schoolers are what, 14 to 18 year olds? You know what I mean? At this, we're talking about like I understand they're still kids, but there's kids in there that can be heroic. I mean, we know of 17 at 17 you can go fight for your country, and people do. You know what I'm saying? So I think we can, like the whole run, hide, fight thing. You know what I mean? Maybe fight needs, in certain schools, maybe fight needs to be a little bit more pushed versus the hide part.
But again, then you're working with bureaucracy.
I know,
and,
it's tough.
And,
I know. I
different in
understand.
public school or creating your own school
Yeah.
or making a really hard target
Right.
with different layers of security and a lobby that's like a kill box.
Yeah.
The
Right.
only way you can come in is that lobby.
Right.
And then you don't get in until anything happens. So hopefully they learn. But again, you're dealing with public government education.
Because it turns into a lot of people saying, oh, well, we shouldn't have to. The teachers shouldn't have to be armed. This is reality.
Yeah.
Well,
This is going to
things
happen.
change. You adapt to your environment and you overcome.
Children shouldn't
It's
be
called
shot
evolution.
in the face and killed
Right.
at this
You can have
rate.
every gun law in the world. You can have every sticker on a damn door. It doesn't matter if somebody wants to do evil there.
We evolve.
They're going to make a homemade bomb. They're going to have a knife. They're going to come in. They're going to drive their car down the hallway and blast as many kids as possible. With
Yeah,
their
like
car,
what's
you know,
next? Like we're
exactly.
we're,
They're
we're
gonna
seeing
find
like
a way.
snipers at a concert. We're seeing kids come in to a library. Like I don't want to get into viruses and all that stuff, but like, what's the next phase where we're always having to kind of like keep ahead of the curve,
Right.
because evil is getting even more evil,
Right.
because of culture.
Right.
I won't say because of Hollywood, but because of parents
Well,
and culture and media and these, your outlets of Facebook, internet, where it draws the same like-minded people into like a little room, a virtual room
Well, they all feed
where they
off of
all
each other.
like the same
Yeah.
thing and they feed on it, and then you get more advertisements based on that, and then it's like, and it's coming from all different angles, and no one's monitoring it like your family or your parents or whatever. And then you're like, wow, that's a great idea. Well, these people think like I do, and then before you know it, there it is again. So with these like freedoms, there comes this risk.
Yeah.
All right, continuing on the case study. So no one called a code red yet. 2:21 p.m. Let me back it up here. Yeah, 2:21 p.m. Staff member eventually activated a lockdown, but only after discovering the body of a victim and hearing gunfire. So maybe some people didn't even know what was going on yet. An armed school resource officer of the Broward County Sheriff's Office was on campus when the shooting broke out. He remained outside between Building 12 and adjacent Building 7. After killing 2 staff members near a stairwell, Cruz went to the second floor, where he fired into 2 more classrooms but did not hit anyone. On the 3rd floor, he shot and killed 5 students and another staff member, who had all been stranded in the hallway. So these people are in the hallway. Maybe we're locking down. They're locking all the doors. Now they're targets, right? 4 other students were injured. Next, he went into a teacher's lounge where he attempted to shoot out the hurricane-resistant windows facing the yard in order to target students and staff fleeing below, but he failed. After he stopped shooting, possibly because the rifle jammed, Cruz dropped his rifle on the 3rd floor of the building, left the scene by blending in with fleeing students. He then allegedly walked to a fast food restaurant, stopped at a mall to get a soda on the way, and lingered before leaving on foot at 3:01 p.m. At about 3:40 p.m., police stopped Cruz 2 miles from the school in a neighborhood and arrested him as the suspected shooter. He was then taken to a hospital with labored breathing. After 40 minutes, Cruz was released back into police custody and booked into the county jail. The shooting lasted for 6 minutes in total. The shooting lasted 6 minutes in total. All the victims were shot within just under 4 minutes. So that's how fast these things play out.
Yeah.
School surveillance camera video was alleged to show Cruz as the shooter, and he was also recognized by eyewitnesses. While SWAT paramedics were inside the building, additional paramedics from the local fire rescue department repeatedly requested to enter the building. These requests were denied even after the suspect was arrested, which is probably a weird scenario. We don't know what's going on, whatever.
Don't put more people at risk.
Typically, so like if it's a paramedics and fire rescue people wanting to go in, they are typically going to be denied until the building is cleared by SWAT, right? So, but that doesn't mean that there's not. They should be putting things in place to start the clearing ASAP, and then you start getting people out as you clear. So I don't know if that's what happened here.
This one's perfect for nobody's coming to save you, right? There's a cop on campus, armed, stays outside. This is how they earned the nickname Coward County, right? This guy was close to retirement. So I don't know if he was like, I got a couple weeks left, I'm not going in, or maybe he just didn't have it. I don't know. I don't know what the case is, but that's just another thing that we've been harping on the whole time. You're responsible for you.
Yeah.
Because even though there's a guy with a gun out there, doesn't mean he's coming in to help you.
Yeah.
And it's been upheld many, many times in court. Police have no duty to protect you. None. So,
While we're on the subject of school resource officers, like, I feel like there's like this trend where people think it's not going to happen here.
right.
And so a lot of times you've got your old guys that are close to retirement, your fat people that
They're
can't
putting them there
get on the
just to
street.
let it ride it out.
This is a body, like, which, I mean,
Presence.
like, from their perspective, it's like, oh, I want my go-getters on the street. I want my go-getters on the SWAT team. I want my go-getters on the drug team stopping people, stopping criminals, right? It's like, it feels like a waste to put somebody like that in the school, right? That's just most likely 99.9% of the time going to be just sitting there. You know what I mean? Which I don't think is a good idea. Like, school resource officers should be pretty highly trained and just in behavior. I'm not talking about tactically, but which is part of it, but they should be at that front as kids are coming in and they're assessing behavior. What's normal? What's not normal? If anybody, it's police officers that are really good at this kind of stuff. If you're good at your job, you know your neighborhood, you know your community, you can assess things. Like, you should be able to pick up on an active shooter pretty quickly as they're walking in or whatever. Like, this kid, I'm here every morning seeing all the kids that come in. I know the times. You know, this parent's always late. You know, they just know the routines. This kid's out of place. I'm gonna go talk to this person.
If they're even paying attention, I've seen
they're not right. That's
I've
the
seen
thing.
officers that are on their phone,
Yeah.
Right,
while things are going on,
or in their
Places
car
to
or whatever.
Complacency.
yeah,
You know, our safety team at our church, you know, there's members that come up to us and thank us for just being there. And more recently, we have some officers that are now there, and I'm the guy that has taken pictures of those officers while they're on their phone and have donut crumbs on their vest. I even have pictures of them sitting in the shade on the hood of their car on their phone. No one's coming to save you, especially these people that, unfortunately, not all of them, but they have sworn, whether it's by law or not, they've taken an oath
Yeah.
to serve and protect.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and start the conversation, a more detailed conversation on. And look, guys, there's a lot. The listener, look, there's a lot more case studies that we could go through. We could go through them all day.
Yeah.
I've got more on the document here, but more notes to go through. The most recent one was Uvalde, right? We know that happened.
Yeah.
Most people probably know the details of that one, right? Because it's been talked about pretty intensely in the media, mishandling. Same things we're talking about all the way around.
Nobody taking charge.
But let's talk about school shootings. What are our thoughts? We've talked about them a little bit. What are our thoughts on how do we prevent these from happening, or what can we do to help these scenarios? You know, help the teachers, help the school, help the kids. You know, what's the initial thought? Chris is chomping at the bit.
I mean, so I agree with what Doc Anthony said. There's a macro issue. There's a micro issue. We need to focus. Like, my perspective is we need to focus on the quickest, cheapest solution to stop this, to harden our soft targets. That's where we focus first, in my opinion. Right? How do we deter? Like, you're not going to eliminate mental health overnight. You're not going to stop these kids from developing these mental issues of wanting to cause violence overnight. That's going to be there's a bigger macro issue that we have to talk about, which we can get into. But the immediate solution is, in my perspective, we train the heroes that are already there on scene. We make our soft targets hard targets. That can also include, like, the defense aspect of securing the schools, maybe multiple exits that are all locked up, one entrance, right? And you only, like, during school hours or period on campus, this is the way you enter. You know what I'm saying? Bad guy wants to come in here, he's got to come through this door, right? I mean,
well, let's stop right there real quick. We're talking about maybe there's a lot of older school buildings, and so they start locking these doors, but then there's windows, and they just pop those windows out. They just hop right in.
sure. I mean, that's a factor.
You know?
I mean, you have to take that into consideration. And so, I mean, now we're
You're
talking
saying make
about
it as difficult as possible,
right, as much as possible. Like, that can get expensive, right, at that point where we start talking about securing schools. But I mean, I'll also make the argument, we gave how much money to to outside countries, right? I know somebody did a study, like they talk about like this crazy high-tech security system that would be the best in the business. It would cost something like $500,000, right?
$400K.
Take all the money we've given to outside countries. You can outfit every school in the U.S. So I don't have those numbers, but somebody did that study, and like that's a fact.
With
you know
some
what I'm saying?
left over.
With
Just
some
from
left
the money
over.
that went to Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So like the money's there, right? So like, but not that aspect aside, the quickest solution: arm these teachers. I know there will be teachers that would be willing to fight back these bad guys, right? Arm these teachers, train these teachers, and it doesn't even have like. It doesn't have. I'm not saying to train them to respond to kill the threat. That can be part of it. Sure, there's going to be a small amount of teachers that are willing to take that task on, but we can also train teachers to think critically under stress, make good decisions. How do I get these kids out of here? Because I think also like you're very quick to go to the whole lockdown procedure. That's not always like if you're on the other side of the school and the shots are being fired way over there. If you can get the hell out, get those kids out of there. You know what I'm saying? Like. The schools that have those windows that are on the outside. Kevin and I went to a high school that was like that on the outside perimeter. There's windows all the way around. I'm breaking it. If I'm a teacher, I'm breaking the window. Let's go, kids. You know, I'm getting out. Maybe I'm going to the next room to try to get some more kids out. And I'm like, that's my way of like maybe I'm not equipped to go and shoot this guy. But I can get people out. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I think we start there at arming teachers, training teachers to stop the threat, because that's gonna cut down the response time so much quicker and get these cowards to either off themselves or get killed by one of our teachers, hopefully before law enforcement even comes. Ideally, in a perfect world, we've got a good SRO that's there ready to kick some ass, but you can't count on that. You know what I'm saying? But that's where I'd start.
Yeah, I mean that would be the ideal scenario, but as we all know in this room, teachers will never be armed. Like that, I don't ever think that's going to happen, just because of this government. There's so much politics involved, man.
Can the local governments not help?
Unless even private schools that have the option to do it are not doing it.
Yeah,
trust me. Like we've had meetings and all this kind of stuff, and it is so poo-pooed, man.
What's the major concerns? Like
liability. God forbid a gun in school, and the teacher puts it on the back of the toilet. Well, he goes to the bathroom. Now a kid's got a gun, and all you need is one kid to get a gun and shoot him in the face or whatever, or play around with the teacher's gun, and it's over. That would be ideal. But how do we protect our kids at night when we're sleeping? We lock our doors. We have maybe spotlights. We close the curtains, because bad guys only shoot things they can see usually. This you have to make it a hard target. Ideally, yeah, having police in there, or having trained citizens, teachers in there with firearms. Yeah, of course, because bad guys are not going to go there. Bad guys aren't going to go to a gun shop and start shooting people. I mean, has it happened? I'm sure.
It's the minority, the high minority.
Yeah. But yeah, that would be ideal. But when you're dealing with America and policies and the culture now, guns are bad. God forbid you have a teacher with, some moms and dads. No way, they would freak out if there's a teacher has a gun. Now, should anybody know those teachers have guns? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's
no one
concealed.
Should know.
You're not like the teacher's not walking around with John Wayne with it on a hip. But
right.
But designing a school.
I would say that people should know that teachers are armed.
The fact that they could be armed, that's enough deterrent.
Right.
To say, now there's a new law that says shit. Maybe if I'm doing my research on this, I'm not going to attack the school. That's a deterrent, because they're cowards and they don't want that gunfight.
Yeah.
But you have to harden the school. You have to harden it, and make their kill boxes. And so you go to the next one. I have an X-ray unit that was built in like 1994. It's like a dinosaur of an analog X-ray unit, but I got to retrofit it, and now it's digital. So
nice.
There's no reason why you can't retrofit certain things.
Yeah.
Without the gun right now.
Yeah.
Let's just do something micro. Just get on it, because kids are dying.
Yeah.
More than they were 10 years ago.
Yeah.
They're dying. And probably by the time this airs, there's probably have been another mass shooting. 3 more people in public.
Yeah.
I mean, that's every weekend in Chicago.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's probably happening right now as we speak.
Yeah. What about like security companies? What if there's like a security company? All right, let's hire this company. They're going to put 1 or 2 people at like this school.
That make it a little harder for the deterrent. But look at what some of the other shooters have actually bypassed security, bypass this, still did it. I mean, the intent is always going to be there.
Yeah.
We want to lessen and minimize it, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing when you talk about security guards, the thing that I think about, who's paying for these security guards? Like, we're going to say, hey, it's coming out of the tax budget, which is fine. I'm more than willing to contribute my taxes to that. But they're gonna go for the lowest dollar.
Yep.
They're gonna, and so like
This
I look
government-
at, you go to Target, you see the security guard that's there, that he's lost prevention or something. Like, that guy's getting paid minimum wage. He's not putting his life on the line. The person I want as security is freaking retired Navy SEAL that's ready to get after it, tactical guy. That justifiably so. He's gonna want that person gonna want the salary that goes with those qualifications. So like that's a tough thing to do. I'm sure there's people that would be willing to do that job, but I don't know. I just don't see the government paying for
There's
that.
so many schools.
There's also
There's
the
so many
image.
schools, dude.
Yeah.
The image of that.
Yeah.
Like, you go to the airport, it's like, wow, I'm walking through all this stuff. Like, do kids want to go through? I mean, they do in some cases, metal detectors in schools and all this kind of stuff. It's like going into a prison or an airport.
Well, most of these case studies, they're just walking up with their gun. They don't care.
Yeah, right.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
absolutely.
So,
So,
yeah.
I mean, that's
I mean,
it's
a good
image.
case. I don't know all of the details. I read a little bit about it, but like a good person, they've been doing live case studies. Israel, they had a terrorist attack. I don't remember. It was like in the 40s or something at a school. Now they have, like, it is a law. Any school over 100 students has high fences. I don't know if they do barbed wire or whatever, but it is kind of prison-y, right? They have armed people with M1 carbines. You know what I'm saying? They haven't had a school shooting since the 40s.
Of course not.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, I get the argument of, like, oh, I don't want my kid to go to a prison. I don't want them to be around people with guns. But it's like, I think you can, like, just because somebody has a gun doesn't mean they're a bad guy. You know, we can paint
Right.
the picture to people. Like, hey, this is your friendly security officer. Yeah, he's got a gun, but he's also, like, he's got some candy, or I don't know. But, like, you can make it a positive thing.
That's,
Like,
that's my thought.
Little hearts and minds.
Have like a high level. You know, it doesn't have to be like a Navy SEAL guy, but like
Right,
a guy that is dedicated to his training, or a company that's dedicated to their training, but they place security officers into the school where they're like a janitor, or they're like just the athletic guy, the athletic teacher or whatever.
substitute
So
teacher.
they blend in. They look like a normal guy, but this dude's main job is keeping situational awareness, or maybe there's two of them. And they're just roaming around. They do this, they do that. The kids love them. They're friendly with the kids, but they're also tactically, situationally aware of what's going on.
Well, now you're also talking like a lot of cross training between that security agency and local law enforcement, right? So if local law enforcement are still responding, you know what I'm saying? So like these guys need to train together. These guys need to at least be in communication and know what these people look like, different things like that. So like there could be a lot of confusion aspects there. You know what I'm saying? I remember like a training scenario I did when I was very early on. We did a lot of force-on-force training, which is awesome, which is very, very good. But I remember I did an active shooter. It was an active shooter that I was responding to. That was my scenario, right? All the information you got is, hey, it's a white male and he's shooting people, right? And so like I'm responding from the outside. I can hear the shots being fired. I come around the building. First thing I see is a white male with a gun shooting into an open doorway of the building. I'm a new cop. I'm like, good to go. Got him, right? Light this dude up. Dies. I keep my gun on him. I press on and I get lit up from inside, right? This is the scenario. Is this was a CWP guy that just responded to threat or something, you know? So like that stuck with me big time to where it's like, and I know we've been talking about like violence of action, but sometimes you do have to slow it down. Maybe what I should have done, give some verbal commands so that guy's got a chance to, hey, good guy, whatever. But again, like that just shows how quickly things can get confusing when we're talking about interagencies working together. I did as a like. With the Somerville SWAT team, we would do active shooter training with other agencies. This would just be like clearing Stratford High School, and we'd have Dorchester County, Berkeley County, Somerville, North Charleston, just all these agencies coming together and just doing building clearing. No force on force training, no active shooter. We're just literally clearing building. It was we could not communicate with each other. We didn't know who's been where. You know, we come around to clear a hallway and we just run into other SWAT teams. It's just like this is chaos. You know what I'm saying? It's like. When we talk about bringing on these security things, these are all things that have to be factored in, and we go back to the discussion of time and money now. Because now we're talking about training, we're talking about resources, all this kind of stuff, and this gets expensive. So, like, again, to me, the cheapest, most effective option, arming those teachers. But I do understand.
Yeah, I mean that would solve it. It really would.
Or like we keep saying, the teachers that are interested.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's a retired, or maybe there's a veteran teacher in there. Or
It doesn't have to
or-
be, but
Doesn't-
yeah, whatever.
There's
You know,
women that
guy-
are like awesome,
Right.
that are really, really good,
Right.
And the fact that they are armed,
Yeah.
people know that stuff. They're not gonna mess with that school.
Right. Right.
That's half the battle.
Yeah.
But to get them to carry all the time and be proficient and take a test, just like they have to kind of up their professional status and do their continuing education courses,
Right.
that should be an option.
Yeah.
But
Or I mean, even just like maybe just take firearms out of like, okay, yes, that's what we all want, but let's just take the firearms out of the picture. Like, can we still do some good effective training on like, could this group of 4 teachers disarm this guy or rush this guy or like
they're going to say
it's-
they don't get paid enough.
Oh, you don't. Neither
No.
do the police.
But
Neither
that's
does the
what I'm
military.
saying.
Neither
So-
like nobody's going to get paid enough
No.
for this
So
stuff.
you're
We're
gonna have
talking
to-
about it's our responsibility. These are 6 and 7-year-old kids at Sandy Hook that are getting freaking
Lit
murdered
up.
by evil.
Yeah.
This coward would have shut down if he was rushed by 4 or 5 people. You know
a
what
lot
I'm
of
saying?
these teachers die trying to protect their kids,
Yeah.
shielding the kids.
Yep.
You know, taking the rounds. And in Columbine alone, there was one that opened a back door, got a bunch of students out, and as soon as he closed it, here comes Harrison Klebold, and they lit him up. You know, but he was trying to go get more students to get out of that door to help them exit.
If he was carrying a
If he was
CWP,
carrying, yeah.
he could easily.
you got a level playing field now.
Right.
But
you know?
the teachers are also taught to isolate, contain in your room. So
Yeah.
you got a bunch of kids and usually one adult in the room, right? Like, what if we had protocols where it's like, we got a group of 5 teachers, you know, men, women, I don't care, whatever. Group of 5 teachers that are already like together. They're like, hey, some stuff goes down. This is where we're meeting. We're taking action, whether
I mean,
we've
teachers
got
could
guns
do
or
that,
not.
Technically.
That's a cheap
they
option
could
right
have-
there.
They could have a
Yeah.
little. They could come up with that themselves.
Right.
There's going to be a lot of variables, but the only non-variable is the human being, the person, with the intent to win. You can
Right.
come up with every scenario and we had a mace come from the ceiling and all this stuff. Someone's always gonna be able to circumvent all of those things. A bad guy. So it always comes down to a good and evil.
Yeah.
So it always comes down. You have to have a good guy willing to kill and extinguish the
However
evil.
that is, there's laws and there's finances and there's protocol and there's all these kind of variables, but it comes down to the willingness to fight to the end for what you stand for and what you believe in.
Yeah.
And our kids are our greatest natural resource because they're our future.
Yeah.
And if we don't protect them, God,
Yeah.
it's going to be even worse than it is.
Oh yeah. Well, with that being said, if you are in the Low Country, South Carolina area, and you want to develop your skill set and train and learn, you need to see this man right here,
All of us.
Doc
but
Anthony. He runs CWP courses and defensive pistol tactic courses, and he trains in the local martial arts schools, and that's something that we need to all get involved in.
Yeah.
But come see this man right here. Go through his courses. We've all been through them, and start developing that skill set. Start training that skill set. And start thinking differently. And I know for a fact, if you're a teacher and you want to talk to Doc Anthony about this is what situation I'm in, what are some options, he would, we would all be more than happy to do that.
Yeah.
But like he said earlier, he's trained with many teachers in the area, and this can help prepare you in that worst case scenario. Maybe you don't have a firearm on you, but what are some things that you can do to prepare, to try and take out that threat? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So while I think there does need to be a huge shift in school culture overall, look at, hey, can we arm teachers? Well, what do we do to get that conversation started? If you're a teacher, you need to keep bringing this up. You need to beat this dead horse. If you're a parent, you need to keep bringing this up too. Just like put pressure on the administration. Maybe that's another way to help combat that. You know what I'm saying? But also go through your pre-planned responses. Think about what can I do if this happens? You know what I'm saying?
If I can real quick throw out one more resource out there, maybe you're not local to us or anything like that. Like there's a network called Warrior Poet Society Network. It's a subscription. You can look it up on your Play Store, your Apple Store, whatever. It's $10 a month. It's cheaper than Netflix. They have entertainment on there, but they also have training, right? So John Lovell, he's the founder of the Warrior Poet Society. I think he's a Green Beret or Army Ranger or something like that.
Yeah.
But he's got all of his pistol courses, his rifle courses, everything is in there that you can watch. He's going to talk about fundamentals, safety, all that kind of stuff. So at least to dip your, if you're like, I don't know if I'm ready to get some physical hands-on training, again, you can pay $10 just for 1 month, and you can go through all of those training courses and then cancel it if it's not for you. But that's a good resource that's super cheap to get you in, get you in the mindset and get you some good training.
Also, Tim Kennedy's sheepdog response.
Along the caveat with that, they have virtual training, but the Tim Kennedy sheepdog, they're all over the country. And not only is pistol fighting, but there's singleton stuff. There's protective course 1, 2, where it's hands-on training.
First aid.
Jiu-jitsu. There's a trauma course. Stop the bleed. You can go local first aid, things like that.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of venues, but you just have to take the first step. And number one, come to the realization that no one's coming to save you. Then you can move forward and continue. And it just opens up to all these opportunities, because there's a lot of awesome sheepdogs out there that have businesses bigger than ours put together, and that's what they do all day, day in and out. They're there to train the good guys.
Yeah.
And they're out there. You got to make the first step and say, I am 100% responsible for my life. Do something about it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Real quick, there's a lot of stories, and these are very difficult to find compared to the mass shooting stories. But the stories where...
Not for rarity, though.
Yeah.
They just are not as widely reported.
Right.
Yeah.
The stories of people saving lives, stopping mass shootings. Maybe they're concealed carrying, maybe they're not. Maybe they're carrying when maybe they're not supposed to. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna bring I have a list here, but I'm gonna talk about 2. Number 1, 2007, Colorado Springs, Colorado. There was a New Life church. They were completing service. Thousands were exiting the building. A gunman starts shooting as the crowd exits. There is a lady there. She had her CWP. She drew her concealed carry pistol, ran at the gunfire, shot the gunman.
Boom.
So that's what she did.
Game over.
Game over.
Good girl with the gun.
That's right. I'll bring up another one. All right, 2013, Atlanta, Georgia, Prince Middle School. A gunman opened fire at the school, wounding 1 student. An armed security guard got to the gunman and disarmed them before further shooting could occur. That was the SRO. All right, but this guy ran up. He disarmed him, right, instead of shooting him.
That's pretty badass.
Nice.
Yep. Let's see. 2018, Titusville, Florida. There was a back-to-school event. There was 150 students in a park. A gunman showed up, opened fire. There was a concealed carry holder in the crowd who drew his pistol, shot the gunman in the head. Boom. Done.
You never hear about this.
Right. You don't hear about it. When I'm looking this up, you don't hear about this.
No.
Well, this is one that's pretty widely known.
Also, notice how much detail we have on all these other incidents,
right.
And very minor detail on these.
Well,
things.
even
Exactly.
the statistics are skewed, because some you'll get to where firearms are used in self-defense about 1 million times a year. People will say that. Not being fired necessarily, maybe being drawn or the presence of it, whatever the case may be. So that's why it's a real hard number. But actual shootings, of course, for self-defense is a little bit lower, but it's not accurate, because this happens. They don't want that narrative.
Doesn't fit that narrative.
Yeah.
That's right.
This one's probably more well-known. 2019, Fort Worth, Texas. Gunman enters a church. He's shot by concealed carry Jack Wilson, who is the instructor for the volunteer security team at West Freeway Church. There were 2 deaths before Jack Wilson was able to shoot and kill the gunman. So the gunman walks in. I think it's a guy. Shotgun.
Shot to the head.
From the moment the bad guy shot was 6 seconds before Jack at 30 feet
pop.
shot him 1 time in the head and
Big
stopped
iron.
it.
Yeah.
Boom.
He was pretty far away too, wasn't he?
30
Yeah.
feet.
30 feet. I mean, for a headshot,
That's
I think he was shooting with a revolver.
yeah.
I'm not quite
I don't
sure
know
on
exactly.
that.
But I
But
think he was an older
6
guy. I think it was a
seconds.
revolver.
Still 30 feet. I mean, with a pistol right in the head.
In the head?
Moving
Yeah.
target.
so my concealed weapons class at the very end for fun, we have the timer set for 6 seconds at 30 feet with the steel.
Nice.
And when it goes off, you have to draw from concealment.
Boom.
And you have 6 seconds to shoot. And people realize 6 seconds is actually a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But they hear about it in the media.
Mhm.
Wow, oh my God, that's so fast. So understanding, we said something like, 4 minutes was really fast. It depends on which side of the 4 minutes you're
Mhm.
on,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If you're getting choked and a human is trying to choke you on the ground for 4 minutes, like I'm going to try to invite you guys tomorrow from 2 to 4 at American Judo and Jiu-Jitsu, informal, open mat. It's different. You're like, holy crap.
Yeah.
No, I don't want 4 minutes of this.
Yeah.
Holy crap, I got 2 minutes left. So I mean, timing is essential. But not knowing that, you can't appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Next one, 2022. That's this year. Charleston, West Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
Gunmen started firing into a crowd attending a birthday graduation event. A woman with a concealed carry drew her pistol, shot the gunman. Boom.
Game over.
2022, Indianapolis shopping mall. This is the most recent one. At least that's hit the media. And this guy's getting some good traction. Gunmen entered a mall. Right, he walked into a mall, started opening fire into a crowd, killing 3, injuring 3. Concealed carry, drew and made a, I believe, 40-yard shot.
He shot 10 times.
10 times.
80% hit rate at 40 yards with a pistol.
Yeah.
Y'all
So
see that
That's
picture
a
that I sent on
long
Instagram?
shot with a pistol too.
Yeah.
That picture when they
Yeah.
were like creating
But-
the VR of it, that was far.
Yeah.
You're talking across a whole food court.
But the guy, as soon as he started shooting, the gunman ran back to the bathroom.
Mm.
We had 2 other rifles, but
Yeah.
he dropped them before he got to the
Yeah,
bathroom.
he died trying to crawl to the bathroom.
So he ran away as soon as he got engaged.
Well,
Did
here's
you see the guy, the shooter? He'd definitely be running away. Yeah, it looks like a little.
Oh,
noodle.
Well, here's some other details about it real quick. The concealed carry, the dude did not have a concealed carry permit. The guy that drew his pistol and shot the gunman, he did not have a concealed carry permit. He was legally carrying his pistol per Indiana constitutional carry that went into effect July 1st. The mall also had a no gun policy. But the guy
so
saved
able
countless
to
lives.
carry, allowed to carry.
Yeah.
Know the difference, make your own
Yeah.
decision. Here's what I also like about this incident. People say, "Oh, well, I'm not trained for this. This is not my job or whatever, I'm not a cop. I'm not a military guy." This is a 22-year-old civilian, no military experience, no.
No, he's Air Force.
Yeah, he is in the Air
Yeah.
Force, but the Air Force has minimal training.
Right, I know. I'm just saying.
But he's going off of what his grandfather taught him to do with
Yeah.
firearms.
Since
You know
he
what
was
I'm
like
saying?
Shots on fire.
Point
Yeah.
is, like, he's a young guy,
He's
normal,
going to meet
normal
his girlfriend
dude. Like,
at the food court.
this could
that
be
was it.
anybody. Like,
That's the
this
thing.
could be you.
Yeah.
You know?
He made sure he following your rules. He made sure she was safe. Drew down on the shooter. Took him out. Right.
I believe he closed the distance, sought cover,
He got covered.
and then made the shot.
So, 15 seconds though.
Yeah.
From time shooting start to time shooter's dead.
It's a long time.
It is.
I mean, sounds like it's short time,
Right.
but actually a long time,
Yeah.
which is perfect because you have long time to get your shots on target.
Yeah.
Slow it down. Draw. I tell our students to get out of that holster as fast as you can. Just slow down your shots. But
I'll never
in
forget.
any
Go ahead.
in any fight, whoever hits first usually wins.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
as soon as you hit these cowards anywhere, just
Yeah.
I mean, response is awesome, accuracy is awesome, but this guy did it, man, and they didn't want to say he's a good Samaritan
Yeah.
because they were trying to cross-reference that the biblical term, like oh, he's an armed bystander, is what they're trying to say. That's fit in their narrative. God forbid.
Yeah.
Did
Call him
you
a
see
good Samaritan.
some of the narratives going around?
No.
Well, he was technically breaking the law because it was a gun-free zone.
course.
It's
Right.
like, bro,
Of course.
Good.
Yeah.
Glad he
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
Yeah.
sometimes that's necessary. You know?
Well, one
No
of the
comment.
things, Doc Anthony sometimes lets me sit in on some of his classes, and he let me and Chris one time join his security team training.
It was a good
The first drill, love it. He puts a tiny sticker up on the target. I forget the distance, is a couple feet away, and you got to draw, and you got to put every round in the same hole. That's the objective.
One whole drill.
Right. And if your round is outside of that little sticker, he walks over to you and you're going too fast. You got to slow down.
Yeah.
Right? Fundamentals.
Fundamentals,
Right?
man.
So if you train like that, you get into that stressful scenario, right? You're not going to be putting every round through the same hole in a stressful situation, but because you train to that, that's your baseline, your grouping's going to be tight.
But also, you train
what I'm saying?
consistently that speed naturally.
Right.
You
Just
stick
comes.
to your
Exactly, it
fundamentals. You
comes.
you focus on like your speed's gonna come.
Yeah.
You'll get
And
faster.
you try to slow down, and you can't.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
One thing I do want to mention is, if you go out and you look up these stories, concealed carry saving lives, stopping mass shootings, the ones we just talked about, those are stopping mass shootings. That's great. There are so many stories of women and, teenagers and elderly folks and men stopping harm to their families from break-ins, and people
Okay.
breaking into their car and breaking into their house because they trained. They know how to use a firearm. They know what to do, right? So don't think that, you know, this type of thought process or training is just to stop a mass shooting. While that's the topic that we focused on today, it also applies to defending your home, your family, if you live by yourself. You know, if you're a young lady that lives by herself, you need to be training.
Yeah.
If you're an elderly lady that lives by herself, or even with some friends, or even in a community, you need to be training. If you're a man that lives by yourself, you need to be training.
Somebody's watching.
You know, you need to train your kids, because there's multiple stories. I'll tell you, there's multiple stories of kids that were home alone. You know, maybe the daughter was like 14, the son was like 7. Someone tries to break into the house. The daughter knows how to defend the home. Her parents have trained her how to do so, and she stops harm from her and her brother because she was trained and knew what action to take. She knew exactly what to do. You know, so it doesn't just apply to mass shooting scenarios. It applies to every scenario. Just make it part of your daily habits, your daily life. You know, again, I'm a dog trainer. You know, Chris is a dog trainer. Kevin's a dog trainer. We talk to people all the time about dog training. Change your habits so that you can work with your dog every day. Change some of your routine to work with your dog every day. Throw a little bit of this in every day. You know, change your habits. One thing Doc Anthony said when I started going to him for chiropractic, because he's a chiropractor. First thing he said to me, you got to change some of your habits, right? If you want your body to be in better shape, if you want that longevity, if you want to take care of your body, you got to change your habits. So it applies to this realm as well. And it doesn't mean go crazy. You know, it means change one thing. Master that. Change another thing. Master that. Just small habit changes over time. They make a big difference in the long run. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
All right. Other thoughts, you know, we've talked about mental health. We've talked about things that are pushing these gunmen over the edges. I think, you know, the main message is your tribe. Look out for those that are closest to you. You know, if you're a parent, you know, try to set your kids up for success. That's one of your responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? Raising those kids. What are some other things, you know, that you guys think that from the mental health side, from, you know, these guys, their life events they compiled until it pushed them over the edge? What are some other things you think can be done in this regard?
Less media, more physical activity.
Yeah.
Let kids be kids, but monitor that. Keep the blood inside them, as Tim Kennedy says. You know, let them fail. Let them recover. Let them learn, especially when they're really, really young. Because if you just give them a leapfrog iPad and you go off and do your thing, and that's your babysitter, the leap pad or the phone is your babysitter, you're going to have issues.
Yeah.
You're going to have issues. And that child may become evil down the road, because Jeremiah 17:9, we're all created wicked and tainted from the get-go. So you have to create that relationship, whether whoever it's with, but it has to become good. Because if not, that evil person is going to do something evil. And I pray that I'm there when that evil person tries to do evil.
Yeah.
I'll probably never be there, just because I wish I could be there.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to put that person in the ground.
Yeah.
Because of mindset and attitude. But if I can prevent that person from being evil, like my own kids,
Yeah.
I'm going to do everything I can
Absolutely.
to make them a sheepdog down the road.
Yeah.
So I won't spend a lot of time on it, but I got 2 resources. If you are, the big thing here is this is clearly a boy problem, right? So like
White boy.
when I looked,
Really?
yeah,
About
for sure.
54%, yeah.
Like when I looked up the stats, I think I don't remember the hundreds of mass shootings that's ever in existence, but there was like 3 committed by women, right?
Yeah.
So like it's fair to say this is a boy issue, young men issue, right? So if you are involved in any way, whether you're a school teacher, father, you know, a freaking neighbor, I don't care. Like in boys, I recommend these books. The first one is called Boys Adrift by Dr. Leonard Sachs. So it's called The 5 Factors Driving the Growing Epidemic of Unmotivated Boys and Underachieving Young Men. The categories are video games, teaching methods, prescription drugs, environmental toxins, what he calls endocrine disruptors, and the devaluation of masculinity, right? And so like we don't have to deep dive on all of these things, but he goes into it. You can, and if you don't want to read the book, like you can look up Dr. Leonard Sachs. He's been on podcasts. Go to Spotify, check it out. He deep dives into these things. Of course, like we're not saying all of these things are causing mass shootings, but there's other issues like failure to launch, failure to leave the nest, right? Different things like that. Failure to find appropriate relationships, like failure to succeed financially in life. Like all of these things are issues. These were all relevant or prevalent in these boys that were shooters, right? So if you're involved in boys at all, this is something I recommend checking out. Other book would be called The Boy Crisis by Dr. Warren Farrell and Dr. John Gray. Talks about very similar information, but this one harps more on the involvement of men in boys' lives. And it's not like this is a very controversial topic, because it's like we're not saying women can't raise boys, right? There's plenty of single mothers out there that are badasses that get after it. But what they say is there's no substitute for a man. Boys look towards men on what it means to be a man, right? There's no substitute. A woman can't do certain things. You can try, you can do your best, and you can do a good job, but boys but they're still looking at men. You know what I'm saying? And so dads not being in the picture is a big deal in this country, in my opinion. And the opinion of these doctors, you know what I'm saying? So you got to stay involved. These kids are allowed to be in isolation and communicate with their parents via email. That's an issue, you know what I'm saying? Like, get involved. Failure is something boys have to have challenge, right? And so like boys respond to challenge. One of the things they say in these books, boys respond to challenge as long as the outcome has not been determined. Right, so like they can control the outcome, and there are winners and losers. Right, so like you have to lose. We live in this day and age where we want to give everybody participation trophies. Everybody's a winner. Boys have issues, like that's statistically been proven. Boys have more issues with that than girls do. You know, like girls they won't get ruined quite as much from that as boys will. Boys have to know there are winners and losers, and they have to know where they fall on that spectrum. You know what I'm saying? And it's the responsibility of men, in my opinion, to teach them how to not be on the losing side. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, we don't have to spend too much time on it, but those are definitely resources. If you're at all involved in boys' lives, check these things out. And then look at how you can, especially if you're a man, look at how you can get involved in boys' lives. Maybe that's your own sons. Maybe that's maybe you know a single mother down in your neighborhood, something like that, and you can lend your hand. You know, your kids know who the weird kids are, right? That kid's weird. Can you get involved in that kid's life and stop them from getting to this point by giving them some type of outlet, teaching them how to properly express their anger, their aggression, all of that kind of stuff? This is the solution to the macro issue of the mental health stuff. It's not about like I said, I don't know nothing about. Once they're at this point and they're like, hey, I'm ready to shoot a school up. To me, it's like they gotta die. You know what I'm saying? How do we get to these boys before they get to that point? I think what these guys are talking about is the answer. So
yes, absolutely.
And that brings up a, we have a friend, Jerome. This guy has taken boys with no fathers into his home and tried to give them a family, right? Him and his wife. They've opened up their home to young men who don't have fathers, don't have families, in bad situations, and he's trying to set them up for success. I don't know the name of the organization that he works with, but that's just one example, right? Where he's trying to be a mentor, and he's dedicated his life to that. He's a retired Navy guy, but stuff like that's a big deal, and maybe you don't have the opportunity or the ability to do that. But maybe you can speak to younger generations in other ways. Maybe you can be an example to them. I'm sure you're probably being watched and you don't even know it.
Yeah, you are 100%. And maybe it's not something like that. Maybe you think like, oh, that's not my role. We all have gifts. We all have things that we are blessed with that we are good at. Maybe that's jiu-jitsu. Maybe that's firearms. Maybe that's carpentry. Maybe that's dog training. Can you use your gift to influence these boys, whether it's the boys, and it's, again, it comes down to the tribe. Like, we're not saying go out and start this big non-profit or something like that. Like,
well, look, there's Royal Rangers,
bingo,
right? There's
scouting
boys
programs,
club, there's YMCA stuff. The boys need role models, and men need men. Boys need boys to grow.
Yeah.
To grow, and you hit it right on the head when you're talking about all those factors, man.
Yeah.
If we can obviously prevent it, there's this micro thing and there's the macro thing.
Mm-hmm.
The macro thing needs to be talked about way more than being reactive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need to get back to the tribal society
Mhm.
of living in these small tribes where we all self-regulate ourselves. We teach girls how to be women, men how to be men, and how to function, how to serve others, how to use our strengths. And I mean, whether that's your church, your neighborhood, we need to get back to the tribal mindset where we're looking out for each other, looking out for each other's kids, the next generation, and raising them properly. So.
We're talking about boys. Doc, you have a son and a daughter. What would be some considerations with the differences there, raising a son versus a daughter? Obviously, young boys that are challenged, they're usually the ones that do this. 54% based on what Kevin just said. 54% white young men that have troubled lives are the ones that are doing these mass shootings. But what are some considerations raising daughters?
Yeah, I was given the book Strong Fathers, Strong Daughters by Dr. Megan Meek. Very, very good book. Having a church base, some type of faith or religion is huge, but also having a great relationship with your spouse because they see that. I might not have all the right stuff to say all the time, but I try to be that role model in the house that they can see while they're there and try to be, I'm in their, not in their face. I don't let them really shut their doors in their room. You know, when we were growing up, a punishment in the 80s, growing up in the 80s, was you get sent to your room. And God, that was the worst thing you could possibly do to me, to break me down. That's where I sleep. I don't want to go to my room. I want to be outside and play. Now we can't get the kids out of the room and go play. So that whole culture thing has to change. So I think role models, what the kids see, but again, it's what we think, what we eat, and how we move. And that encompasses lots of things. But being a role model, we all have faults. We all come from dysfunctional families. It's just a matter of degree. But I tell my kids now, I can be your friend later, but right now I'm your father. And you have to set that down. It's easier to do this now while their brain is still like a sponge sucking in all this stuff. And then when they get a little older, now we can kind of chill a little bit. But now they're going to see how they grew up, and hopefully they can help the next generation so we don't have this kind of vicious cycle. So the answer, I think, really is the traditional family. The traditional family, and that includes church and cleanliness all around and guidelines. I mean, 10 Commandments is a great place to start. I mean, and as for us, that's kind of how we roll. That's a great start. And it's a challenging, man. I'm not the perfect father. I'm not the perfect spouse.
Parenting is extremely difficult.
It is, but you know what? I don't remember my life completely with like before children. It's like it's awesome. It really, really is. And if you can have children, that's one thing. If you can't have children, there's children everywhere. There's kids everywhere. Being a mentor, being a teacher, being a godfather, whatever it is, a neighbor. You know, oh my gosh, there's so many things.
Absolutely.
But anyway,
and again, a lot of these case studies we went through, they came from broken homes. You know, so whether they had a mother that was really trying to work with them, or maybe even they had a father but not a mother. You know, broken home is you need both sides of the coin, like you said.
And there are ways to do both, and extended families can make things work. Absolutely, because it happens all the time. There are good fathers out there, and there are good mothers out there. They might just not mesh well together, and but you still have to be in that person's life.
Well, I think that's where the aspect of community is a big deal. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't even have like. Let's take me for example, Jackson. You know, like I of course I want to raise him into a good man. You know what I'm saying? But I can also rely on the community of men around me. I don't want to be this. Like, yes, I am responsible for raising him, and I'm going to do that. But I also want him to be around this community of men. And there's different things that you guys have individually that you can give to my son that I would be appreciative of that I may not be able to give to him. And so like. There's an element of the community thing. We keep coming back to the tribe, to the community. Like we all have a responsibility to be involved and do this together and work together to do it. This is a boy issue in my opinion, but this applies across the board. Sons, daughters, everything. They're the future.
And then and to jump off that, we ourselves need a role model.
Yeah.
Someone
Oh,
higher than
yeah.
us.
Good point.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because we're always trying to strive. And where do we learn that? We try to learn that and you try to get to that next level
Yeah.
and find somebody who has it figured out better than we do.
Mm-hmm.
I have mentors still, like amazing. And
Yeah.
I call them all the time
Yeah.
Yeah.
and thank them. And they call me, and it's great. But we need that as well.
Yeah.
We can't forget about, because we're inside, we're still kind of boys too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely.
And that's where I think a church community comes into play really well. But
Yeah. Good to go. I just want to we're wrapping this thing up. I want to give some feedback from Tim Kennedy. We've brought up his name a couple times. You can look him up. He's he runs the sheepdog response programs, former Green Beret. He's done some amazing things in his life. He's a mentor.
UFC fighter.
He's a mentor. You know what I'm saying? Even though he may not know me, he's a mentor. You know what I'm saying?
Amen.
But here's some of his 3 points talking about the mass shooting thing. Number 1, he says we need to make our schools hard targets, limited access points, armed guards, train teachers and staff, and fail-safe doors and locks. So that's one of his points about one of the ways forward to resolve the school shooting issue. Number 2, we have to address the mental health crisis that is a virus spreading across the nation. Our young men are broken. We as a society have been breaking them. We have emasculated them. We locked up society for a couple years, talking about coronavirus scenario. We kept people 6 feet apart when every little boy should be running around, climbing, jumping, dirty, most importantly, playing with his friends. We have to let young men be young men. They have to struggle. They have to fail. And I'll pause right there. Again, I'm a dog trainer, so I relate things to dogs. We talk all the time, critical development period in puppies. They have to have social interaction with other puppies to critically develop. Same thing with kids. Same thing with young boys. Same thing with young girls. Same thing with adults. We are a social species.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We're not meant to be in isolation. We're meant to be social, right? So when we start stripping that away, we start to deteriorate the mind. You know what I'm saying? And that's when bad things happen. Tim Kennedy's 3rd point, we have to enable law enforcement to be protectors again. This culture post-summer 2020 has limited police response. We have turned them into this. So he's talking about police hate, anti-police, defund the police, all these types of things, right? Police are scared to be police. They're scared to do things. You know what I'm saying?
It's also affecting the quality of people that are willing to do the job.
Right.
People are leaving.
No one wants that. Yeah.
I don't want to get shit on and spit out and everything and get shit for pay and nobody cares about me and I'm going to die. Now we just have lower caliber people stepping up into that role. You know what I'm saying?
Good point.
Yeah. So to wrap it all up, I want to talk about the principles, the tactical principles of defense that Doc Anthony has compiled. Number 1, no one is coming to save you. So just remember that. Yes, you may call the police, but guess what? 3, 4, 10, 16, 20 minutes
They're
goes
coming,
by.
but you might be dead.
That's a long time when there's a threat right there in front of
Yeah.
you.
55 minutes, Texas.
Yeah, Uvalde was even worse. No one's coming to save you. So you got to be able to save yourself, save your family, right? Be aware of your environment. Be aware of your surroundings. Always be paying attention, right? Doc Anthony brought up a good point at when we were talking about the movie theater case study. You see something suspicious, do you contact that person? Do you observe them, right? Decision point. What do? Next principle, kill those who need to be killed, right? So if a bad guy walks in and he's going to do harm, he needs to be killed. You know what I'm saying? Save those who need to be saved. Remember that case study we talked about where the Marine veteran opened that door for the 70 people that were frozen? Let's go, get out the door. Maybe that's you in a scenario. Maybe you're not in a position to tackle the bad guy. Maybe someone else is engaging the bad guy. Who can you save, right? What can you do to help? Everything is your responsibility. So Doc Anthony talks about this in his classes. If you decide to make a shot, that's your responsibility. You're Your identification is on that round that leaves your chamber, that leaves your pistol. For example, if you're using a pistol, right? That's your responsibility. If you make a bad call, that's your responsibility. If you make a good call, that's your responsibility. You know what I'm saying? Always be working. Always be aware. Always go through your pre-planned responses. You're sitting down with your family at Chick-fil-A. Think about it for 5 seconds. What would I do if this happens? What would I do if that happens? Think about it, process it. All right. Enjoy your dinner with your family. Still be aware, but now you've gone through that pre-planned response. You're training your nervous system, your body, your mind to operate if something happens. It's not something you got to think about later, right? You've already pre-planned it out, so your response is going to be better in the case of disaster. You know what I'm saying? So those are the principles right there. And we'll leave it to any closing thoughts. We've talked about a lot of stuff.
Don't be afraid to train. I think a lot of people are scared to get into it. You know what I'm saying? It can be as simple as just watching some of these subscriptions. Just start somewhere. Start small. Build upon it. It's not as scary as you think, but it's living these tenets. It doesn't make you crazy. It's not. It sounds crazy, but it doesn't make you crazy. You know, just like Chad said, spend a couple seconds to think this way, and you'll be safer in the long run.
The only thing for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. But be good men.
Yeah, and good women. With that being said, it all kind of pieces together. You need to be mentally, sound. That means you got to mentally train like we're talking about, but also challenge your mind. Read, educate. Don't spend so much time watching TV. Spend some of that time reading, right? Some of that time studying things, learning a new skill set. You need to be nutritionally, health-wise sound, Got to make sure that you're keeping your body in check. Go to your dentist. Go to your chiropractor. If you have a broken ankle, don't stay on the medicine. Go to the physical therapist. You know what I'm saying? Nutritionally, that ties into health, but eat nutrient-dense food that's going to help you, right? Help your body, not hurt you. You know what I'm saying? Physically, train your cardio system. Train your muscular system. You know what I'm saying? Maintain a healthy body weight. Don't be overweight. Make sure that you can move weight, move loads, because guess what? If something happens and you're there, you might have to move people. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
you might have to pick up and carry people.
That doesn't just go for active shooters, right? Like how many more than likely everybody listening, all of us here have seen a car accident, right? Or have been in a situation where people needed help. Can you pick a body up? Can you move somebody? Somebody passes out, can you get them to the safety? You know what I mean? Like this applies to life, being physically, mentally, spiritually, socially in shape, intact. It's just going to make your life better and make you more capable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. If you guys are in the South Carolina Low Country area, hit up Doc Anthony. He's at Cane Bay Chiropractic and Wellness in Cane Bay, Somerville, South Carolina. That's his daytime job. Right? That's his main gig.
That's right.
He's also running the CWP courses and the defensive pistol courses, right? So you go to his chiropractic, you get your chiropractic side set up for success. You can talk to him about the concealed and defensive pistol tactic side. And get that going as well, right? If you need dog training, you can hit us up, Canine Revolution Dog Training. Or if you need to talk about some of this stuff, I know anybody here would be more than happy to talk through some things with you. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully steer you in the right direction or give you some things to think about. You know what I'm saying? Again, we recommend, if you're looking into this stuff, definitely recommend Warrior Poet Society. Definitely recommend Tim Kennedy's Sheepdog Response, right? Those are virtual programs you can go to. Tim Kennedy's also around the world doing in-person live training, right? So you can do that. Go to your local martial arts gym, jiu-jitsu gym, train, right? Get ready, prepare.
Yeah.
And again, we appreciate the listener. If you want to support the podcast, you can go to Amazon and get you a Good to Go shirt.
Yes.
Because now you're going to be good to go after listening to this and applying what we're talking about. All right. But we do appreciate you guys. Thanks for listening. And until next time, out.